trash products like Wacky Wish products, just getting a wide assortment like this charcuterie board of just stupid shit. And yeah, the quality's bad, but it did at least show up and it was cheap. We tried to do the same thing back then with Temu, and the order got canceled for no reason. We just tried it again a couple weeks ago, and went the extra mile to prove to Temu these are legitimate purchases from us for these items, and today the lobotomites over at Temu HQ canceled it again, saying that the things we submitted to prove it were illegible. They can't read statements from, like, the credit card transaction, like the actual, like, we gave them everything. Like, the raw, like, unaltered proof that this came from our credit card, like, from the official source, straight from the horse's mouth. And still they're like, yeah, we can't read that. So they canceled it again! It's so fucking absurd. Like, again, Temu, I understand, like, the products are bad. It's just drop-shipped trash, probably arsenic-laden, toxic. You know, it's dog shit. And in fact, to even compare dog shit to Temu products is probably insulting to dog shit. But we wanted to test it. Like, we wanted to test it, like, 2 years ago with, like, wacky stuff, because they have such a crazy array of things they offer, this wide variety of shit, that we wanted to at least try it. So it didn't work back then. We thought, okay, maybe they've fixed things by now, and we can actually get them delivered this time. Still no. Still can't get anything from Temu. So I'm left under the impression that anyone that claims to shop with Temu is lying. Because I can't do it. Like, it feels like this is like a scam. Is it fraudulent? It feels like I'm in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas trying to, like, walk into a store that isn't there. But it just has, like, the image of a store there, like the JPEG of a store. But I can't actually do anything. Matt even fucking confirmed with them on the phone that this is an order from us. And still they canceled it. What sense does that make? Why are you even calling? Why are you even calling to confirm the ownership when the owner is confirming to you, yes, we placed the order, and then you still say, not good enough. Then just smite it. And it's the same song and dance they did last time, too. Matt talked to them on the phone. There was a sentient human being over there, at least a Wendigo, a skinwalker, pretending to be one very successfully, confirming with Matt, did you place this order? Do you want these items? Are you spending money on these items? Was this an accident? Are you okay? Do you need to be Baker acted? And Matt confirmed, yes, we are purchasing these items. We want these items. We want them shipped. And the representative back then said, great, okay, they'll be shipping out soon. And then they canceled the order back then. Well, the same thing happened this time. Another call, another confirmation, and we went even further, providing even more evidence that this is truly us purchasing it, and that we own the credit card that's making the purchase and everything, and still, they just flush it down the toilet? For some reason? I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I am now the biggest Temu hater on the planet. I was willing to let bygones be bygones with the last one, chalk it up to like a fluke, like maybe it was so many weird items, they're like, oh, it can't be right. This must be some kind of fucking alien or something that ordered these. Cancel that. But fool me twice, shame on you. Like, big time shame on you, Temu. Just, I hate this platform, man. It makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't know what else we could have possibly done to confirm that we placed this order, we want these items, we are paying for these items. I don't know what else we could have done to prove that to them. But I guess they know best. Temu's fucking mom and dad over there and said, no playing with these toys. Let me take you on a journey through the Temu swamps here, where we had to go plus ultras to go even further beyond to prove that this is a legitimate purchase. So we received this email, hello, we've detected unusual payment activity on your Temu order. I guess the unusual activity was placing an order. I guess that was just so surprising to them after the last time we tried to utilize their service to order things. It's a certified how many times you have to teach you this lesson, old man moment, where they just keep slapping us with the cancellations on our orders. So they were surprised that we tried to order something, they placed the order on hold, and then said if they can't confirm the payment information within 72 hours, the order will be canceled. So then they gave us the tutorial on what to do. To continue processing your order, please click Verify Ownership. Once you have provided the required information, they'll review it and respond within 48 hours, which we did. The Verify Ownership, we went through the process there, and we submitted the exact receipt here, just straight from the source. And I guess that was just illegible to them. They didn't understand that. They couldn't believe that we were ordering things from them. So they still canceled it. That's after a phone call, by the way. That's after going through the verify ownership procedure that they instructed us to do, by the way. And they still just said no. Fuck shopping like a billionaire. How do you shop at all with Temu? I don't get it. It's just, it's not possible. Also, I didn't know this till we started recording for this. And I'll show you some of that footage, even though it's ultimately useless since we didn't get any of the items. But I didn't know, when you go on Temu, they do one of the fake wheel spins, where every time you get the wheel, you win like 100% off 3 items, or like, I got one that was $1,500 off and shit like that. But it's not real. And actually in their terms, apparently, it even says that that's not actually how it works. I don't know how that's even legal. How are they able to get away with that? Is a fake wheel spin to entice you to spend money on their platform, even if you just went on there to check it out? Because now it's saying that you have 100% off, $1,500 off, shit like this, and it's a guaranteed win. You can't lose the wheel. I tried it on every single person's phone there. Everyone got these huge, big wins on the wheel, all because it's just supposed to hook, line, and sinker get you to make an account and spend money because you think that you're getting these crazy deals that you got from the wheel, but you don't actually get it like that. That's not how it works. And they try and sneakily hide that into their terms, apparently. It's so scummy. Like, this platform, I just don't even know how it's even allowed to exist. Every scummy practice you can possibly imagine for a platform is found on Temu, and it's all for just complete garbage products, too. Starting off to a great start. I went to their website, and I got $1,500 off, bro. Like, what are the odds? Have you done this yet?
No, you want me to try it?
Yeah, see if
so what, I just open it?
Yeah, we should start compounding our winnings from here, assuming you have good RNG like me.
And these actually work?
I highly doubt it. Aaron did it and got 100% off.
Well, why do you order everything at the store?
You see it?
You got the wheel?
It's spinning, it's spinning.
You're gonna get one more chance. You're gonna miss on the first, but you're gonna get one more chance.
Okay, I got one more chance.
Yep, now here it comes. This is when you get the big jackpot. Tell me what jackpot you get.
Karu and Marquez once fought together.
So,
I
come on, baby, come on. 1,500.
What'd you get? He's like 3,000.
He got 100% off for 3 items as well. Holy fuck!
Wait, that plus the 1,500?
Dude, we can get the whole cat. We can
It's
own
all
the
ours.
company.
I opened the front page. It's all lingerie so far. We can buy all of it.
Wait, we get to spin
Oh,
again.
we're spinning on here. What do you think we're gonna get?
What's 200?
Wait, but
We just got 200 off, dude.
dude, I really don't think it's spin again.
Dude, we just got 200 off, dude.
$200 coupon bundle.
Alright. You start your account?
Yeah, it's dry.
Could you, in theory,
I'm gonna stop recording for a
I
sec.
believe that these are not real codes or whatever. So one, how can they do that? First
don't
off.
know.
Second off, could you not just like VPN your browser if you don't hit what you want and just keep fucking spinning it every time?
If it was real, I bet I just spit all over that. But like, if it was real, you could absolutely do that. There's no.
I don't get how they can like tell me I just got 100% off 3 items and then it probably won't finish it.
Yeah, I mean, it told me you got $1,500. Like, yeah, I'll just look it up while Matt logs in. So apparently, in their terms and conditions, they actually baked in that the wheel is fake. Jesus Christ. Why are they laughing? They can just lie. That's so cool.
But I don't have to interact at all with the terms and conditions to spin it. Like the instant I open the website, I'm spinning the wheel.
Yeah.
I don't have to agree to the terms. I don't have to do anything like that. I'm just spinning the wheel. That is cool.
Temu is awesome. Accoutrements do we want? They have some really cool AI generated shirts. Do we want a couple of those?
We could get some. I'm thinking we get a spread here. We get some a little bit of clothes. 'Cause those are always fun.
Get the propeller hats.
Right off the bat, perfect.
You don't.
Oh, it's almost sold out.
Yeah, they're low.
Instead of $30.49, it's on sale right now for $4.33.
Wow, $30 for propeller hats. Great. Who's charging that?
Well, is it supposed to actually like make it float?
That's true. It could be like Looney Tunes logic.
Yeah.
So that's electric.
14-inch foldable electric bicycle. Yeah, I mean, click it. Let me see.
She looks very happy on it.
Yeah, that's a interesting looking bicycle.
It's electric.
Yeah, put it in the cart.
Goes 19 miles per hour.
Oh wow.
You want me to add it?
Yeah, it's blistering speed. AI has been such a boon to these fucking scam businesses. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is rough. $26, and it's almost sold out. And if we put it on Klarna, we only have to pay $6.67 today.
Slap that bitch on Klarna now. Number 1 drink hat.
Yep. It's solar-powered fans
This-
on the hat.
Now this actually looks like a Kickstarter project.
It does. Solar-powered fan hat. Holy shit. And you can get it in camo.
We've got a that's a must purchase. That's absolutely a must purchase. Okay, well now it's $13.
Right now, this gray is $10.
Okay, what the fuck is this? So for gray and khaki, it's normally $59 for gray, $40 for khaki, but then deep black
Normally 60.
and then camouflage is normally 14.
It's
13.
camouflage the most expensive. There's the least discount on it. This
Yeah.
is crazy.
What are these fucking prices? Does it really
Well, it's
cost?
all
get the
free because you have
$60
$1,500 off,
That's
right?
true. This is all free. I forgot. What am I? Put it in the cart now.
Alright, it's in
Give me the
cart.
most expensive, please. Actually, camouflage 1.
Oh shit.
Bad day to be a hot dog hat.
That sounds amazing,
That was
actually.
good, actually.
I am in the market for a bad day to be a hot dog hat.
Let's get this. You can give yourself a ring dinger.
You actually, we could fucking ring dinger ourselves. Take a look at this, Danny. Holy shit. Dude, the ring dinger on that's gonna go crazy.
That is just a suicide machine.
That's crazy.
It goes over a door.
Oh,
It is.
shit.
No, you know what that's for? That's not a ring dinger machine. That's an auto asphyxiation.
Yes.
Autoerotic
no.
asphyxiation machine.
You want a ring dinger?
I'm kind of thinking of it, but this one's $6. We're running out of my $1,500 coupon. For this
You're only at 500 right now.
shit, dude. We're at 30.
All right, we can hold off on.
Yeah,
the
let me
ring
think.
dinger.
Let me think on the device a little bit more.
I want to find like creams,
Can you?
estrogen creams.
Ooh.
Which one do
Oh.
you want to see?
Let me see the estrogen cream. Like it's topical estrogen.
200 milligram natural estrogen. Mood enhancing cream with ginseng, black cohosh green tea, and red clover.
So what is it? Can you watch the AI
Mood,
video?
mood
Yeah, I'll go
enhancing
back up.
cream.
Yeah. So it helps the mood.
That's really good for the skin suit we got, the lingerie. It's just
So if I rubbed it on my chest, would I get titties? You think? It's a NAD plus booster. It says.
You think we could grow our balls with something on here? You think they have ball
Probably. Is there a
cream?
ball pump?
Oh, penis bump.
Fetus bump.
No,
We got
no, but for your balls specifically. That's what
oh,
I'm saying.
testicle ballooner.
Alright, I'm
Yeah, we're good on supplements. I think. I think just the estrogen cream
here's for handheld riot shield.
that we need for $16. Yeah.
No, Sean, dude.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's like you become an Iron Man villain.
Do you want it?
Yeah. $16. We need it.
Add to cart. Can I close this one?
Yeah. Well, get it.
Okay.
I'd say get it. Fuck
You
it.
want basic or pro?
Give me the
Basic is more expensive than pro.
Is it? It is. It is more expensive than pro.
Let's get pro.
Yeah, we'll get pro.
Something for you guys to look for.
Yeah.
So we get a like a regulation goal for practicing
soccer
soccer.
goal.
Soccer
Yeah.
goal's good. That's
Alright,
really
let's
good.
find it. Wait, this flashlight that can start fires.
Oh my god, yeah, a flashlight that can start a fire, multi-model aluminum alloy flashlight, rechargeable, super bright, high lumen, IP65 waterproof.
Oh, and they did it in inches.
That's not helpful. That looks,
That looks regulation.
but this is probably what we're going to get, is up here. That.
That's why it's funny.
Okay, let's see. Let's see.
It's a different goal that they're showing in every
In
picture.
every single picture. Oh, there it is. There's the little secret they hide on you. I saw it. One sec.
What?
Only net, not frame.
Oh, that's so.
That's sneaky, dude.
What?
That's sneaky as shit.
That's so cringe.
Maybe we need some kits as well. You know.
Oh shit!
They got an AI.
Erling
Oh
Haaland
my god.
shirt. T-shirt with 3D blonde football player graphic.
They couldn't use his name.
No,
Probably
I
get
literally
two.
could not use his name.
Why about everything else?
That's a good point. Why did
Why
they
did
That
it
is
care?
matter?
true. That is true.
There's probably no point in even showing you more. This was just like the first wave of things we found. Just like a assortment of useless shit, really, and terrible clothing items that would probably feel like sandpaper and glass on your skin. But there was another category we explored of like heavy machinery, because apparently they do have like excavators and stuff on there, like $7,000, $10,000 like heavy machinery. So we did try and place an order for one of these on like the lower end. That was like $1,000, but obviously the order got canceled. So there's really no point even showing you more here because we can't buy anything. They literally do not let us. So I don't even know if there is a such thing as a Temu shopper. Like, I've never seen it. I can't experience it. It's so fucking weird, man. I hate the company though. Like, again, it's not just that they keep canceling our order, but the fact they also do like the fake wheel, just this unapologetically scummy tactic to try and get you to spend money on their platform. They suck, man. Anyway, that's really about it. Big fuck you to Temu per usual. And yeah, that's about it. See ya.
I honor you with a warrior's death, Count.
Poof. Greetings, Internet. I hope everyone is doing well.
Dash red. Go where you are needed.
Before we start, I have to do some quick TLDR, quick introduction,
I am Cahome's
so people will not waste their
Life
time.
will go
Because
on.
it's very specific video,
You have
very
come to-
like direct to my audience. So one day, I had wake up. Oh no, I wake up.
You shall be rewarded.
And I realized all game sucks. If I want to have good game, I have to do it by my own. So I decided that I'm gonna take the viewers of this channel, the subscribers, on a journey together. We're gonna make game together. And you can watch if this train will arrive on its destination or it will derail halfway and burst into flame into disaster. I'm gonna mold for about an hour, and this is episode 2. However, if you are still interested, you can watch episode 2 or 1, whatever, they're not connected. We just discuss different part of the visions, the ideas here. So without further ado, let's go straight into it. Episode 2, so early in operation, wasn't intended. Original Wizard intention was gather the ancient warriors, developers around the world, make the studio, name it like Cock 3000, make a video, hey, that's my team, we starting operation, clap, 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 and then episode 3 of Wizard Dev Vlog is game released, everyone enjoy, finished. No more time wasting. Those days, I believe, there is too much yapping, not enough action. Who gives a fuck about yapping? People want to have good product and enjoy the game. However, some of you actually give the fuck. I wake up, I check my Discord, and there is like 4 or 5 messages that are like 10 or 20 page long with all the visions, all the ideas. And then the comment section also, people like do blocks of text. So today's episode is extra juice for passionate people. We're gonna go into more details, and then we're gonna be radio silence for years. And hopefully I will emerge from the tunnel with my train, choo-choo. It will arrive on the station and everyone will be happy. And if the train will derail and crash somewhere in the mountains, you're gonna read in the newspaper that Wizard had been defeated and is laying down right now in some rehab. Good. So let's straight go into first question that people have very often. Why I'm considering countries like Russia, Belarus or Ukraine as a base of the operation. Those are chaotic, lawless lands that you can get your house burned and robbed, and this is not a very cool place to be.
How they love
However,
to sing about
I
themselves.
am thinking into future. I am thinking 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead, how the world will look by then. And I think those are the best places to put your business in the future. Why? Because already the Belarus, Chinese, Germans, USA, Russians, the officials are meeting behind the scenes. They are making the deals
The way to
already.
a god's
So sooner or
heart
later,
is
in about
guts.
year or two, the sanctions will be removed. The Ukraine war will end, sanction will be removed, and it's gonna be business as usual. However, when you're gonna operate from Belarus, you have access to you're gonna have access to entire market, but you will be not chained by all of the stupid shit that the Western countries are inventing. Like for example, in United Kingdom, they are cooking a law that to use in-game chat, you will have to show ID. You will have to identify yourself because the children are in danger. That's one side of dicks. Second side of the dicks are corporations like Master, Visa, MasterCard, those fucks, and also like Nintendo. This corrupted environment that you have crazy corporations greedy above the law on the one side, and other side you have crazy controlling government. So by the time the game gonna be ready, it's gonna be way worse. And I hope that chaotic lands of Eastern Slavs like Russia or Belarus will be the place to be. But right now, as I see it, we are fucked and cannot be unfucked in Western world. And it is what it is. Asia and Eastern Europe, like the far Eastern Europe, is the way to be. West is fucked permanently. And you guess it, time for combat run. And you guys were correct. I also agree on these takes that many of you have in the comment section or in Discord. Combat should be one of the foundation and pillar of the game. But it's so hard to get it right. It's so difficult to make it awesome. It has to fulfill multiple purposes. It has to feel good when you press buttons. It can't feel intimidating like you enter like plane cockpit and you have all of those screens and buttons. Blah, blah, blah. You cannot feel like you're operating the plane out of the gate. But also it has depth, so it won't be solved in a week. The individuals should be able to hone their skills to go above and beyond the average one button presser. Many of you had mentioned Black Desert as like perfect pinnacle of the combat of MMO. And yeah, you can argue with that one. Yeah, I can definitely see it because Black Desert is tits and combat. There is nothing more that comes for this with this game. That those two elements keep this game alive for how much? It's over 10 years now in service. It's generating money. The studio is making more games. No, there is no layoffs. So it was successful
You've done
by
well, Bruce,
only
but
having
let's not get
insane
above
combat.
ourselves.
If we're gonna make a game, it also have to have amazing combat so people can explore it, so we can spark curiosity. Or what if I'm gonna equip this helmet or these gloves? How it's gonna affect my combo? Can I do this? Can I do that? So 5,000, 10,000 hours
Town
go
wasn't
by
half the man
in
you
people
called.
exploring all of the different options that come with insane
Mel-
and great design combat mechanics. And those people are not in forums or YouTube demanding where is new right, where is new update. They are busy honing their skills on dummies or killing thousand monsters, gish, because it's fun. So yes, combat has to be a foundation, one of the foundational pillar of if the game has to have long-term success. And what is Wizard Vision? How I see perfection in this combat field. Well, there are games that achieve it, like perfect quote-unquote 3D combat, and their name is Soul Calibur 2 and 3, and maybe 6. And from the same company, they also are doing Tekken. So Tekken 5, 2, 7, 8 is trash. 5, 7 Tekken, 5, 6, 7 Tag Tournament 2, and
What
so
do you
on.
want?
All those
It would
games
be
in
wrong
that
to do that here.
Yes?
period of time, plus the Soul Calibur 236. I keep those games as human perfection in 3D combat. Like, this is peak. This is how humanity achieve perfection. And let me explain why is that. Those games that I mentioned before, Soul Calibur Tekken, at its peak could have up to 60 characters, 60 playable characters, and every of those characters could have $50 to $100 moves on average.
just ask.
50 to 100 different attacks. What a joke, shikish, poof. And different weapons, different range on attacks, projectiles, you name it. Everything was there. Imagine having 60 classes in MMO, and every of those classes have on average 100 different skills, attacks, and different ranges, bro. Complete disaster bonanza, kusoge, unbalanced cock. But for those games,
Fine.
those previews mentioned games, I can assign any character to any player. They can have 100 matches, and better player will win 90 times out of 100. 95, 90 times, better player win, no matter what character he gonna choose. That's how good this system is. That's how good the balancing and the combat system work for those games.
Amused.
Of course, there were attempts to do it by other game companies and developers, and it breed new type of the games. They are called arena
Of course.
fighters, and they mostly dominated by anime games. Basically, anime mashers like Naruto, Dragon Ball, Bleach. You just jump on enemy and there is not many substance to it. They suck sticks. They really suck. Yeah, but the concept is there. The closest MMO that we had with that system was Blade and Soul, and now Blade and Soul Neo, the old version of the game, pre-combat simplification, and it got re-released in complete pay-to-win dogshit state about a year ago in February. Game still operational, you can check it by yourself. And that's it, that's the Wizard Vision for combat. That's under test. poking and probing right now. I will call it a Blade and Soul legacy-like combat system with some DNA from Tekken and Soul Calibur, minus frustrating part like a 5 minutes CC chain or different movement speed in when you're in combat and out of combat. This is Wizard desired direction.
When I make
However, it's still proof of concept. It may change 1,000 times. I may get vision. Entire thing may get scrapped. But this is like, you know, sun on the horizon is rising, and I'm on a horse to meet the vision. Anyway, that's it for combat. And now we swiftly move to the second pillar of gaming: monetization. I don't want this video to be 1-2 hour long, as probably after 20-30 minutes, 80% people will be already in the back. Stop yapping, start gaming right now. Attention span 10 seconds, so we won't go into nitty-gritty technical details. After about a year of laying down
You're right. No, I'm not the wizard, but I like to watch his content. I like to watch how he rants about every game in existence. I mean, he's not wrong. MMO industry is in shambles, but
separates me from the victory. How they separated my choo-choo hype train from my destination station where I'm gonna win. It is government, it is bots, it is RMT, it is cash shop, it is game immersion, and it is transparency. All of those are obstacles that separate Wizard from his perfect game. And those obstacles have to be solved by monetization. If the game that is made by
it seems like it.
in a
Yeah.
basement in some Romania,
You know, I kind of want to play Final Fantasy.
for this game to
Well, I
reach
don't know
the
if I have the
heavens and
time.
save the world, it have to be monetized via cryptocurrency. And now, oh my god, all the people have like the
Yo.
tape playing in their head.
You want to
Oh,
start
it's
same
still-
time, Ray?
Oh, scam! Oh my god! How can you do it here? It went crazy! Oh my god! Scam rock pool! Oh, he will steal money! How? No business! Oh, you still here? Didn't Rage close the video? Amazing. Let me explain the
Oh my
entire
God,
genius
nice.
plan that was crafted between
useful voice.
educational material sessions.
What if
So
I do
first,
just movements behind this?
usage of any like bozo volatile coin is impossible, as you gonna
You don't think so? I
craft
could play
some bozo
NA,
coin that is
no?
worth $1 and
Or
then
you can
go
come
back,
play to
you wake
Japan
up
server,
and the coin
bro.
is worth $0.01. Okay?
There's always a
so
way.
no bozo coin, no trash cryptocurrency. Unfortunately, 99%
I mean-
of the cryptocurrency is trash.
Yeah,
However,
but it's an
there are
MMO,
some
man.
good
I
shit.
played
For
WoW.
example, Tether USDT.
I played WoW with
This
200
one
ping for
Tether
like 2
USDT
years, and it was not
is
bad.
always worth $1. It's 1-to-1 conversion ratio, no matter what. And it is backed by
And it's not hardcore, so it's
USA
like, you
Federal
know, I was
Reserve
playing with
Bank.
200 ping, and I was the best DPS in my raids as Elemental Shaman.
Go to US
My guild was
governments
kind of bad
and
though,
give them
but
$1 million.
still, you know, I was pumping
US
damage.
government in return give them $1
It's not
million
bad for
in
MMOs.
treasury bonds. Like the paper, hey, we owe you $1 million. Then the same company releases 1 million of those cryptocurrency tokens. That's why it's backed by USA and it won't bagoosh overnight. It's kinda secure. But Wizard, how it help with government? Glad you asked. Let's examine legit way how $100 is traveling from the customer to developer pocket. So first you spend $100
But it
on
might
the game.
might be way
and
easier for me
average,
to go to
EUV value
to
added
NA
tax
server.
is 22%. So out of this 100, 22% bagoosh. Then you have to have accountants, then you have to adhere to rules, then you have to do all of those, you know, bureaucracy shit. And by the time it reached the devs,
I think I didn't want to
the
move
dev
on
into
this
the
to
pocket that also have to pay around 20% income tax, it's $50-60. So $40 were eaten, almost half of the game income got eaten by bureaucracy and taxes. Cryptocurrency, however, is treated as asset and it is regulated by capital gains tax. So let me give you an example. You go to cryptocurrency exchange, you have $100, then you're gonna exchange it to cryptocurrency, the rate is around 2%, you have $98 left, you spend it on our game, and this $98 lands in developer pockets. And when the developer want to exchange it, it's another like 2%. So he ends up with $97. And because it is a capital gain, if, for example, in Romania you pay 10% tax, and if it's in Czech Republic, if you hold it for longer than 3 years, you paid 0% tax. So yeah, it is amazing. You save like 30 to 40% on taxation using this ninja trick. And now bots. How I'm gonna deal with the bots and how cryptocurrency can help us with bots. So idea is every time you log in, you pay 20 cents, 50 cents. Maybe for entire day, it's gonna be maybe for a half day. It's just up to debate. The amount don't really matter, the net matters. Every time you pay, every time you spend 20, 50 cents, it saves on the ledger. Because the cryptocurrency trading is public. You can see all the transactions and you can trace back origin of all the coins.
Let me see.
So if I catch the bot, I can trace back his origin, where the cryptocurrency came from, and all the accounts that are affiliated with these persons that supply other bots, okay? I can bagoosh them at once. So that's why it's important to spend like small sums, small amounts, as often as possible to see all the connections between accounts and players. And by restricting cryptocurrency exchanges support just to like 3 or 4, you can almost match account to individual person without asking them for any ID or vulnerable information. Just by the traffic you generate, I can tell, oh, this guy is XBB3C, and this guy is XBB3B. Now the final boss of every game, the one that defeated all the companies. All the companies like Blizzard and Ubisoft and so on, they give up. Every one of them had introduced their own RMT. They couldn't defeat the other RMTers, so they make their own and they're competing. There's official RMT and unofficial. I don't believe it can be completely stopped. First part is to counterweight the power that comes with gold. So gold give you an equipment, gold give you damage. So to counterweight the gold, let's do so leveling up will take time. Leveling up and progressing your characters should take some time. So, okay, I spent €1,000 on some RMT service, I got the armor, but oof, I cannot equip it because level too low or not enough strength or not enough something. That's like the first answer. You have to actually play the game to be able to equip good shit. Second, counterweight would be skillful combat. So let's say average person could do 100% power, but someone who is dedicated, who can press buttons well, and it's skilled, or play the game along and practice all of the combos or all of the rotations, can do like 130, 100. 50%. So even if the player will be slightly better geared, the player with less wooden hands would win. That's like the counterweight in-game system. And the second part of the operation would be charging small amount of cryptocurrency during two players trading. And again, the amount is for the debate, 10p, 20p, really not big sum. What's the function of it will be, the transaction amount and transaction numbers like golden items, this information will be engraved into the coin, and this coin will carry it to ledger, to blockchain. And now all the transactions will be visible. You trade something with someone, it is publicly available, and all the people that play the game and everyone in the internet can see if you do something shady, and then can point us, the developers, oh look, this guy, we pull off his top ranking, we pull off his logs, and he's trading some billions of gold. I believe RMT will be greatly reduced if all the shenanigans, all the trading, all the people involved will be publicly accessible. Everyone will be able to check who is trading who and what. It will greatly discourage. There is way more benefits to having cryptocurrency, but I will cut the chase because I see how much yapping I already recorded, bro. I didn't think it will be... So I will go to final two. Other companies that suck dick, like Visa, MasterCard, decide you to bagush you and you are bagushed. With cryptocurrency, well, they can't do shit. Even government cannot froze your account, so immortality, financial immortality. And if by accident some animations from other games get whooshed into our game, into, you know, it is what it is, and they will decide to sue us. All the crew will be anonymous. They will get paid with cock coins or Tether USDT, and their names will not be known. They will be private, they will be anonymous, so any company
Is there like a free divine there?
cannot go after them if we decide to do some animation shenanigans, you know? And the final thing is transparency. Transparency is important. You know what happened to Ashes of Creation. 100 million went whoosh, or 115 million whoosh. No 150 million, no game, okay? Very, very bad time for all people involved. And with cryptocurrency, you see all the financial spending of the game. You see how much the game earned, how much was distributed to the devs, how much was distributed to other shit, and you as a community can hold this entire operation accountable if we ever decide to, you know, please give us €5, please, you know, the begging operation. The biggest downside, the biggest hurdle, hassle I see in this idea is average Joe going to crypto exchange company and making account there to play our shitty game. That may be impossible to overcome for most of the people. And if the people will end up too retarded to pump, that will probably happen, the entire system will be simplified just to keep three main pillars of the operation. Tax optimization, keeping the identity of the developers hidden, having RMT and trading public to reduce this cancer. So let's do quick TLDR, summarize the monetization. No currency exchange, like no...
The idea sounds great, I don't think it's happening though.
In-game currency completely separated. No cosmetics, no battle passes. The best case scenario would be cash shop completely bagushed. No cash shop in the game. Oh, that would be glorious. What would be monetized? What's the draft for monetization? Every time you log in, small fee. Like with the arcades in the 90s. You go to arcade place, you put quarter, boom, you play the game. Next would be small fees when players trade through themselves or through the market so the community can monitor the RMT. And finally, many various gamba slot machines sport betting into the game that player would engage and portion of it will go towards the game development. Basically crypto casino. And for the finale, what steps have to be taken for this train to arrive on its destination and for great success to save the gaming? All the mechanics, all the concepts should be released as standalone game. Let's say we do combat mechanic, we put 2 characters on like in void, and you can pew 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 press buttons and tell us if you feel good. Alright? Or crafting or gamba slot machines, how it vibing with the community, how the players feel about it, and if it feels good. Good. When everything feels good, it's time to put everything together. Gish in one big project, and the baby will be born. Oh, and I can retire and say, yes, I shine. As for the wizard mission, I will probably do some animations. I'm learning animations now, Blender, all of those artistic tasks. Plus, for the game to be successful, we have to gather around 1 million subscribers. Oh my god, that's gonna hard. 1 million subscribers, as I believe there is 5% conversion rate. So 95% people will don't give a fuck, and 5%, that's like 50k player, if the 50k player will make accounts, and 20% of it, I think with 10k online, we will be able to keep the game updated and develop new content for it, and pay people for their job. Woohoo. That's the Wizard vision. Wizard have spoken. It is what it is, and time to get to job, and time to push, so the train will arrive on the station. Thank you very much for watching, and see you in about 5 to 10 years. Wizard out.
Question 1. When's the first time you have been sued or threatened to be sued as a journalist?
First time I was sued, I think was 2021. I was sued by the chief of police of a small town in Ohio.
What town was that?
Alliance.
Is that near where Afro Man was raided by sheriffs?
Where was that again? It's pretty close, yeah.
Adams County.
I don't remember what county this was, but it was pretty close. I did look up the town.
And what made the big bad chief so mad at you?
Telling the truth. I said some facts about him that he did not like, and because he has the ability to sue for defamation, anyone can, he did.
So you've seen the civil court system exploited by powerful people for a long time.
A long time.
How did things pan out? Did you file an anti-SLAPP motion?
We won. No, we didn't file an anti-SLAPP. I was working with a company, so luckily they had insurance, an attorney. Everything went down as it usually does with journalists. He's a public figure. He was chief of police. I had 2 or more sources saying the information I had, and he lost.
How much do you think it costs on average for a journalist to fight against someone like that in court?
I know that one cost $500,000 up to $1 million, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I'm in a similar lawsuit right now. I'm getting sued by wiretapping by a guy I've never even met before.
I was curious about the wiretapping wiretapping because journalists can do one-party consent states.
Woodward and Bernstein,
Yes.
they wiretapped Nixon at the Watergate Hotel or something like that, and they got off on it because they did a good thing for society.
Right.
This guy's named Bill Joyner, not important, 54 years old. He lied about us wiretapping him, violation of the federal wiretap statute, to get us in federal court, and I've spent about $500,000 so far fighting
Yeah.
him, and the judge, who's 89, actually believes him.
Well, she's an elderly lady. She's doing well. She'll live her last of her days praising Jesus, drinking Old English, and hanging out with her people.
Wow. We were actually talking a lot about this today when the judge is in the pocket with the police, is in the pocket with, you know, your little guy.
It's a closed system.
It is, and you will win, but it costs you a lot of money.
And do you find that weaponizing the Streisand effect?
The Streisand effect is a phenomenon in which an attempt to suppress or hide information has the unintended consequence of publicizing the information more widely.
Screaming the truth through a megaphone, so to speak, helps to increase pressure against the big bad guys?
I do. I absolutely do. We had billboards in this town. I mean, he sued because of how embarrassed he was at the truth that we put out there.
What was the particularly embarrassing nugget of truth that you distributed?
So this was published in a textbook. This chief of police went to a particularly grisly, gruesome murder scene. A mother of 5 was almost decapitated, and he was out on a joyride with what this other person reported was a date. And so he allegedly brought this date to the crime scene. I reported that. It was in multiple sources. He had his own patrol officer saying he brought a woman that was not his wife to this crime scene.
Oh, wow, so he was married.
Yes.
So
yes.
it was a matter of his family being deconstructed.
That, you know, obviously you don't bring civilians to crime scenes. That's why there's police tape. So all of it was just very bad and looked really bad for him.
So you can't bring a civilian to a crime scene?
Not usually. You're not supposed to.
I was arrested for public urination in Klamath Falls, Oregon by the chief of police there, and she was riding with her mom. While she was handcuffing me, her mom was kind of yelling like, "Yeah, get her!" Do I have a case to fight back?
I don't know. You could try.
Really?
I mean, so while it's not like technically illegal, it's really bad practice because someone could contaminate a very grisly murder scene where there's blood everywhere, in which this police force did do. So that was what my piece was about.
Well, thank you for the counsel, and thanks so much for taking the time. I really appreciate
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Fivecast, our long-form sit-down program here at Channel 5. Available in video form on YouTube and audio form on all major podcast platforms. This is an interview with Maggie Freeland, a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist perhaps best known for her reports on wrongful convictions in the U.S. legal system. As some of you guys may know, the U.S. has the highest incarceration rate in the developed world, with 1.8 million people currently sitting behind bars right now, 40% of which are serving time for nonviolent offenses, like drug convictions from back in the 90s, when third-time offenders were given mandatory life without parole in states like California and Texas. In Maggie's view, highlighting wrongful conviction cases and other various mishandlings of justice is essential in understanding just how broken the system is. So if you want to learn more, definitely check out our podcast. We'll put the link in bio.
What was it like getting the Big P?
We didn't know we were submitted for it, and they announced it on Twitter, so it was really like anticlimactic. There's no physical awards, so it's just kind of this thing that floats in the ether.
What was the piece of coverage that you think got you there?
So that one, I know it was, this was actually the 3rd podcast ever to win a Pulitzer, and it was on a podcast I did about juvenile lifers, children that were sentenced to mandatory life in prison around the 80s, 90s during the super predator era, and what happens when you are expected to die in prison.
So that was the Bill Clinton 3-strike era.
Yes.
Prison gymnasiums have been turned into dormitories, and even county jails are full. All this is part of the legacy of California's 3 strikes law passed in 1994.
When you commit a 3rd violent crime, you will be put away and put away for good. 3 strikes and you are out.
Statewide, recidivism rate is pretty high. It's extremely high. In fact, I think it's failed in terms of the scorecard of how effective it's been. So it shows that locking people up isn't the answer. It is not.
When did they start handing out juvenile life sentences?
So it was during the war on drugs. It was around then, 70s, 80s, and that was really what the piece was about. It focused on this young boy at the time. His name was Suave from Philadelphia, and he committed a murder when he was 17. And so he was sentenced to mandatory life without parole. Now the problem was it was a mandatory sentence. So back then, judges were not given discretion in how they sentenced you. They couldn't say, well, the way he grew up was really fucked up, so he should get X. Whatever it was, you had to be given life without parole. And then later, in 2014, it took that long for the courts to finally say, wait a second, children should not be given mandatory life without parole. It's kind of crazy to think that only happened in 2014.
Do you think think anybody should get life without parole?
No.
What's your stance on the future of prison reform? I'm sure when you have these conversations, people like to point to the worst criminals out there. That tends to be the first thing people ask when they talk to abolitionists. Like, what about John Wayne Gacy type of people?
I think there is a place for those kinds of people. I think they're a very small population of person, right? And so when we're talking about prison abolition and abolish the police and things like that, it really does start with centering the community and the community approach to reform. I think we have reached a place where prisons are obsolete and we can really rely on the community building to reform people. Now again, a John Wayne Gacy, totally different type of person. And I think that's where people start to get
true.
the conversation.
I don't agree with what she's saying,
what
you
about
know?
John Wayne Gacy?
Well, a good maybe statistic to throw back at them is, do you know what percentage of people in prison are nonviolent offenders?
The majority of them are non-violent.
That's one more thing, right?
Yeah,
Don't think I agree with everything I listen to.
Women in prison who eventually
But
get
yeah, I'm
criminal
on you on this
convictions are
one,
convicted
man.
of no crime
Normal
crimes.
people
So
don't
crimes never
kill
even took
other
place. So that's
people.
something like shaken baby syndrome. And most women are in prison for actually murdering children when that never even happened. When you talk about the prison system, like Angela Davis said, I believe prisons are obsolete. People deserve second chances. There needs to be reform instead of punishment, because it obviously doesn't work. And the reason I won the Pulitzer is because when you look at what happens when laws change, you sentence these children to die in prison. You gave them no hope, no reform, no education, because most of the time you do not get education in states, especially lifers. And then the laws change in 2014 and 2017. And all of these people that you put in and threw away are now out in the street. And now what? And that was a huge deal because some of these people did commit crimes again. And then it was like, well, look at this whole thing. Like, well, this is what happens when they get out. They'll commit crimes again. They should never get out. No, you just never gave them the tools to learn how to live in society.
A recent analysis by the Council on Criminal Justice says rearrest rates within 5 years are still high, but researchers are encouraged by the downward trend.
So as far as reducing the recidivism rate, what do you think are some of the biggest barriers that offenders face in the reentry process?
So one of the biggest is just parole in general. Parole is set up so people fail. Usually, most times, I've really never heard of an instance where someone on parole does not have to pay for their parole. So you're often talking about people who went in, who were in poverty and were maybe stealing toothpaste, right? So now they're out on parole. You didn't offer them a job. They probably didn't have a job to begin with because they were destitute. So now how are they supposed to pay their parole officer and not go back to prison? So they often just go back to prison because of that. One of the things I've noticed recently, actually speaking to a lot of people, is getting in relationships, not learning how to have a relationship in prison. I'm just going to say men, because a lot of who I speak to are men. They get in relationships with women and don't notice red flags, and a lot of these women know they can hold parole over their heads. They can threaten them. They can, like Suave did. He went back to prison because of a woman made an allegation. So I think parole truly is the biggest barrier to success.
And when somebody gets out of like a juvenile life sentence, what's the average parole term? Is it a couple years?
No, Suave is on lifetime parole.
So that basically means that you spend the rest of your time not only under state supervision, but essentially one mistake can get you sent back to prison to continue your life sentence.
Yes.
What? So parole violations can be misdemeanors.
And you can go back to prison for life.
And being behind on a payment to an officer.
Yes.
Do you know that, like, I heard that, especially in Louisiana, I know it's different between states, but not that different. Child support's a big issue too?
It's, again, if you're not paying your child support, it's probably a violation. Like, you have to be in compliance with you have to be the most upstanding citizen when you're on a parole. It's a lot like being an immigrant. No violations, nothing. You're going to ICE, you're getting deported, right? It's just like that. It's really scary. And like, exactly like you said, how are you ever supposed to be free? How are you ever supposed to get a second chance when the cards are stacked against you from the beginning? And the reason you're in prison in the first place is probably because the cards are stacked against you.
Have you
Why would you be forgiven? Like,
yeah. Well, so he got out.
Why,
so it was a false allegation.
Why should
Yes,
someone
he
be
went back in
lenient to
actually
you?
for
Like,
a month or so, and he said it was truly the worst. That was the time he felt suicidal.
when you've proved
doing
in the
31
past
years,
you're
getting out for a
not
couple
that
years,
great of
and
a
then
person.
literally going back in for a lie.
Psychologically.
Psychologically, that broke him.
The parole board can say, I see you in 10 years, I see you in 15 years. They can throw the key away. That's like heavy on your mind when you start thinking about that. No matter if you're doing good, no matter if you got a job, no matter if you got this and you got that. It could be steps from you in a heartbeat, and there's nothing you could do about it.
I mean, especially like some of these states, it's like it's set up insidiously to get people back in jail. Like I mentioned child support. So in Louisiana, if you go to jail or prison with a kid, like on the outside, the state pays your child support for you. But then once you get out of jail, like stack it up and invoice you with like a big balance. And if you owe the state more than $1,500 in child support payments, you can't get an ID, can't apply for a job. You basically can't do anything.
That sounds right.
And so of course you go back to hustling, especially if you grew up in a street environment. Like you're going to sell drugs, do whatever you can to get by with no ability to like be lawfully employed. And so people end up right back.
That sounds correct. That sounds just like parole. And actually, one of the things you mentioned, kids, so I want to tell you, a woman named Alicia Burns, she was an innocence case I covered. When she was 16, she went to prison. She was being trafficked. She was 16. I mean, no one at 16 can consent. Let's just put that out there. She gets out on parole. She beats her, charges, but she's on parole, and she had children at that time. She goes back in for a parole violation. I believe hers was jaywalking, and she loses her children forever for a parole violation. The state took her kids. She didn't have anyone to give her kids to. She has no more kids. They were put in foster care. This woman who was trafficked as a child was wrongfully convicted for a murder because she was trafficked, then violates parole for a conviction she never even did in the first place, and loses her children for life. That is our system.
Is that one of the stories that has like haunted you the most throughout this process?
Yeah.
There's probably got to be some psychological weight hearing all these stories. What kind of motivates you to continue doing this kind of work?
Just the rage, the anger. I say all the time, like, I'm really just driven by revenge, and revenge is just getting accountability for the people that do wrong to these people. Again, just putting out there, I don't believe in prisons, but when you think about people that shouldn't be in prison, who are wrongfully convicted, it's upwards of 10% of the prison population. That's hundreds of thousands of people that did nothing to be in these prisons. And then we're talking about, I'm doing the story right now in Michigan, where the only women's prison in Michigan, where there are thousands of women, is infested with mold. And these women are dying just from breathing mold in a prison. And again, there's women that shouldn't be there, that are dying because of the conditions.
On a deeper level, why do you think that the United States and the federal government needs so many people in prison?
Well, they make money. The private prisons make money from it.
What generates more money? I've always been curious. Private prison contracts or prison labor itself?
I don't know which generates more money, but they're both part of the exact system that makes the money, because you get the prison contract and then you use the cheap and/or slave labor to do the things that you need.
When you say slave labor, you mean like it's totally unpaid?
Often it's unpaid, often it's cents. It was at Louisiana recently, at Angola, where they were discovering that all of these men were just literally working for free, cents on the dollar. If you think about it, that is slave labor. They have no autonomy. They're stuck in there. They have to do it.
And it's some semblance of structure. They don't have to stay inside of the cell block all day. Especially in Angola, it literally looks like a plantation.
It looks like a plantation. Well, it was, yeah. I mean, it's one of the most jarring images. If you just Google Angola prison, I think we're thinking of the same one, where the CO's on the horse and you just see a bunch of black men in a field. That is our prison system today.
Have you been to the rodeo?
No, I don't go to the rodeo.
Yeah, I went there for a school assignment. It was my first story I ever did, like at a prison facility, and it was super interesting. I was like in the bullpen with some of the prisoners, and they were so stoked on it.
Because they got to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the objective horrors of the situation, which is like mostly lifer trustees performing at a ticketed event for free people and running toward bulls, like damaging their internal organs. But they were just so stoked. They were like, I'm the best bull rider, and it was interesting. And I see why people might work for free as well.
Well, do you remember the firefighters in the LA fires?
I saw some pictures of that.
They were all like young guys from prisons around California, and they were just fighting these fires. Like, that is free labor.
What kinds of labor are most done in prison?
These days, I guess I don't really know. I know a lot of farming, like you saw in Angola. If there's farms, a lot of clothing production, like manufacturing, stuff like that, where they can have big production assembly lines inside the prison.
Are most prisons private now, or is it still mostly state and federal owned?
I'm going to say most are state, federal prisons, private, are run by CoreCivic or Geo Group.
That's interesting. I just did a report about CoreCivic and Geo Group. I thought they were just doing ICE detention.
No, they do not. So it's funny. So back in 2018, I was reporting on ICE detention centers. I started doing a lot of border reporting, detention center reporting. We were actually investigating who oversees ICE detention centers, because the DOJ actually had a long system of oversight. ICE detention centers actually do not. They oversee themselves. And that's really the scary thing about the DOJ versus DHS. When someone goes into ICE detention, they literally disappear and they vanish.
I was just surprised to see that those two same companies were also heavily invested in private prisons.
Yes, they also own the private prisons.
Because you mostly hear about them when people were talking about ICE.
Well, I was surprised too when I found that out. Yeah, because back then when I was doing this reporting almost a decade ago, they didn't own as many prisons. Now they do.
A lot of them donated to the Trump campaign and all that. Basically, their payback, or like their scratch on the back, is now coming in terms of like deportation numbers rising.
Yes.
At the end of President Obama's second term, then Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates announced that the administration would phase out private prisons. CoreCivic and Geo stocks plummeted. 2 months later, President Trump was elected and the stocks soared.
When they make money per prisoner, per person in detention, they get paid by the government. They are incentivized to lock people up and keep them locked up to make money.
So they have a margin, just like a hotel, just like any business. So they have a bed rate, they agree on with the government, and the government pays them, let's say $150 a day per person. They now take that $150, they say, okay, $10 of that is gonna go to pay for our phone bills for this facility. $5 of that is gonna go to pay for the food that we have to distribute. So like when you take that $150, it gets sliced up into all the different costs that go into running this facility. Many subcontractors, many other companies are coming in to fulfill different services. And at the end of the day, you have some portion of that is the profit that these places make. The biggest slice of that pie is almost always labor. I don't know the exact number, but it's a significant portion of that pie, where again, you start to see some kind of messing around with this model when the detention companies say, well, do we really need to have 8 guards in this hallway? What if we could make do with 4 guards in this hallway? Yeah. Do we really need to have a medical team of 2 doctors and 6 nurses? Can we really make do with 1 doctor and 3 nurses? There are some regulations. Typically the contracts will say you have to staff these with a certain number of people, but there's also been a long history of the companies kind of failing to meet those staffing goals.
Would you say that on average, the conditions of a privately owned detention facility are worse than that of one that is managed by a county, state, or federal governing body?
It's hard to say. I think there have been some studies that show that, but I don't know if there's anything conclusive. How do you rank human misery? How do you rank suffering? How do you rank conditions? I don't know anything definitive about that.
So a lot of young people our age see stuff happening like mass detention, basically everything going on, every distraction deployed by the Trump administration, the Greenland acquisition, as a distraction from the biggest story of the day, which is the Jeffrey Epstein file release. In your experience reporting, do you give any credence to that theory? They shut down the government to avoid the release of the Epstein files. And right when the second batch was about to come out, all of a sudden, the operation begins in Minnesota. Somali fraud. Everything is, the extreme fear-mongering begins.
Well, I mean, just going back to immigration, I don't know what this president thinks in his own head about immigration, but I do know there's a very strong sentiment held by a large portion of this country, if not majority, then close to a majority of this country, who strongly feel like illegal immigrants need to be locked up and sent away from this country. And this is a big reason, if not the main reason, that this president got reelected.
Have you ever interviewed any of the officials involved?
No, always in my request for comment. Actually, it was interesting. I got back my ICE FOIA. I FOIA'd for some, ICE sexual abuse reports in 2018. I didn't get them back until 2022. They sent me the report.
So they're purposely slow rolling it.
Oh yeah. I think that it is intentionally a black hole of a system.
Same with like the media ownership class. It's like a black box. Who's above Time Warner C-suite? We don't know.
We don't know.
And you've done a lot of work at the border.
I have.
What's your favorite border town?
Well, we're close to Brownsville, so I do like Brownsville. I think it's really cute. I loved Juarez, surprisingly.
Yeah, Juarez is cool.
I loved Juarez, and we're checking out Tijuana in a couple of days.
Tijuana is more fun than both those spots combined.
No
Because Tijuana is like a party city.
Yeah.
I was gonna shout out the Red Dragon Bar, Dragon Rojo in Zona Norte. That spot is tight as fuck.
Well, then we'll go.
Huevo a huevo, el Dragón Rojo es el mejor bar de todo aquí en Tijuana. Esperemos que nos apoyen y don't read rock and roll.
When I always talk to the homie Josue from Mexico City, he always says to me like, there's really 4 cities in Mexico. Mexico City, Guadalajara, TJ, and then like Merida. He's like, if you're in the scene here, like those are like the 4 cultural hubs. Juarez is sick too on like a cultural excitement level.
Que la cultura en México es más divertida y la comunidad, la gente. Si tienes ganas de hacer algo en México, vas a cualquier lugar y aquí es un poco muy diferente la vida. Amo Juárez y México.
So did you go to the first margarita bar?
No,
it's in
I
Juarez.
didn't. Where is it in Juarez?
I forget where I have it marked. I'll send it to you. But it is the first margarita bar, and then the Caesar salad bar is in Tijuana.
And then nachos were invented in Piedras Negras, which is across from Eagle Pass in Texas.
No freaking way.
Hell yeah.
All right, we gotta hit that up.
So your journey as a journalist didn't begin doing stuff like this. You were in the Alps.
In the Alps, I was.
What was popping in the Alps back then?
Nothing was popping in the Alps. That's why I don't do that anymore.
Before we continue with Maggie, I want to talk about data centers for just 1 second.
All right, guys, it's quite clear that data center developers are purposely going into marginalized communities to exploit their land because job growth and the idea of employment coming to poor areas is enough to coerce different local boards and government bodies to sacrificing the public health of their constituents for some quick bucks. Utilizing the water the community actually needs to build the AI infrastructure infrastructure to feed the police state, that's the surveillance state you can see with your own eyes. You know, physical buildings, real environmental cost. However, there's another version of that doesn't have a building or data center anywhere. It lives behind the scenes, and it's already fully operational. You see, there are over 420 companies out there called data brokers. Their entire business is collecting your home address, phone number, relatives info, previous addresses, income bracket, and then selling access to anybody who pays. Sometimes the FBI is that person. It's really the same surveillance layer, just running off of different servers, and you didn't consent to any of it. But yo, let's keep it real. You can't shut down a data center by yourself. But you know what you can do? You can pull yourself out of the private sector version of that, and Incogni can help get you there. What they do is contact data brokers directly, demand your info come down, and do a sweep every 60 to 90 days to make sure that it stays down. So far, they've had over 245 million removal requests processed and are doing more and more by the second. Every day, Incogni is active, fighting for you, fighting for me, to keep our digital paper trail clean. Oh my God, they're heaven sent. Just go to incogni.com/channel5 or hit the link in the description box and pinned comment of this video and use code channel5 to get 60% off right now. Again, that's 60% off at incogni.com/channel5. All right, back to the video.
I started journalism at 18, and so I wanted to do travel reporting. That was back when like Frommer's and all those like travel books existed, and so I wanted to do that kind of writing. And then I went and was like, this is just for rich people. Like, who reads these things? Rich people traveling to the Alps. And very quickly I was like, this isn't me. My mom was a union organizer. We weren't doing those kinds of things, and I was like, I want to give a voice to people. So it was not wine and cheese in the Alps.
So your transition into this kind of thing began with dissatisfaction in the traditional travel journalism world.
Yeah, I guess so.
And when did you jump off the porch being the Alps, and decided, like, you know what, fuck all this, I'm gonna do my own thing, I'm gonna actually write about things that I and my mom would care about?
So I started doing environmental conservation writing. I loved the earth and animals, so I was doing that. I worked at Fish and Wildlife for a bit, and then I guess it was when I went to Latino USA and started doing more like immigration reporting that everything changed, and I met Suave.
What was the first immigration coverage story that you came across where you're like, okay, this is worth it?
I did a story about a plane crash that took place decades ago of a bunch of braceros, migrant farm workers from El Centro, and they were flying through California and the plane crashed, and all these bracero migrant farm workers died. They were buried in a mass nameless grave, and so I did this whole story trying to uncover who they were, and this kind of gave me this historical perspective of immigration and kind of where we are now.
So you looked into Imperial Valley history?
Yeah, I did.
Do you feel like the promise of like the UFW and all that has held up, or do you feel like the corporate agricultural lobby has taken the power away from the braceros?
I think that people are always going to have power. I think right now we're in a moment where we need to remember that. And of course the whole, sexual assault allegations against Chavez were really wild.
The allegations involve, quote, inappropriate sexual behavior with women and minors during his time as president of the United Farm Workers of America.
Dolores Huerta was the leader, and she should be centered, and I loved people really centering her, but the people will always have power. It's just, I think we're in a moment right now where the people with money, the state, they have a lot of weapons, and I think we need to remember that we have the power.
So you think the goal of the current corporate capture is to make us feel disempowered.
Yes.
And like our voices don't mean anything.
Well, and I think also with a lot of this slopaganda online, just to really keep us stupid. We had a conversation about psyops on psyops on psyops. I think there's so much out there. So many psyops to keep us just uneducated. And when you hear something that's real or, you just don't think it is, again, we as a group, as a mass, as people have the power. We just need to recognize that and really pull our heads out of the slop.
What psyop in particular grinds your gears the most in 2026?
I really hate Taylor Swift, and I'm just always going to say she's a psyop.
And what is she trying to do? What's she trying to do?
I think Taylor Swift keeps young women stupid. I
Yo.
really think that she gives this faux
Finally, I
feminist,
agree with her on something.
image, and so I think young women look at her and think that's feminism, and I guess if that's your brand of feminism, great, but it's not.
So you think that she's trying to shepherd in or re-shepherd in the nuclear family? And she's a horseman of the...
Well, I think so now, especially, what's the name of the guy she's dating? And she's becoming kind of this, like, MAGA, like, icon kind of in a way that Sydney Sweeney has become. But, like, Taylor Swift more so, because she has always been that, like, Americana golden girl. It took me a really long time to understand her. Like, why do people like her? What is this? And the answer is, she's everything that is just so basic and mediocre. And so young women can look up to that. And I think that is part of the psyop. Like, just be basic. Don't really be any more than that.
And celebrity culture itself, I think, is meant to, like, break down collectivism. The blind idolatry of different famous people is literally built to, like, create a consumer society.
And that's what I mean in the simplest way of just keeping us dumb. Like, I just think it doesn't allow us to expand our brains beyond seeing a celebrity as, like, a hero in a way.
I don't espouse horseshoe theory, but there is, like, a kind of right-left thing happening where I'm sure, you know, you've heard the word goy-slop before.
Oh, sure.
And you know what they're talking about, sports, celebrities. I disagree with the word choice in certain ways. However, sports and celebrity culture are for sure the opiates of the masses.
Yes, always. And I think this year's Super Bowl halftime show with Bad Bunny was like a great example of that. When people look at that, and I'm not saying they're wrong, to have that kind of representation. Like, I know all my New Yorker friends were stoked, of course, like really radical people too, right? Who of course know that this isn't solving, you know, racism and everything by having Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl, but they were stoked at the representation. However, you can miss, you know, the fact that this is just placating us, just making us think like, oh, okay, we have Bad Bunny in the Super Bowl now, everything's solved.
That whole situation produced my favorite Trump quote.
What was it?
Which is, no one even knows what the hell this guy's saying.
The president decried the halftime show as one of the worst ever and an affront to the greatness of America, adding, nobody understands a word this guy is saying, and the dancing is disgusting.
Like, he's speaking Spanish, but in Trump's mind, he's just screaming gibberish.
Yeah.
So good for representation, but overall, culture war distraction.
To distract us from the fact that the billionaires own everything, you really don't have a say in anything, and they're keeping you stupid. So you don't collectively come together and rise up and say we need a better world, and we can fix it.
So you feel like maybe it's possible that the elites who control society on both the Democrat and Republican side of the aisle are actually in cahoots to keep us dumb and disengaged?
If we've learned anything from the Epstein files, it is that these people all hang out together.
They kick it hard. We got to keep the Epstein talk alive.
We do have to keep the Epstein talk alive.
Because it's dying hard, and there's still stuff that hasn't been released and hasn't been unredacted.
Well, we started a war to keep us distracted. Epstein files.
You think the magnitude is that severe?
I would say so.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I hear journalists, they don't want to put it out there because obviously we don't have the evidence yet. They ask the questions and no one can answer. Why does he feel so beholden to Israel?
So you think that there's an elite blackmail ring that's trying to manufacture compliance and consent to fund and ideologically support the Greater Israel Project?
No, I'm not gonna say that.
That sounds crazy.
I think there could be something there. We'll leave it at that.
Outside of that, what are some other unanswered questions from the Epstein files that come to mind for you?
Unanswered questions.
Yeah, where you're like, what the hell does that mean?
What was the whole thing where they're talking about eating? It was the code word for eating kids. What was it? Pizza.
Yeah, well,
the whole pizza thing in the files.
I can't believe we're at the point where so much of the QAnon crowd was right about certain stuff.
Well, that's what I mean. Some of these other psyops where they like put these things out there to make you think that you're crazy and wrong. It's like, but we weren't crazy and wrong. Like, we weren't fully there.
QAnon itself, I think, was like a Trump, Israel-backed operation to create totally meaningless rabbit holes where people are like going down to investigate
to misdirect from what was actually
like some of like the codes, like the messages they would post on QAnon.pub, and they would have like little riddles you could use gematria to solve, and none of it ever meant anything. And they had flat earthers up in there and Anunnaki lizard believers.
What was it? It was Ghislaine was part of Reddit and Epstein was part of, what was the other one?
4chan.
4chan.
Yeah.
Right, and they basically helped create this internet slop culture
100%.
to make us think none of this was real when it was real the whole time.
And I think it really worked to associate the crazy stuff with the real stuff to like make it all look stupid.
Yes.
Because I first heard the words Epstein coming from the mouth of a guy at a White Lives Matter rally in 2021 who before said, Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Clintons.
They assassinated Kobe Bryant. They tried to kill Tiger Woods in that car accident recently.
Why?
The Kobe Bryant deal is that he had dirt on the Clintons. I love black people. I love everybody.
Then he said Chester Bennington and Anthony Bourdain were about to make a documentary together about Frazzle Drip, and then the deep state took him out. And then he's like, and there's a guy named Jeffrey Epstein trafficking kids in the Caribbean. And so my word association was like, oh, that must be bullshit. And were you in that boat, or were you way hip to Epstein before the files came out?
Here's the thing, because I live in this world of true crime and murder and horrible things all the time, I absolutely believed there was an elite class of pedophiles trafficking children, because I knew of Johnny Gosh back in the 80s, the milk carton kid, you know, Tara Calico. You hear of all these stories in the true crime world. When I saw these things, was like, yep, I was right the whole time. Like, we knew it. Like, why is it so shocking to think that there are elite people that traffic children? When you're that rich and you have everything at your hands, what's the one thing you can't have?
So you think it being so forbidden makes them want to engage with that kind of thing? It's also the worst thing you can do, so you can hold that kind of thing over somebody.
Power over other people.
If recorded, you know, peer pressure to the maximum. I always looked at Epstein Island as like, I think some of the people on there were there to like really sell the blackmail. Like Eminem was there. And like Chris Rock was there. I'm willing to bet they're probably freestyle rapping and telling jokes to a bunch of people who are sitting around eating. So they're thinking like, oh, this is chill. Slim Shady's here. How could this be a pedophile island?
Right.
They hook up with a girl they think is of age. It's being filmed. They wake up. Epstein's got the tape, and he's like, all right, you work for me now. Get other people here, or else we're gonna ruin your life. Because they can leverage the media relationship too.
Right, absolutely. Again, we're told that we're crazy if we believe there is an elite class of people running the media, you know, running everything, but it's right there in front of our faces.
You know, another psyop, I think, is when people want to point fingers at who that elite class is. And it's happening a lot right now, just with Jews as a whole. And what do you think about that?
It's really wild, and you know, it comes back to Israel. It comes back to the intentional conflation of Jews with the state of Israel and all of the horror that Israel is doing. Truly, as a Jewish person, I've been saying lately, I've never seen so much anti-Semitism in my life, and it all is because of Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli project conflating all Jews with Israel. It's terrifying. It's really scary to see right now as a Jewish person, and I don't really know what to do about that. I've seen a lot of people in the Palestine movement too, like really bordering on anti-Semitism when it should be anti-Israel. And we need to remind ourselves that that was the intention of Israel, is to make sure that they can always exist because they need a safe place for Jews to go. And in order for that to happen, we have to have the anti-Semitism. So it's intentional. And all of us need to be aware of that and make sure we are countering that.
So you feel like as a colonial project, they hijacked the collective trauma of a bunch of people.
Absolutely. I
had a friend do a modified birthright trip when we were in high school, and they took him to Auschwitz first. Terrible, sad place. And then immediately after, like while he's processing and grieving that, they take him straight to Tel Aviv, pair him with like a super hot like IDF, like 6'3" stallion soldier lady, and like she takes him out for the whole night and parties with him. And in his mind, he's like, fuck, we had to go through that so we can have this.
Yeah.
And it's this crazy false equivalency because Palestinians had nothing to do with what happened in Europe.
The place that we're at today is honestly shocking to me as a Jewish New Yorker who never thought in my lifetime I would see people turn against Israel. I grew up just surrounded by Zionists. I don't know if you did, but like that's New York.
Anti-Semitism levels in New York City are off the charts. Unprecedented levels of anti-Semitism, of hate crimes against the Jewish community.
That was just normal. I never was, my family never was, but all of my friends around me, I never did birthright. I never wanted to give Israel any kind of money. I also often wonder, what would I have seen if I went? I kind of wish I went. I wish I saw this indoctrination. I didn't. I've heard about it. It's scary. It's really scary how many intelligent people I know in my life I'm not friends with anymore because they've been brainwashed into believing this supremacist ideology.
Yeah, it just simplifies the power structure, especially in the U.S. Like evangelical Christians are incredibly powerful. They have like more money than AIPAC. They just redistricted all of Tennessee, basically like eliminating Memphis as a voting block, so it's like an all red, mostly white voter base. It was evangelical, racist, conservative Christians who bankrolled that, not the Israeli lobby.
Christian Zionists.
They are Zionists. Yeah, why does Mike Huckabee care so much about Israel?
Oh my God, this is a whole situation. This has to do with bringing in the apocalypse and a whole religious thing. That is literally what it has to do with.
Wait, can you expand on that a bit?
They truly believe for them to be saved, all of the Jews have to go back to Israel. And then the red heifers need to be slaughtered. This year they were from Texas. There were actually 5 red heifers sent to Israel from Texas to be slaughtered to bring in the end times so all of the Christian evangelical Zionists can be saved. That's what it is. All the Jews have to go back and either be killed or convert. And so when you think about Christian Zionism, it's actually one of the most anti-Semitic things, actually. So when Mike Huckabee's over there loving Israel, he's loving Israel because he wants to sacrifice all the Jews so he can be saved.
Wow, I don't think people know that.
South Park did it.
Okay, cool.
There is a red heifer apocalypse from South Park. You can
We'll
watch
add
it.
some cartoons on screen. So you feel like the anti-Semitism is obviously advancing, but is there certain political factions in America you think are bandwagoning on the Gaza issue to like advance their sort of racist agenda?
Yeah, I do. I think it's the Christian evangelicals right now. I think they are really, I found a lot of these people in the movement who are very pro-Palestine, but in an anti-Jew way.
This fat Jew is anti-Semitic.
Yes.
Dan.
I mean, that's what you say, but how about every single time
that's what I know. I don't say it. I know it.
I've seen a lot of it. It's really scary. They recite scripture where, the Jews are the enemy of mankind. It's a lot of Bible stuff that I truly never thought in my life I would have to interact with. And now I live in Texas. My partner is running for Congress.
So my name's Greg Stoker. I am a former U.S. Army Ranger. I did 4 combat deployments to Afghanistan during the ill-fated and completely illegal war in Afghanistan. During the global war on terror, I'm now an anti-imperialist activist and military analyst. Currently running for Congress in Texas Congressional District 31, where they're building a new AI data center superhighway coming down from Dallas through Austin and into San Antonio.
There's a lot of scripture in our lives, and a lot of it is very anti-Jewish.
Yeah, you guys are really deep in it.
We're deep in it.
So growing up in New York City, would you say that you grew up in a Jewish community or just a community with a lot of Jewish people?
A community with a lot of Jewish people. I grew up on Long Island, surrounded by a lot of Jewish people. I grew up really secular. Like we just, we did the Hanukkah and we didn't really go to temple or anything like that. So I think that's why it was very easy for me to kind of separate myself from this Israel homeland situation. But I always knew it was important to Jewish people. I never really understood because there were times in my life where I would ask questions. And then I told an ex who was Jewish and his whole family that like I didn't support Israel. And then at the dinner table, he goes, "Mom, Maggie doesn't support Israel." And it was this like fork dropping, like gasp moment. And I was like, oh, I guess that's really bad, And like that was my boyfriend on Long Island. So I was surrounded by it forever. And again, I just never thought we would be in a place where people are finally calling out Israel for what it is.
Do you think that the public pressure campaign will ultimately work against them, or do you think they're so powerful that it's just going to be like buzzing of a fly?
No. I think it's working against them, and it will work against them. Somewhere like 80 to 90% of Democratic voters now. Israel doesn't hold the same power for them that it used to. They're not, this huge AIPAC voting bloc situation.
Their investment in the media and like all the things they're doing to like generate positive press around Israel, the public looks at it like, look, they control everything, look how powerful they are, but really, that's desperation. That's what people do when they're lying. They spend money to get the truth out there.
Suppress voices, there was the articles coming out back a couple of years ago, which I forget which news outlet, but one of the big ones their editorial team had to like vet things and run it by certain, Israeli members or whatever. It's really wild how hand in hand our media is with Israeli propaganda. But again, going back to, you asked about the farm worker and the people, and I'm like, all their money and all of their propaganda still is not working because the people and the collective have the power. And again, if we just pull our heads out of the slop and recognize that, we can do so much.
So does that look like less screen time?
I think less screen time. I love seeing that Gen Zs are like doing flip phones and like, I'm like, we're ready to bring back VHSs, DVDs. Like, I'm so sick of all of it.
And in-person gathering.
In-person gathering, just having conversations like this where you can have like, not Charlie Kirk debates, but just like literally with your friends where you can talk about psyops on psyops and be like, wait a second, are we kind of getting to something here?
Do you think Charlie Kirk was taken out by Israel for blowing the whistle on everything they're doing?
I think there are lots of questions that can't be answered.
The Charlie Kirk rabbit hole to me is a bit boring.
You think so?
He's already dead.
But you don't care about the guy that there was no way he could disassemble that gun in seconds?
I think that there's a billion reasons why somebody would want to kill Charlie Kirk.
But it wasn't that guy.
It was, are you sure about that?
It wasn't that guy. I'm gonna say it wasn't that guy.
Okay, cool. Different guy.
Different guy. It's someone.
But we don't know.
We don't know. There was no way he disassembled that gun and got out of there. Just listen, off record, do I think Israel fucking killed Charlie Kirk? I absolutely do. Off record, on record.
I think Israel killed Charlie Kirk to see what would happen when they killed Trump.
Do you think Trump's ear shooting was staged?
Totally.
Yeah.
But I'm saying Vance is the ultimate Palantir Israel first candidate.
Okay.
He's the clavicular of politics.
Do you think he's behind a lot of this?
I think that all the powers that be, the actual people behind the curtain, which is the tech oligarchs that are connected to Israel, the corporate establishment, are priming Vance to be the ultimate AI Israel candidate. They think Trump's sort of like a
Ray,
dumb
are
old
you there by
mobster uncle
any
with like
chance?
gold toilets who just like dances around. And they liked him when he had a lot of energy. But I think, you know, before Charlie Kirk died, he was an extremely polarizing figure. You had people like Nick Fuentes and other people on the further, I guess, anti-Zionist right, being like, fuck Charlie Kirk, all Groypers go to his events, disrupt everything, like he's a bitch, nobody fucked with him, right? And then they killed him and everyone's in tears. All of his haters, Sam Hyde is crying, Nick Fuentes is crying. You got people who were shitting on this guy for fucking money every day, crying their heart out, talking about the left has gone too far, look at what the left has done, it's time to get revenge. The ultimate, almost powder keg of civil conflict happened after Charlie Kirk was killed. And beforehand, he was polarizing. So what they're doing now, I really believe this, is they're getting people polarized on Trump. They're getting everyone, like Tucker Carlson, following in lockstep to be like, Trump sucks now. Nothing that he promised came true. He was supposed to have no wars. And they're going to kill Trump when they know he's going to die within about a year. And they're going to have a leftist kill him. A trans leftist, maybe a black leftist.
They're definitely going to be trans, black
We're
leftist.
not sure. The ultimate boogeyman that's going to become the symbol of the left. The left or the liberal establishment might try to like turn them into like a folk hero, and they're going to be elevated, and there's going to be a whole thing. And then Vance is going to come into power, have the ultimate crackdown on anybody that's against the system. AI data centers are going to be deployed in their full capacity for surveillance, martial law.
Is Erica Kirk joining him at the helm?
Erica Kirk might be the first lady.
Okay.
But we're not sure. But I mean, Trump is approaching Charlie Kirk levels of like reputation, where he's splitting the right. MAGA dinosaurs, like the kind of people watching Fox News, they still like him, but anybody with a phone is like, he's compromised. People aren't saying that about Vance. Vance is the future. Vance will be the last president.
You think Vance is going to be the last president? What's
Yes.
happening after Vance?
The American experiment will crumble. It's already crumbling. Resource scarcity will come. Water wars. The country will just split. We're about to hit 250. It's already been too long. We should have been done after Vietnam.
Well, this is why we're trying to move out here. We're trying to just prep and make bunkers and just like get away from everybody.
Well, you're in the right place.
Yeah.
So, data centers. What do you think?
Bad. They're
Why?
really bad. I mean, the resource extraction, right now in Texas, they're building an AI data center highway. It's always in marginalized communities, usually, just to start the complaints people have about the noise. Just fundamentally, you don't want this noise, you don't want this ugly structure. But the amount of water, electricity they take to power is destroying the country and the earth and the places that they put these data centers in. You know, Virginia right now is ground zero for the data centers. Texas is happening. I know you're doing a story on data centers down here. They're taking over, and the point of them is to power all of this AI. And all of this AI is used to create the militarized police state you were just talking about. And that's what these data centers are for.
Can you speak a little bit more on the environmental impacts from a water standpoint?
You know, I don't know exactly how much water they use, but the amount of water that they use, I mean, places like Corpus Christi, it's not because of a data center, but it's because of a desalination plant. They are evacuating the city. The city is out of water. It's
They're
a dead city.
evacuating Corpus?
Corpus Christi is about to be evacuated. It is a dead city.
That's a major city.
It's a major city
And
on the water.
They have a plan in place right now for full evacuation.
They're working on a plan. They said, what was it, by next year, they will have evacuation plans to evacuate Corpus Christi.
Now, local officials are warning the city's reservoirs are on track to run dry by next year.
The hard part about all this stuff is like the real estate developer lobby is going to just gaslight the public until like everyone has to leave now. They're going to do whatever they can to fight to keep people in those properties paying their mortgages, because otherwise their investments.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Exactly. Like, imagine having bought a house in Corpus Christi and now, like, that's your retirement, that's your investment, and now they're like, oh, this is a dead city, you gotta go. But that's scary. That's close to us in Texas. And, you know, when you live in a place like here out in the desert, you do think about water, and you do think about how much these data centers are using. And, you know, maybe when I was in New York, these weren't things I was thinking about as much because they didn't affect me as much. I really understand the term East Coast elite and that bubble we live in out there, because life is so different in Texas, and I see the actual effects data centers have on people.
Why do you think that data center developers choose marginalized communities, let's call them counties and cities with high unemployment rates, as prospective locations for their centers?
Because they don't have the power, they don't have the influence, the voting power. They can't do it. They need the politicians to speak for them and say no. And a lot of politicians don't do that because they're in bed with the people putting in the data centers.
And also probably like the idea of job creation. If you dangle it in front of someone who's struggling or a community is struggling, they'll be like, yeah, sure, let's do it.
Yeah, we need people to cool the data centers.
Yeah, what's crazy though is like all the short-term jobs are pretty fat for the constructions, but then after 2 years, it's like 100 or less jobs. So these things, after they're built, pretty much run themselves.
What do you think the future of data centers are going to be? Are they ever going to stop? Like, do you think that people are going to have enough power where we're like, no? Like, the community after community is like, not in our backyard.
I keep thinking that we're at like a generational watershed moment where like the people are going to seize the power, and then things just keep happening. Their goal is to make us disheartened. You don't want to fall into that like cynical theory of like, well, we can be as mad as we want. Protesting doesn't do shit. Let's just stay at home and not investigate anything because we're fucked in the end no matter
Well, how
what.
many people said that to me during, you know, the Palestine stuff when we would be out there all the time protesting? People were like, what is that doing?
What do you think it does?
Keeps momentum. So, and I think it keeps, you know, people's spirits alive. Great documentary just came out called Earth's Greatest Enemy. One of the scenes is about this military base being built in Okinawa. From what I could tell in the visuals, a lot of older folks that lived in this Okinawa community forever that are anti this American military base. And they've been building it for years. And these old people just go out every day in their kayaks. They know they're not going to stop this military base from being built. They go out every day just to slow the process down. Anything they can do to block the shipments of sand and whatever they're bringing to slow it down. Are they doing anything? Probably not. But I think it keeps their morale up. It encourages other people to do things. If no one did anything, we wouldn't have had this watershed moment right after October 7th for Palestine. Like I said, I never thought in my life I would see that. Back
What's
in
my
college,
thought on
my
Israel
partner was
Palestine?
wearing
It's
a
so
keffiyeh. He was a
complicated,
white guy,
man.
but he was still wearing one in solidarity, and we were meeting a Jewish
To
friend,
be
and
honest,
I said, can you
don't-
take that
I
off
don't
before
support
we meet her? She was
any
a
side
really huge
because
Zionist. And
I
like,
feel
you
it's
know,
too
in
complicated,
2007, I didn't think
It's
of what
too
that meant.
complicated
And
to
now,
give
oh
an
my God, I would
opinion.
never say that to somebody. And
No.
we're still friends,
I
and I
just-
texted him to apologize. Just again, if
I'm-
people weren't out
I'm
there
very
protesting
yeah, for
all
sure.
the time, the
I-
people who were doing
I
this
can listen
long
yours.
before October 7th, I don't
Yeah.
think that we would
But
have.
I'm all I can say is I'm very much anti-war, you know. Yeah, exactly, you know. So it's like I'm anti-war. Like I don't think any war occurring right now makes any sense. And just like, you know, people that advocate for war and stuff like that, it's just nonsense to me. Is like why? Like why kill each other, man? It's just doesn't make sense. So yeah, it's humans are weird, bro. Very likely, yeah. I mean it's just that in the Middle East, you know, there's always war. Yeah, it's just a power thing, a religious thing, and people live in the past, you know. Humans tend to live in the past and remember everything that happened and, you know, live with regrets. So it's hard to change that mindset. So they'll most likely just going to be fighting like often. It's sad though, but it's the truth. Wait, I have to go toilet. I'll be back. I'll be back, bro. Okay, Raid, I'm back. I think I will play the video, but actually I need to do some stretching and push-ups just to keep my body active. So yeah, maybe like a 15-minute break of just a bit of like stretching and push-ups.
Have had such a movement after.
Yeah, every time someone's like, oh, protesting doesn't do anything, I think about 2020. Because now every cop in America knows that if they do some out-of-pocket shit like Derek Chauvin did, the whole city will burn and people will blame them. So I think this like public backlash does like hold weight in the conscience of authority figures. Because they're like, oh shit, I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to be the guy on TV. I'm just a guy making, you know, above minimum wage working this job.
I hope so. Like, you know, again, going back to working in the criminal legal system, working with DAs, prosecutors, all the time. Like, I'm like, I hope that they think that. I hope they know there's people out there like me that are going to do a podcast about how shitty they were, you know? But then I'm going to still see it all the time. So I don't know. We have a Renee Good. Like, I don't know.
I think ICE is like a little bit different. It's hard to explain because like all the ICE officers that were involved in the fatal shootings in Minnesota during Metro Surge were like knucklehead Border Patrol guys that like just got ICE uniforms and Trump sent them out there to join the ERO teams because they're like, we need numbers on the street. And these guys are used to working at the fucking US-Mexico border where those people cannot hold them accountable at all. They're used to tackling people without Mirandizing them and like shooting people and working with militias like in Somerton, Arizona, where Border Patrol has like a walkie-talkie to some like fried meth smoker libertarian guy with a ghillie suit on top of a mountain who's like shooting people. So I think deploying them in the snow to tackle shopkeepers in Minnesota was probably a pretty bad call.
Yes, absolutely a bad call. I think the point just being though, I think when you enter these jobs, like ICE certainly different, but I think you also just have a sense of, they feel like they have impunity, I think, to enter these kinds of jobs. So there is a thing called qualified immunity where prosecutors, police, law enforcement have reasonable, plausible reasons for doing what they did and they cannot be prosecuted. It's called qualified immunity. It's a real thing. I always tell people, like, yes, we're talking about a system and people being disenfranchised, but voting is still important for those people.
Who are the top 5 most evil bad guys living right now?
I don't know. I could name so many people. I mean, like I said, I think Taylor Swift is just a bad guy. Just bad. Obviously Netanyahu. I think Hillary Clinton's terrible. Hillary Clinton's one of the most
surprising.
evil people.
Okay, wait, let's back up real quick. What'd she do?
Okay, I think Hillary is similar to Taylor Swift. This is my thing. I'm gonna have a beef with these women who, like, I think because back in 2016 I bought so hard into the, like, maybe earlier than 2016, like the girl boss, like break the glass ceiling. That was so Hillary Clinton then. Pink pussy hats, and like I think I'm just really pissed off at buying into this like first female president and ignoring, you know, all of the terrible war crimes in Benghazi and just super predator stuff, like literally using the term super predator to describe young black and brown kids. Like I think she's a really terrible human wrapped up in faux feminism.
Okay, 4 and 5.
Who's 4 and 5? There's got to be people I look at, I'm like, I fucking hate that person.
Maybe a DA that isn't so well known by the public who really just hates his constituents?
I'll tell you right now, there is a woman in Kentucky, Barbara Whaley, so this case that I'm working on, she wrongfully convicted 5 people. She's currently fighting to keep them in prison still. I know of another case where she wrongfully convicted somebody. This woman's been in office for 40 years. And these are 6 people I know of that she's wrongfully convicted. How many other people are there? Some of these prosecutors that have been in office forever, some of the most evil people.
And I guess number 5, we could just put Ben Gvir on there.
We can put Ben Gvir on there.
Okay, now 5 people that give you hope for the future.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Angela Davis is always at the top. I think I literally listen to her all the time.
Have you gotten a chance to talk to her?
No.
She's still alive.
Yeah, she is,
Yeah.
which is surprising. I was like,
totally.
I remember when I found that out. Amy Goodman gives me hope.
Democracy Now! Rules.
Democracy Now! It's probably going to be a lot of women. Like I was just talking about Abby Martin, who did Earth's Greatest Enemy. She gives me a lot of hope. I mean, her reporting in military environments is unreal. The access she gets is amazing. And my partner, who was running for Congress, gives me hope because, you know, he's just a guy who has a vision for a better future that is people-powered. And that gives me hope.
And you guys are Second Amendment advocate?
Yeah, we are.
Should the left arm itself?
The left should absolutely arm itself.
How are we gonna do that?
Get your guns. And actually, this is what I keep saying to all my trans homies. My trans homies, gay homies, like, they're coming for your guns first, literally. They're trying to do that. So we must arm ourselves. And if you're a trans homie in a state that you can't get a gun, we can figure it out. We got this.
Or if you're a straight white homie with some crazy ideas, get yourself a big ass gun or a small one. But remember, gun
And
safety.
give them to your trans homies.
Give them to them. And gun safety first for everybody out there watching.
Absolutely.
How important is gun safety when you're learning to use them?
Super important. I mean, you know, I'm from New York. I didn't handle guns a lot. I didn't have a gun in my home. I didn't learn about guns until I was older. And now having a gun in my home, it definitely was scary at first. It's scary to be around handguns and open a drawer and be like, oh my God. But yeah, practice safety. I put it in locks. I have a babysitter. I lock my gun up. Like, if you're going to be a gun owner, be smart. You have to be.
Any parting words for the children of the world? Or maybe the disaffected teenagers out there who are just scrolling on reels all day, watching dumb shit.
It feels so good to get out there and just burn shit down, literally. Like, put your anger, I know you feel it, get it off of the internet and just go out there. There are people like you. Just go out there. It feels so good and you actually are doing something.
So the new revolution is hanging out.
Hanging out. I think the kids know that though.
Yeah, the kids are hanging out?
I think the kids are hanging out.
How about advice to somebody out there who's a journalist being sued by a big, powerful bad guy with a big-ass settlement demand?
Don't back down, because they want you to back down. They want to silence the media.
So don't back down, double down.
Double down, try not to go broke. But I mean, there is a First Amendment and press protections for a reason.
Have you been to Double Down Saloon in Vegas before?
I've been to many Double Down saloons with the ass juice.
Yeah, the first one was in Vegas.
Yeah.
But the one in New York's okay.
It's okay. Vegas is better because I think Vegas has the ass juice.
The original ass juice.
Yeah.
And it's open all the time.
Yes.
And it simulates nighttime during the day, which is good for drinking during the day.
It is good for drinking during the day.
It doesn't make you feel like such a loser. You know, it seems like you guys have a great couple success story here. I think some people at home might be wondering how you guys met.
We met at a Raytheon protest at South by Southwest. I was moving from New York and I knew he lived in Austin. I didn't really know too many people that were into the movement, protesting. And I hit him up and was like, hey, let's protest together. And he's like, I'm going to this Raytheon one. And we met up and he never left my house. He had death threats, active, credible death threats.
From Raytheon?
No, from strangers on the internet, Zionists, military wackadoos. So he hid out in my apartment. It's been like 2.5 years now.
That's amazing. So your first date was a protest.
Raytheon protest, yeah.
In protest of the military-industrial complex.
Yes.
We haven't even talked about defense contractors.
No, and you know, just one thing I want to mention is like Greg and I came from such different places, and I think this is such a millennial experience and just like a disenfranchised experience of like, I went to college, I was told that's what you do. Like, you take out all these fucking student loans. I have over $100,000 in student loans. You go to college, you get your degree, and you're successful. He's told, you go to the military, you do these things, you get all this stuff, your life is set for you. Speaking of horseshoes, like, we just came to the same place in the end of just like, what the fuck was all that for? Like, we're at the same place of disenfranchisement with the entire system. We both did everything we were told to do that's right. He's got PTSD, I have debt. He was in, you know, all sorts of war crimes overseas. It's really interesting for us to talk and think about how we wound up at the same place coming from such different places.
So that could be some good advice. If you're looking for a perfect partner, go to a protest.
Tell the kids, go out there and protest. People are angry. Yes, a niche protest.
Because a Raytheon protest, you're probably more likely to meet someone cool than a No Kings rally.
Absolutely.
What are some other protests you think are good places to meet people?
Oh my God.
For lonely singles in our area.
For lonely singles in our area. We've gone some data center protests.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right, well, thanks so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a great interview. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks.
Hell yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys? Andrew here. I hope you enjoyed the episode. I had fun making this video, and I had fun making something else too. As of today, right now, Channel 5 has launched its own streaming service outside of the big four social media platforms. Total digital algorithmic freedom, baby, and it's called C5 Now. Not today, not tomorrow, but right the hell now. And it's something we established with the sole purpose of giving other documentary filmmakers the chance to have their work out there and get paid while doing it with a very fair revenue share without having to go through Hollywood and be subject to the ridiculous non-scripted film mandates that have pushed aside great documentaries to prioritize more Tom Brady, Taylor Swift, or Ted Bundy slop documentary content. Again, our platform is live right now at c5.now on your web browser or as an app on your smart TV and phone. We plan to publish a new film every single week from now until the rest of eternity and have currently loaded up 5 bangers to get things moving.
The first film was called The Art of Protest by our friends over at Indecline. It's a wild ride. The second film is called Starcash by Haley Garrigus. Another wild ride through Wall Street as told by the astrologist who actually called the shots up in that bitch. The third is a profile documentary on the legendary physicist Gabor Mate by Asher Pan called Physician Heal Thyself. The fourth is called Rat Film by Theo Anthony, which is a sick-ass movie about Baltimore's rat population. Then the fifth documentary up there is my own, called Finding Orson, which up until now has never been seen. Here's the official trailer.
My name is Andrew Callahan, and this is a documentary about a man who misses his parrot.
Baby. 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 I mean, where does he get this stuff? Baby. Baby. He's living in this, maybe we should go circle in that area, too. My name is Rick Shore, but it's going to be changed very shortly by a judge to Raphael, which is Hebrew for God heals. Baby. Baby. Hello, baby.
Orson?
This beautiful little parrot got his feet torn off, so he has trouble eating a little bit.
It's the animal soul and my soul communicating telepathically. I can communicate with any animal. Birds, cats, dogs, horses.
I need him back, man.
It used to be called bird brain, was a condescending thing to call a person because people thought that birds had small brains.
The term bird brain, who started it? And what's the agenda? Because obviously there's an agenda at play.
Do you know what I'm talking about? I think we should roll with it, man.
They're trying to keep us away from what could be the strongest bond in the animal kingdom.
You think it's conspiratorial?
I think it's
conspiratorial element?
Deep state cabal.
Deep state? Don't go there. That's proof.
Of dog lovers who are connected to the ASPCA and probably funded by the kennels themselves. Think about Petco. There's a dog in the logo. Who owns Petco? Blackwater. What do? Finance the Iraq War. Provide CS tear gas for the National Guard in Portland.
You're in a roll, dude.
I just care, man. Huh? I just care about the birds.
You just care about the birds?
Think about it. When's the first time you heard bird brain? And when's the first time you heard someone refer to a dog as man's best friend? You think the dog came up with this? No. Think about all the films like Air Bud, where they promote a human canine union. You ever seen a bird star in a film?
How long have you been thinking about this, bro?
My whole life.
Just because they have a small brain doesn't mean they're not intelligent.
He said the reason he reached out to me is because I'm Jewish. He's talking about apples. He discovered a new kind of apple.
Unfortunately, it was not Little Orphan.
What do you think the likelihood is that we'll find our friend's bird?
Very, very unlikely.
He probably is in somebody's house right now and they don't know how to get in touch with him. I don't hit him. I just hold him really tight and I say, no. It's the only thing I got. I got a rare disorder I've been struggling with for 40 years. My girlfriend died of MS.
He was in a lot of pain constantly.
Hello, baby.
To him, Orson symbolized more than just the loss of a pet. They were best friends, and Orson was the only living creature he had left. The only person who told Rick that he was loved.
Orson?
All right, if that seems like something that you want to see, and you want to watch all those 5 documentaries, go check out C5.now. It's $5.55 a month, but that collective capital goes straight back to all of us, back to the directors, and into the hands of the people where it was supposed to be in the first place. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News, link in bio.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
I step on it. It causes the door to open, and I assume I can't run. Okay, so there's a rock. Now, put the rock on the pressure pad. This is teaching me how pressure pads work. Now, the first thing I think as a player is, what if I want to keep the rock? Because I assume you can, yeah, you can use it as a weapon. And I like that. But what I'm thinking here is if I take something like maybe this tunic, the idea, no, I'm not gonna overthink it. I was thinking that eventually I'll find better armor so I can throw a tunic away now by putting it on there. Okay, we have a key. All right. I do have a surplus of torches. It's tempting to go. All right. Okay, so I'm getting a little lost at the moment. They have a map feature. So old school Dungeon Master required you to draw this all on grid paper, and here you have some of the maps. Like,
Bro,
so if I take a few steps forward here,
Chris Wilson is so cool, bro. Like, his videos are always so entertaining. I don't know.
So we can see here
I've been learning so much from him. I even want to play that game he's playing.
Okay,
It looks
we have
so.
a key. Now, one cool puzzle they had early on in Dungeon Master was that there was a door that you could beat down, basically. Instead of using up your key, if you just smash the door to pieces, it means you've got your key for later on. I don't think I'm gonna bother with that though, because I don't know that that will work here. Okay, there's another place that needs a key. Loose rock. Okay, well I think this is referring to that there. Let me just grab the torch. I'm always scared that there's going to be a monster around some corner. Okay, so this is reinforcing the same key mechanics. Now you notice I can walk around with the key on my cursor, like I can essentially have it on my cursor rather than having to stash it in someone's inventory, though I assume I can't fight like that. Okay, another torch. How many have we got? 5 torches. It may be that there's just plentiful torches, or they may just give them to you really early on, and then later on you have to rely on diminishing light. Okay, there's a monster. Okay. Now you notice the way I'm fighting here is to take a hit at it and then kind of back up. If I stand right next to it, then I'm just going to get hit repeatedly. And so basically I'm kind of kiting it away, taking a hit, and it's the way that combat works in these games. It's not really an exploit. In fact, it gets worse when you'll see when we've got a room that's 2x2, we get the ability to dance around monsters in a square. And that's how combat works here, and it works well until you have multiple monsters in the room and then you're pinned. So that monster dropped a snail slice, which I assume this is a reference to screamer slices from original Dungeon Master as far as I can tell. But basically my characters have a food bar, and it's fine at the moment, but once it gets down to red, basically.
Never grind online? Yo,
so
it's an MMO?
Orange food, your characters will tick up.
Damn, that sounds interesting.
Energy, which is used for both.
Do you have like any
spells
cool
as
video
well as
about it?
attacks. And so you have the ability to rest at any stage, which depletes your food rather quickly, but basically regenerates, and it's good to do after combat. So food is helpful, and it's good that the monsters will turn into it. Okay, where are we going? I think what I'm going to do is put the torch there so I can hit with it in the meantime if I don't have a weapon. What am I looking for here? So that's just a lever that will open it. Stuff. Okay. Trousers, knife. Okay, boots go on. Minotaur can put boots on as well. You can wear trousers. Skill daggers. Does that... Okay, I don't know if I can effectively use that from the back row, but I guess we'll find out. Okay, what have we got? We have a throwing knife. Maybe the wizard can hold that? Okay. Did I miss anything? No, okay. I just get the feeling this dungeon is full of secrets that I'm walking right past because I am not inspecting every single wall. Okay, another snail. In fact, there's 2 snails there. You can see one behind. Okay, so this will show you... I'll show you what happens with combat if you... Actually, I learned how to do a fire spell before. Let's just incinerate it. So you get the ability in these rooms to kind of dance around the enemies like this. So here we have a 2x2.
Maybe I should be one of the first creators.
While I'm here. I take a swing, move out of the way. And this is kind of a square dance that occurs in these kind of games. Now, of course, later on, once monsters are a lot faster and more powerful, you know, it's much, much harder. But it does raise a question. So at the moment, I'm just sitting here servicing cooldowns, essentially, and there's not a lot of tactical decisions that I have to make. You know, it's pretty much just going to get in there, get some hits. Okay. So I have some more food if I need it. More torches for the torch pile. Looking for a key. And of course, always looking for secrets. Okay, another room full of stuff. Okay, so that's a loincloth, which I'll give to the give to my rogue to put on. Some sandals, also for the rogue. This is some food, and there's an additional rock which will stack with that one. Okay, well, they're equipping me a little bit. Okay, I noticed that they have only a food mechanic rather than a water one. In Dungeon Master they were both, and that had interesting consequences because you could get water from fountains that would refill that you'd find along the way. You know, you'd carry bottles and water flasks and stuff with you. Okay, got another rock, got some bread. I just keep feeling there are going to be secrets, but I can't spend forever looking for them all. Okay, so we've got a key we're looking for, which is for... Which door is the key for? That door. I guess I can type like need key or something. Okay, so if you're wanting to leave like long-term notes, you can. There's this mode called Old School, which doesn't have the mapping feature. You have to go and do it by hand. So this here is kind of the, you know, mass market appeal, beginner-friendly kind of mode that I'm running it on. Okay, to close the pit, something needs to fly. Okay, so there's the key I need. Here's a pit, and there's a pressure pad. So I assume I chuck that onto the pressure pad. Can I walk on this? Yep. Take the key. Now if I pick this up, I'm on the pressure pad. So if I step off it, I will go down the pit. We don't want that. Okay. What can I spare though? Like, can I spare a torch? Is that really okay? I kind of like the rock. Okay, I'm just going to throw a torch away. In fact, the torch I'm going to throw away is this one there. Okay, good. And here's the key. I don't like the look of that face. Okay, where are the monsters? Okay, I can see something ahead. Ooh. Okay, they're on the other side of the pit. That's fine for now. Okay, there's a door going up and down. Right, pressure pad. Okay. Can I get this snail back and drop it down the hole? Like, if the snail comes to me. Yep. Alright. I mean, maybe that was the wrong choice. It may have been better to actually fight it for, like, experience and, you know, and to get the food from it and so on. But it's good to know that we can do that. Okay, what have we got? A scroll of fire burst. Okay, so this is telling me the spell that I guessed initially. That's cool. I guess I can use that scroll for pressure pads and stuff if I need to. Another rock. Got a loincloth that can go in the direction of my mage, who needs some armor, probably very fragile. Okay. I just feel that this is the kind of place where they're going to go and hide something. Okay, where are we going? Ahead. There's a pressure pad. Does that let us... Yep. Well, now we're in a room I can just dance around it, and it's pretty safe. I can just imagine backing up down a hole or something. Okay, did I pick that up? No, just push it to the side. Okay. quite a lot. There was a room early on in Dungeon Master which was called the Screamer Room, which had essentially monsters like snails, very unaggressive ones that you could farm for food, and it regenerated them infinitely. And so it could be, for example, that this is essentially, you know, a snail room, which is just making snails forever. So I shouldn't have gone and... I shouldn't have backed myself here where I can't get through, because the snail can just eat me. Okay, so what am I seeing? Snail pieces, I picked up the rock and the knife I used. This is a blue gem, I don't know what that's for. There's a secret. Okay, well what happens if we push it? It's for releasing for a short time. Am I meant to throw something? Nope. Okay, maybe I meant to put something through. Where's my scroll? Okay. I guess that was a puzzle. Okay. This is used for putting this up and down. Okay. Checking the map, we have now explored that area. I'm kind of interested to know what's down the hole. Unfortunately, the way to find out involves jumping down. I think that you can find rope in these kind of games that let you explore going down holes like that. Okay. I don't like the look of this. Heal my sight. Okay. Blue gem, right? We're looking for another one. That just felt like one of those kind of things that would spawn fireballs at me. Okay, so there's some kind of shambly guy walking around. And there's vines here. It's interesting how even a small change to the tile set immediately feels like you've hit a new area, because now there's a vine guy and vines on the walls. Okay. Alright, what are we gonna do? There's several of them. The usual combat dance of pull them out into a room. Yeah, this room's going to be large enough. Okay, so what was that? A herder cap. So those guys are called herders. How's my food levels? We're fine at the moment. Okay, my memory is there was at least one other. There's a grim cap, so some type of mushroom. The fire. Oh, I could. If I can get into that room, I can then joust with them in that room. Okay, the fire works incredibly well on these guys. Okay, there's two of them. So I've got to be careful. There's the gem I need. I've got to be careful not to allow both of them in the room at the same time. Well, I'm glad the AI on these monsters is quite early, and so we're not really having them aggressively gang up on me. Okay, that picked up the shuriken. There's still one over there. There's a gem I need. Yeah, it's very interesting that in this game, the ability to move to the side and be completely impervious to the combat is essentially like a dodge roll in modern action RPGs. It gives you the ability to just not be where the damage is. I also wonder, in Grimrock, where if I'm here, I can't be hurt, if that means that the ability to move out of the way is just more important than any particular defensive item that I could have. This is very much how the combat has been designed in this particular game, though. And one of the reasons why people moved on to playing other types of RPGs over time. And one of the questions I'll be asking while I'm playing this basically is this type of combat actually good? Is it interesting? Does it get more advanced as we carry on? Okay, a tar bead, and there's a lever. Okay, so I'm assuming that opens up this, which then lets me get the gem, which then lets me complete the puzzle before. Oops. Actually, I should consider whether I want to rest. What does that do? That's concerning.
Okay, I'm back.
Right, okay, in here.
I can continue playing.
Another tar bead, some cave nettles. Okay, I think the reagents are going to go on my mage, and I'm going to give the food to the Minotaur. He's strong. Okay, and a dagger. Does that go in my Minotaur's spare hand, maybe? Okay. So how am I doing health-wise? There is a question there. Like, you have these situations where, because of the padding that the designers have used on the levels, you can kind of see where secrets might be. Like, the space here, potentially there could be a secret, but it's unlikely that there could be one in here because it's really narrow. And so you get the ability to kind of work out what areas are suspicious based on the efficiency the designers have used, rather than actual environmental cues from the dungeon itself. Okay. Oh dear. That's a horrible jump scare. Okay, do I have a room I can use this into? Am I actually doing enough damage with this torch? Like, would it be better for me to use... I do a lot more damage with this club. Yeah, maybe the torch is the wrong thing to be using in that hand. Like, I could take one of these knives, potentially, until I find a better weapon. Or the spear. Okay. We can go in that hand. This is like... So does this let me block? That's attack. So it was in here that the scary guy was. Okay, that's foreboding. So there's a full door. There's a button. I just don't want to go pushing stuff yet. That's a scroll that says what? Doors of iron. Great rewards can be found behind these doors. To gain access, look very carefully for small details and use your wits. Okay, well, I mean, there's this thing. Oh, there's more than one of those, is there? Torch. Okay, so the two of them together. Whitewood wand, that sounds good. Does it store any cost?
Suddenly I'm over leveled.
Wand do. Energy plus 5. Ooh. And a scroll that I need to read.
I think I've been killing too many monsters.
This magical staff is a powerful weapon when wielded by a potent mage. That's cool. What does energy plus 5 actually mean? I mean, energy seems to be something mana. Okay. So this is kind of cool. I assume that as I level up, I get the ability to specialize in air, earth, fire, and so on. And it appears that there's some level breakpoints here. Like, at level 2, I get the ability to cast fire dose, which I can do. And then, at level 6, I get fire resistance, and then I get another spell, and I get some extra strength, and so all the way up to eventually getting, like, insane fire resistance for getting to level 50 in it. Which is cool. And I assume the same applies to... Yeah, I see. So there's breakpoints for different levels for all of these different tracks that you can pick. Nice. Okay, so we've got this scary blue area. Okay, so that's not a monster. Okay. What did that do? It seemed to fully heal me. Okay. I assume that's some kind of like well-like thing to use the Diablo technology. Crystal of Life. Touch to regain health and restore life. Okay. Scroll of Poison Cloud. Okay, so the bottom left one is Poison Cloud. Now, I'm getting this colored effect, I think, is this torch that I've been using running low. The torch is dim. So should I let it run out before I... Dungeon level 2. Okay, and there's some snails. I'm worried that if I let this run out, I'll just do it into darkness, but it might be the most efficient thing to do for the time being. I mean, torches-wise, I have a few. Like I have, you know, another... I should try to play it well. Not skilled enough to found this spell. Okay. That's a shame. Cooldowns. Just give it 2 space here. Okay, there was nothing in there. It's good to get some space. Actually, speaking of torches, I wonder how many I've just left. I know this is like I also note. So there's a mechanic where if I were to rest, I recover my health back, which is what a restoration crystal did. But that comes at the expense of food, where eventually I'm going to have to eat to get this bar up. I'll try that character. So if I go to the Minotaur and eat some snail size, it went up a lot. Okay, so snail sizes are a lot. Let's try a baked maggot on her and see how much that is. Quite a lot also. Okay. What I was saying though was that the restoration crystals are competing with food essentially. Like if that thing, like if I were to go back to it, it was over here. If I go back to it and it's gone off cooldown and lets me use it again, which it hasn't, I don't know if it does, then it would be something that I can, you know, there's an alternate system which I'm using instead of food to recover. So I do want to work out whether that's the case. These guys are getting pretty easy. Mork gained a level. Which one's Mork? Oh yeah, I see it. It's this guy here. Okay, so what does that mean? I can put an extra point in. Sorry, I can put 4 extra points in these. Well, he's using a club, a mace. Do I want to commit to that? I mean, he seems to specialize in maces, so I'll put small points in. What do I get? I get Vitality plus 1 at level 4. I mean, easy. I feel there's a lot I should be learning here, rather than just randomly putting points in. Maces seem to...
What is this? My warriors up level as well. Alright, let's just do maces. Okay, what's he got? He specializes in athletics, armors, and swords. He doesn't have a sword though, so I'm not going to put more points in swords until I find one. I guess in the meantime, if I can get his armors up to level 5, he will get his health plus 10 bonus. I'll put athletics in the meantime. Okay. I cannot do this yet. So this is the room we were just looking at. Cap goes on. Rock goes in my rock pile. Where are my rocks? There's my rocks. Yeah, I guess don't have them in a hand to throw. Suspicious.
I'm expecting that torch to go out any second.
I will grab these and everything.
Yeah, I quite like the tactility of items in this game, but when you actually have them, well, the torch is a bad example, we actually have like a shield you can throw it around. You know, it feels like it's literally got weight to it, whereas if I throw the shuriken, it goes much, much, much further. That picked up. Where did my shuriken go? Okay, first problem. Replenishing torch. Torch is being replenished, so that's a long lasting torch. Where are we at? This door and that door under my control. Just go back and check the passes again. There was this one there. This one was here. Okay, so I have two doors that I can choose to open. Let's do this one. So this has a doublet. Silk hose, mold jerky, and dagger. Kind of just picking everything up. I don't know if that's the right choice. I mean, I guess I happen to think up with sword capacity limits yet, so not a big problem. So that room is just free, so that's good. Simplifies down. Okay, let me just check whether I can wear that. Wear that. Rooms, so he can't hurt me anymore. Now I believe this guy on the left means I get specialized more, so I got that poison spell, and the poison spell required, was that level 3? Let's find out. And then I go to him and I try to cast that one. For instance, like this. Out of it, well, I should rest. So you'll notice while I'm sleeping, my mana and life and stuff grow up, but this is 39. Okay, interesting.
I don't know if it's a thing, bro. I just saw some random build in POE Ninja, so I'm just going to try. I remember some leagues ago, you know Pac? He's a hardcore SSF streamer, or POE streamer. He was playing Slam, Ignite Slams with Elementally. Well, I mean, but Elementalists ignite pretty easily, right?
This was the room for those guys for him. I think this is where we're up to, yep.
I don't know, like, I would see how this goes.
A machete. Well, that could actually be well aligned with
I might regret it.
Compass, nice. Key. We
Well, at least I will try.
So what is this compass? Oh, let's just see which way we're facing. I mean, this is super helpful if we don't have this crazy map. This unfortunately does show where we are.
We get to see if it's a thing.
So you're actually like leafing through a book to find the map that you've been keeping as you went.
Actually, I'm gonna identify cell.
Okay, where's this door? It's up here. Will there be a jump scare? Big empty room. Shelter left, cells
Oh, we can
right.
use these boots finally.
I mean,
yeah, they kind of suck though.
Right? So I notice here there's a torch sconce on the wall. Yeah, I see.
Why do boots suck?
Heavy bassinet. I think my Minotaur can go with that. Protection 8, evasion -10 without heavy armor proficiency. And where's heavy armor proficiency?
Reduce movement speed.
At 16. Okay, fair enough. That's interesting. So it's causing me to be less evasive to have this huge protection helmet on, but then I get the ability to just bypass that later.
Maybe I need to gamble some boots, no?
Okay. The poison club, did it actually, was it worthwhile?
How's my defense doing?
I mean, I guess it did some damage. Compare with how much damage this does. That did a lot more damage. Okay, snail flanking is great.
Bro, I don't know how I'm going to deal with the mana issue.
Okay, so you can pick things up. Hey, an arrow, that's a good sign. Sandball, high threat, light armor. Protection +3, evasion -5, but no light armor efficiency. So currently, well, how hard is it to get light armor efficiency? Maybe this guy. He's very close to light armor proficiency, so I suspect the answer is that I pass this over to him. And then, even where it's to be able to get rid of that penalty much sooner. Okay, so I think I have a key to that. I haven't finished looking around.
I feel I need a new hammer, but I don't know if I can gamble it.
I want that arrow, but I don't know how to get in. I'm assuming there'll be just a way to like open up all the cells at once or something. In which case I have everything I wanted with arrows so far. Yeah, okay, cool. So I'm just gonna go take the keys to the door. There is a sequel to this game, Legend of Grimrock 2, and it's significantly more outdoors, shall we say. Like, this is a dungeon, and Legend of Grimrock 2 has you actually walking around islands and so on. It's a good game. I haven't actually completed that one, but I think this one's a much more like indicative one to show how the game works than going on to the much more complicated sequel, which is good to advance to once you've already played a bunch of Grimrock 1. Okay. Right, so that's how we get into the back of that place with the arrow. So these are 3 poison arrows. I don't know if arrows are destroyed when you... If arrows are destroyed when you fire them, or whether you have the ability to recover them. Alright, so we have
I need some chaos resistance. I'm chaos resistance starved. The monsters here deal chaos damage now.
Alright. Okay, so basically it's a puzzle that both goes on at the same time. I feel that they're gradually walking through a tutorial of all of the very simple puzzles, and things are going to get a lot harder later. Fire. Oh, that's... Okay, so over there is a restoration. Okay, and there's a fire. The fire will work.
I'm running some trash filters, but like... There's plenty of stuff I need to update. Filters.
Okay, and my road leveled up. Where did my trophy go? There. Okay. Right, so she's leveled up. She's got assassination and daggers. Like, it really suggests I should just be using a dagger from the back row. So maybe I could do it like that. So
listen, your
dagger. Assassination dodge. So if she can find a bow, that'd be really good. Throwing weapons. I don't know. Not really my vibe. Like, maybe I'll apply the dagger thing and maybe some throwing weapons. And then, okay, well, she's got a dagger. She's got a sword.
Roll the spider. We're sure. Oh, it's there, it's there. Oh, I'm trolling.
No weapons allowed inside. Do I just have to put my weapons here? So you can just throw bits at each other. Okay, that's a problem. I really should stop backing myself into things. Okay. A rock. Mushroom. Key. Secrets. Pointy shoes. Protect one dexterity plus one. Okay. And then I'll steal that. And what's down there? And this is where a key goes. You can hear something walking around. This type of game used to scare me when I was a kid, like that holding stars, that's kind of effect there. But what was walking around? So I'm assuming that when I stand on this,
Bro, he's full health now.
uh-oh, that's not good.
I think that he does that.
I mean, I should be fine. There's enough room in there. No. No, 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 no. That's a bad trap. Could I have predicted this though? No, and now I'm trapped between the two of them.
Just trash.
Oh,
wait,
this is
wait,
really
the
bad.
filters are
This is
so
really
messed
bad.
up. It's not showing me any of that.
Out of energy. This is very bad.
Yo, it's all trash. That's why I didn't want to show it.
Oh dear. No.
Wait, let me make a filter. This is too bad. He died.
Well, that was embarrassing. I was kind of hoping and expecting to get a lot further through the game on my playthrough here, but, you know, I mean, it was a fair death, right? I stumbled right into a trap, and you can kind of see the moment when I realized that I was doomed once I saw the knights coming out of the walls, counted to 3, realized that I was going to get pinned against a corner, and there was nothing I could do. I mean, I wasn't playing the kind of playthrough where you load and save repeatedly to kind of save scum it, and so, you know, I died, and that's a fair death, so I'll accept it. I really like Legend of Grimrock. I'm not expecting it to be for everyone, but I think that back in the day, decisions really mattered a lot in games, and something like Legend of Grimrock lets you experience that kind of gameplay using a more modern engine that's more accessible. And speaking of engines, if you do try it out and like it, there's a whole dungeon editor and modding community and that kind of stuff to explore. Overall, I had a good time playing today. My memory is the game gets a lot more complex as you get deeper down the dungeon. Monsters get faster and scarier, and you get a lot more abilities yourself. Before playing today, one of the things I wondered about was whether the game would actually feel like you're a party of 4 adventurers moving around a dungeon together, or whether you just kind of be like one guy with 4 sets of equipment and 4 sets of cooldowns. And I do think it actually managed to have the party feel. Like, I felt that each of the characters did have a distinct role, even though I was just scratching the beginning of their individual skill lists. One of the Grimrock developers once said in an interview, "We knew we had to offer undiluted old-school gameplay combined with a nice presentation and a fluid graphical user interface which would appeal to a new generation." And I think you achieved this. If any of the developers from Almost Human are watching this video, I want you to know that I think you did a great job with Grimrock. As an old-school Dungeon Master fan, this is exactly the kind of game I was looking for. It completely scratched the itch, and I really wish that more studios would find a way of bringing back old classics with a fresh coat of paint for a new generation. Well, if you enjoyed watching me get slaughtered in this game, please like the video and consider subscribing. Thanks very much, and I'll see you next time.
If I make Grimrock 3, will Chris Wilson give me a job? That will be interesting. Well, what is this CDPS build? Right? Just code it, it's easy. What if I make POE 0.5? POE 1/3. Yo, that 80% fire rate is crazy. Chieftains are so cool, bro. See here. I forgot what it was. Need some flasks. Basilica passage.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt, things that slumber should never be awoken.
I want a new hammer too, bro. Such resilience.
The emperor who sits alone on his throne.
You know what's cool about PoE ascendancies, PoE 1 ascendancies, is that they are simple, you know, like they don't give you like something super crazy, but they feel so good, you know. Like PoE 2 ascendancies, they need to give you some crazy stuff, you know.
Tyranny is inescapable.
Yeah, no. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. PoE 1 ascendancies are simple, but they feel good, you know. PoE 2 ascendancies are like you can tame the you can tame now the monkey that one shots you and he's OP and stuff like that. So it's interesting. What is these? Oh gosh, man. I don't think PoE 1 ascendancies are way better. I just think they are cool, you know, that they don't have to give you something like crazy to make you feel good about having them. Like this is cool, bro. Increase fire damage. The PoE 2 ascendancies are weird, bro. Like some of the oldest ones just feel so bad compared to the newer ones. Bro, I want the explode thing, bro. I want the explode thing. Then I'm grabbing this and then this one last. No, sorry, this one third and then this one last or this one last. We'll see. I'm getting hungry, man. But I think I trolled. I needed to prep some food and I forgot. Yep. Hard trolling. Yo, what is this trash? Sorry, so take that trash. What? There's no way. That must be a bug, no? The damage, bro. The chaos damage. think I'm using that amulet. Well, let's put some video, no? What should we watch? Ben is playing. Asmongold. Some EV video, brother something.
Former Bungie community manager Lena Rupert caught lying about getting assaulted by gamers.
Hey, what's Ketchup here?
What?
So in this video, I'm going to be talking about a very bizarre situation involving
Bro, but
a former community
Asmon
manager for
Asmon
Bungie and
has a
current
girlfriend now,
community
no?
manager
So
for
now
Fallouts. We've seen all kinds
he's
of
getting
ridiculous
converted.
behavior in the gaming industry, especially when it comes to the type of people like Leanna Rupert here, who love to be the center of attention and worse yet, will do anything to be the victim as well. In the past, we have seen game devs, community managers, writers, etc. do everything to make themselves the victim by faking hate messages, hate reviews, all kinds of things like that before they get caught in 4K. But I've never seen anything quite like this, where Leanna Rupert recently tried to claim that she was attacked by Destiny fans at a convention. Now you can see the community note that would be applied, dispelling her lies, because after going viral and having her arm twisted into telling the truth, she finally admitted it didn't happen at the convention, and she really has no idea if this was Destiny players or not. And
what the
when she was finally confronted on the truth, and even the convention itself spoke out against her, she would private her account. She did what every good journalist does these days. They make something really stupid in a post, and then they immediately lock down their account the second they get any accountability. And also, locking your account with 500,000 followers is like barricading your door with a pencil. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. But before we get into all the recent stuff, here's a little history on Leanna Rupert here. As you can see, she is a former community manager for Bungie, but a current one for Fallouts. And she is a community manager, narrative writer, influencer manager, PR, marketing, and event planning expert.
So she's a worthless bitch.
And here's some of the brands she has worked for. Yes,
got a lot of them.
She's very deep into the industry. Now, of course, like many others in the industry, she has a seething hatred of white people and men. Here's just a small compilation of her tweets about white people and men. Here's one saying you can't be racist against white people, and then in response to a complaint from a gamer saying sounds about whites. Then down here calling someone a mouthy little white boy.
Can you imagine if somebody said a mouthy little black boy? Can you imagine that? Oh my god, they would be fired so fast. It's crazy how white people put up with this amount of disrespect and we don't equally... We need to chimp out. We do. We need to chimp out in a big way.
And then over here, blaming white men for all the problems in the industry. Here saying F him and F all white folks like it. And then also just saying more ridiculous stuff about white people.
What a stupid
and of course,
bitch.
I don't know for a fact. Maybe she identifies as a different race. This is the gaming industry in 2026, but she looks pretty white to me. So besides the blatant racism here and the misandry, she seems to be another self-hating white person, which to me is one of the most pathetic things you could ever be on the planet. On top of that, she's a hypocrite, because of course she is. In other situations where her friends were being attacked, she said it's never okay to use race as a personal attack, despite having an entire compilation of her doing just that to other people.
I don't know why anybody would even try to, like, I mean, again, we all know that these people are super hypocritical. You're going to have a million examples of them being hypocritical because they don't have any values other than trying to tell everybody else what to do.
By other people, I mean white people. Now, before we get into the current stuff, you have to understand that Marathon is the sort of backdrop of that. And I also want to give an update on this absolute dumpster fire of a game. We all know the player numbers for this game are atrocious, and Sony sunk billions into acquiring Bungie to make this game their future. And with less than 2 million copies sold, things are looking very grim. Not to mention the very disliked decision by Bungie to reallocate their resources from Destiny 2
I thought Marathon was the future.
How did that work out for them? Well, right now, Destiny 2 is sitting at 35,000 in-game players. An astoundingly good number for a game that is literally dead. Like, there's nothing else coming to this game. It's over, and yet people are still funneling into this game at a rate that is around 10 times that of Marathon. Now, speaking of Marathon, the Shills are doing everything in their power to continue to try to pump some life and good PR into this game. You can see Shill posts like this saying Marathon has been seeing a strong resurgence of players with the release of their PvE mode to the game. This tweet being posted about a week ago. You can see this strong resurgence to 14,000 players, by the way, with a massive introduction of PvE mode. And overall, how's it doing today, a week later? Oh, look at that. It's sitting at 20,000.
A lot of women have negative experiences with men that they try to externalize and then put on every other man. That's usually what happens. And then they also do it because they think that they can get away with it. It's like a way of social messaging. Women do consensus-based social messaging. A person like that would probably be talking about how great Hitler was if Hitler won World War II. They don't really have any values other than consensus messaging. You shouldn't look at them as anything other than just obnoxious, attention-seeking retards.
The in-game players, ladies and gentlemen. The future of Bungie. What a great investment by Sony right here. They've made such good decisions. They pulled all the right levers with these series of decisions. But as you can see, going down here to the max chart, not like the cropped small time frame that we saw in the Shills post, this is the massive resurgence that he was talking about.
Yeah.
The massive resurgence.
Well, it did double the player
to 14,000 players. Only a tiny fraction of the number we saw in release. And what happened? After that resurgence, it actually dipped lower than before PvE mode was introduced. That's how bad things are for Marathon. But wait,
it's over.
Do not introduce Steam DB numbers or Steam charts, anything like that, because Marathon Shills will threaten violence on you. Yes, they're totally not insecure, and they're totally normal people defending Marathon to this degree. But let's get back to Leanna Rupert. What's her connection? Well, of course, she is a former community manager for Bungie, and when
isn't that weird as fuck that this girl is going around saying that, like, so wait, is what she's saying that the company that she used to work at had a fan that, like, was violent to her in real life? Like, I mean, I'd say that's like, I mean, I don't think it's defamation, but it's like just super, like, that's insanely unprofessional to do. Like, who the fuck says that?
She saw all this discussion about Destiny 2 and Marathon, she felt the need to weigh in, saying the only way to keep Bungie alive is to support Marathon. Yes, they were literally begging.
Let's listen to a community manager about that. That's like listening to the secretary about what a legal firm should do. Actually, that's not true. Secretaries at legal firms generally have legal experience. A secretary at a firm that has nothing to do with that. This is like a janitor. You're a janitor.
To go play Marathon. It's the only way to save Bungie. Don't you want to save the billion-dollar corporation? Go spend your money on Marathon. Yeah, ridiculous. Obviously, this had a very negative impact. People were clowning on this. And you have the related posts like this, where a user asked, if you can really give me with a hand on your heart, your word, that this really has an impact. I'd buy Marathon in an instant and spread the message as we all need Destiny 3. And then Leanna responds with a hand over her heart, ensuring that you should go and buy Marathon, even with the subtle promise that it might get Destiny 3 to actually happen. And then we have this series of interactions that is downright embarrassing, where eventually you can see Leanna claiming that the acquisition of Bungie by Sony was an emergency acquisition, and that Bungie was already below the red line before Sony acquire them, which...
There's no way a community manager has the detailed information about the complexities of a merger that's that big between executives. Like, I find that to be very unlikely.
I can only imagine how low that red line is now. But eventually they say...
By the way, this girl is one of the people, like, these are the fake jobs that are invented to employ women. Like, every single, like, skill set that she has, none of them increase shareholder value. It's all just worthless fake jobs so they can feel good about hiring women.
The funny thing is about...
Like PR, marketing, you know, fucking, what was the other one? Community management. This nobody cares about this garbage. Discord management. What are we doing?
Discord management.
Yeah, HR. Yeah, it's female daycare. Yeah, exactly.
The truth, it is what it is, whether you like it or not. Remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, remember about the truth, because we're going to see what the truth looks like in just a second.
Yeah.
But Leanna also said you're entitled to be wrong and that they'll remain committed to the truth, because unlike them, they have access to info, including direct access from leadership and legal.
If you actually had access to leadership and legal and you were talking about it in a way that was legitimate, you'd be violating any NDA that you sign whenever you leave any company. This is common sense. Everybody knows this. Every reasonable person knows that you're not going to share public information like this about the nature of a big merger like this. I mean, what do we even, like, this is insane that it's even happening.
So now we shift over to what just transpired, and shout-outs to Smash JT for getting the screenshots here, and also, I think, leading to the truth here by pressing Leanna, him among others, of course, but you can see his tweet sharing a screenshot. Former Bungie community manager Leanna Rupert insinuates she was attacked at GCX. Immediately backs off and acts like everyone misunderstands her after it goes viral. All they do is lie. They want so much to make gamers the bad guy on their crusade to co-opt the game industry. Speak up, speak out, meme them into the ground. Screenshot credit to this user. So here is the screenshot, right? It begins by saying some Destiny players really hate you.
Wait, she actually lied.
A screenshot of Leanna with a cut on her forehead.
Girl, what happened?
That by itself might have passed as a joke, right? Obviously, Destiny players do not like Leanna, and whatever happened here, this incident left this mark here, and you might say, oh, it's just a joke, saying, oh, see what Destiny players did to me, they're really mad.
Yeah.
But it's this confirmation that makes this a gigantic lie. So someone says, girl, what happened? And Leanna responds saying, I got cornered twice at GCX, making it abundantly clear to anyone being objective here that she is heavily insinuating that she was attacked by Destiny players at GCX.
I mean, she's saying it. What happened? And I mean, like, that's insane. Can GCX retaliate for defamation? I don't think nothing's realistically going to happen, but I do think that this should get you blacklisted. And the reason, like, Jesus, I always, ever since Notch called me out for that, I think about it every time I say it. But why they should do that is because not only is she, like, whenever you have people that are posting injuries on social media saying, look at me, I just got assaulted at this public convention, do you know what I would be thinking about? I would be thinking to myself, wow, I don't want to go to that public convention. I might get assaulted. So yeah, she's making the convention look bad, and she's also damaging Bungie because she's implying that she got beat up by some Destiny player, which means that Bungie has, like, violent people in their community or something like that.
I think that is very obvious based on the context. And I feel very bad for GCX. It sounds like they had a great event, and now they have this post going viral claiming that someone was attacked by Destiny players at their event, and they had to weigh in, saying, just clarifying here now that we've spoken, as several people are pinging and reaching out, this incident did not occur during the event, but at the airports, and we advised to contact Orlando Police Department or the equivalent airport law enforcement agency. And that's coming from the Director of Event Safety and Security.
So it was literally a lie that damages the reputation of Bungie and also of the event organizers, just so this girl can have some, I don't know, a sympathy post or something about them? Oh my god. What a horrible person.
They are very clearly disproving what she was initially claiming, that she was cornered and attacked at GCX. No, whatever transpired here was at the airport. Completely separate area. And of course, people are still defending Leanna. Even though it's been...
Wait, what? A game dev friend was physically assaulted at an airport because an attacker, a player from a game she used to, quote, work on, hates her. If you find yourself wanting to harm someone because you don't like them personally or a game they work on, move the fuck on. How does she know that it was because of Destiny?
Proven. She was lying and trying to basically farm this event for pity and...
Oh my god.
A victim mode for likes and sympathy. You can see this person say, a game dev friend was physically assaulted at an airport because the attacker, a player from a game she used to work on, checks notes, hates her. If you find yourself wanting to harm someone because you don't like them personally, or the game they work on, move the F on, get help. So even when it's proven she was lying about the event, or at least trying to misrepresent where this all occurred, putting this event into hot water, by the way, people still defend Leanna and confirm the narrative that it was Destiny players that found her in real life and assaulted her.
Who the fuck even... Yeah, like, why are you even saying that about Destiny players?
And here's my thing, when it comes to the truth, if you're lying about one thing, it's very hard to believe any part of your story. So if you're lying about where this took place and only confirmed it was at the airport, when you had your arm twisted, including by those working the convention, I have to start questioning your entire narrative. That is the normal way to look at this, right? If you're lying about one thing, how do we know you're not lying about everything? Exactly. And of course, after GCX made their post, you can see Leanna saying, I deleted because I realized how misleading it sounded. I got cornered twice while at GCX is what I should have said. Kind of hard to dispute that it was a Destiny player when they were shouting how I ruined the game. So they're still going with the narrative that it was a Destiny player, but...
I think that's enough for me to assume that it was a Destiny player. I do. I think that's enough.
They're admitting that they were being misleading with their initial post, and I think that was exactly their intent.
Realistically.
How else do you say what Leanna said without trying to give the...
I mean, like, I also, like, by the way, she's probably lying that they even said that. Like, I mean, she lied about this happening. She said it was at the event. The event had to come over and correct her. She's probably lying about this, too.
Impression that they were attacked by Destiny players at GCX. But of course, they would get hit with the notes, and W community notes, as always, clarifying that this incident occurred at the airport, and how did other people respond to this? Saying, Orlando is a big city. She called out players, not the events. She even clarified it didn't happen at the event.
She clarified that it did happen at the event. She said at GCX. Like, that's at the event.
That should be enough.
That's the event.
You just created that claim out of the ether because you have some kind of bias against her. Do better. They're still defending her at this point. The shills will shill forever, ladies and gentlemen. But how did all of this drama end? Well, you already know. She would private her account.
Good.
And again, privating with 500,000 plus followers is...
If she privates her account, we'll wait for her to unprivate it, and then we can make content out of her. This seems like a very obnoxious, unlikable person. I think that we can get a lot of content out of this person.
Good. What is the point? It's literally just to play the victim. Right? It's like, look at me, I'm hurting right now, I'm being attacked, I'm privating my account. It's really just shallow and just, again, the victim mentality, the desire to be the center of attention and the victim amongst these people in the gaming industry is so prevalent and it's so intoxicating to them that they will make up crazy stories and only say the truth when they've had their arm twisted and are basically forced to tell the truth. And even then, they still play the victim. But anyways, that's going to do this video. If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing, turning on notifications for daily uploads as well as multiple streams every week live on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll see you next time.
How fucking embarrassing, bro. How insanely fucking embarrassing that you go out and, yeah, there's the video right there. Any basic logic. Let me look at this right now. I'm going to pull this girl's account up. So what was it? Dirty frickin' hippie? Was that it?
And then,
dirty hippie. Okay, let me pull this person up. We're gonna find him. There we go. Wow. Yep, account still protected. Yep. Yep. Would have never expected that. Blue hair, classic. I know, guys. And these are the people that we have allowed into the gaming community, and they are now part of the community because of the need of creating equality in the workplace. Is that we have invented fake jobs, community managing, marketing, and all this other bullshit in order for these people to feel like they're doing something. I'm helping. I guarantee you, if it was just like Twitter and Elon fired 80% of these people, nothing in the company would change. Actually, that's not true. It would probably run better. Blue Sky, same name. I don't know who this person is on Blue Sky. I have no idea. Is this her website? I mean, I don't even know who this is. Yeah, like community manager, narrative writer, influencer manager, PR marketing, event, dude, media accessibility, like, dude, this is the biggest list of fake credentials that I've ever heard in my life. Oh my God. These are the exact type of job specifications that absolutely need to be removed. Like, so many fake jobs. Yes, she has the infinity gauntlet of fake jobs.
You know, sometimes it's tough, like getting hands-on, like an early prototype level electric car, and it's not very good, and you don't want to be too mean, and obviously if it's too discouraging, you know, people work really hard on this, but then you realize that's why I'm here, is to be honest about stuff like this. And so, let's get started with this review. This is Lexus's new EV. So this is an early look at ES350e, a fully electric executive sedan from Lexus in late prototype form. It's about to come out. This is a front-wheel drive electric car, single motor, so about 220 horsepower, and it's got a 75 kilowatt-hour battery rated for around 250 miles of range, and it's priced around $60,000, a little over as tested. So two things with this video. One, it's actually kind of, I don't know if you can tell from shooting on this iPhone, it's kind of red outside. There's wildfires in Canada blowing smoke down here, and the AQI is at like 180. It looks like Mars out here. So it kind of looks a little different. That's one. Two, this is partially a review of the car, which is still technically a prototype, but also, and this is honest feedback for you, Lexus, this is me walking through how to tell when a car manufacturer genuinely does not care about their electric car. Because there are so many of the telltale classic signs in this car, and I've talked about this before with Toyota, where you look at it and you're like, wait, this is supposed to be the best version, the electric version. And sadly, they're not taking advantage of the things that they could by making it electric. And it's a bummer because, I mean, this is one of the types of vehicles that should be best to go electric, right? A big, full, like S-like sedan with a lot of space, 4 doors. They're the executive sedan, so they want it to be even smoother and quieter and have a ton of space inside and be efficient and get massive range and all that in the luxury experience. But this is a car that's genuinely difficult to recommend to anyone, unfortunately. And so I'll walk through those things. So starting in the front here, there's no real shockers at the front. This is pretty classic. It's obviously a Lexus, and it is the electric version of the ES, which can block off way more of the front grille. Bottom, nice headlight design. This looks like a lot of other Lexuses. Nothing too crazy here. front trunk. There's no storage in there, which would have been nice in a big EV with a ton of space. But again, they don't really seem to care much about this car, so that's not shocking to me either. You get around the sides, it's got these big wheels, and again, the ES series from Lexus has been around for a long time, so I'm expecting the electric, executive sedan stuff that we've seen from other companies, but, big wheels, these aero-efficient handles, obviously, sort of an aero feature here, not really the most dramatic thing in the world, but at least interesting to look at from the side. It kind of still looks like a Lexus. You got that little fin at the top, but then you get to the back, and still looks more like Lexus. So full tail bar across the back, which is nice. ES350E, which is electric, and then we get in the back here. Of course, the key's in my pocket, so hopefully it wants to open. But there's the key. Hold it to open the tailgate, and yes, it is power opening, and that is a massive trunk. So big thumbs up to this amount of storage. Obviously, you can pop this up and stick your cables and put them under there, but even more storage over to the side, like that is nice. So fundamental spacing, okay, I can give that a thumbs up. But then, of course, for autofocus, you know the drill. We got to get into the driver's seat and see what it's like to live with this car, like I have been. A little bit of a pause. I'll get back to the door handle from the inside in a second, but a little bit of a pause to open that door. You get in, and right away, it's familiar Lexus / Toyota. Like, this is not going to shock anybody. But then you start to get into the fact that this is an EV over the other versions. So there's a power button to bring this car to life. So on the brake, hit power, the steering wheel lowers, the seat moves forward, everything lights up, the computers turn on at kind of times. I don't mind that. That's something a lot of companies are doing just to make it feel kind of still like a gas car, where you get to turn it on and off. I wish you didn't have to do that, but now we're here. And you've got this display, this really small kind of basic display behind the driver's steering wheel, and then this display in the center here, which has all the Toyota software, but also wireless CarPlay, which I pretty much immediately put on, and it's a nice big wireless CarPlay. Interior materials are nice. This is the highlight of this car. As I was driving it around, feeling the leather of like how soft the steering wheel is and how soft these seats are. These are ventilated seats as well. This is a really nice place to sit. But then you start using the car and you realize how many of the electric car benefits are missing. Storage is like the telltale sign number one. When I'm driving an electric car and I see this huge center storage console, which is typically seen in gas cars because you have an engine in the front and you need to fit, a drivetrain and a transmission and things through the back. When I see this, I know that they weren't working very hard to make this the better electric version. This is the same thing as the gas car. There's nothing open. I mean, there's a tiny, look at this, tiny little bit of space down here, but who's putting things under here? Like, make this a little bit more open, like the rest of the competition is. I do like that this is flipping open on both sides. That's nice. But here's telltale sign number two. You see this hump down here in the middle in the back? Why is that there? If I'm a backseat passenger in an electric car, I'm expecting the best backseat experience possible, especially in an executive sedan where you're going to have people sitting back here getting driven around and enjoying the experience with all this legroom. This is super nice. Why is this huge tunnel here? This is where the transmission or some sort of drive shaft or something will go in an all-wheel drive car. This is a front-wheel drive EV with motors over there. This should be flat. That is another one of those telltale signs where I go, oh, they didn't care that much. Now again, the materials are still a highlight back here. They're super nice. Like whenever you see these shades up here and the shade in the back, that's how you know. That's how you know they're taking good care of you. And then it's an executive back seat, so like you have this seat on the right, seat on the left, but they don't expect people to sit in the middle, which is why you have this big, beefy center armrest, which has all your HVAC controls that light up. You have your cup holders here, and also you can control over the seat. So there's a, look at this. There's a little footrest or a calf rest on these back seats here, which is, I mean, that is sweet. This is the type of stuff I expect from a more premium priced Lexus. So it's a nice place to be. I like that. But if I'm buying this, personally, I'm going to be driving it. So let's get back to the driving experience. So as I mentioned, front wheel drive, electric car. Working with about 220 horsepower here. Not quick in any way, unfortunately. Now, it rides very well. When we talk about driving in a car that's tuned to be super soft like this, it rides over potholes super nicely. That is another highlight of driving this car. It's soft, so I like driving it around in a very cruisy, chill type of way. But when you do want to merge onto the highway, or you do want to get up a little bit, this car doesn't do that. It really does not want to do that. You can switch it to sport mode and get a little bit more pep in its step. Weirdly, switching to sport mode is like going into drive performance, and then up here, drive mode, and then these text descriptions still feel like they're tuned for the gas car, like sport. So, this LED lighting all lights up when I hit sport. This turns red, that goes red, this goes red for a second, that's really cool. But transmission shifts at a higher RPM, what are you talking about? This is neat. Anyway, that's how you get a little bit of a quicker response from the accelerator pedal at lower speeds, but it still has no pep. It feels like a Nissan anywhere over 40 miles an hour, which for 60 grand, it's not great. And then the range is also not that good. So down here you'll see, I'm working with 154 miles of range at 63% battery. Driving it around, you'll get 220, 240 miles of range, and it is a very honest range estimate. I will give it credit for that. But under 300 miles of range for 60 grand in 2026, not very efficient. You can tell that they didn't care. There's also no one-pedal driving in this car, which I know I've seen people talk about. They don't like that I keep complaining about lack of one-pedal driving in cars, especially like the Porsches and the Macans of the past. But I'm going to keep it up because it should at least be an option. In this car, you can bump these paddle shifters down to change the amount of regen, which is really convenient, and you can max out the regen to max out your driving efficiency. But then when you come up to a stoplight or a red light and you let fully off and you start slowing down, it'll slow down to like 3 to 5 miles an hour and it doesn't actually stop. You have to put your foot on the brake. Is that trying to feel like a gas car? Maybe? Or is that just not fair enough to put a one-pedal driving mode in? Also, maybe. It's funny, being in this car and using it and driving it, it's having the opposite effect of what it probably should, which is it's making me understand how the gas version, like the 6-cylinder or 4-cylinder hybrid version of GS are probably much nicer cars. Because again, the creature comforts are all here. It's got this sunroof that can vent or open. It's got a little HUD in front of me that is very visible. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's there. It's got a camera for a rear mirror. It's funny, when I put this car in reverse, which is down here, it's this little shade goes down so I can see behind it. But I never use it because it's always on camera mode. So when I put it back in drive, that shade comes back up. So it's doing all the creature comfort stuff. It's got these nice speakers, it's very quiet inside. It's got your seat controls up front. That's one of those telltale signs of what started. Doing the nice Lexus executive sedan thing. But it has zero of the benefits of being an electric car. It is smooth and quiet, yes, but it is a pitiful range, especially compared to the hybrid version. It is just as expensive, and it is not giving me more storage in the center, it's not giving me the front trunk, it's not giving me the lack of a tunnel in the middle seat. Maybe no one's ever going to sit in the middle in the gap in an executive sedan, but it just feels like they didn't care about it. It's the best possible electric car. But anyway, okay, some last little tiny things that I noticed about this car. One, this is another one of those steering wheels that I wish had play pause button controls on the wheel itself. You can see all the cruise control stuff over on the right, that's normal. Oh look, another Lexus. It's probably really nice inside. Then on the left, it is your media controls, volume up, down, track forward, back, but no play pause. That's actually all the way over here in the middle, which is you hit this button in. There's not only a volume rocker, but you hit this button in to play pause. I wish I was on the steering wheel, but that would have been nice. You'll also notice this sort of outdated little screen back here. It gets the job done, but it's nothing special. I noticed that when I put my foot on the brake, or lift off regen, it shows that those lights light up, and that's really cool to see. I get a representation of my car from the outside, and I know when people see brake lights. But it doesn't show blinkers. I hit the blinkers, and it has these very, very quiet, this is a funny combination, very, very quiet blinker, barely hear that while you're driving. And so because it doesn't show it on this car, it's kind of easy to forget if the blinker stays on that it's on. That's just a tiny little thing, maybe. Like this doesn't mind that too much. These are haptic buttons that have a little bit of a click. So in case you were wondering, this isn't just like a touch button. These are actually pushing in and pushing out. So that's nice. And then over here, this door latch requires you to pull it twice to actually open the door. It actually says it on here. Pull it twice to open the door. Why? I don't know. Why not just one latch like basically every other car I've driven? And then you have to go over and turn the car off with the power button here. Look, it's a nice car to drive around town, to commute in, etc. But the fact that there are other versions of this car that are a gas version that are better when it's supposed to be the other way around, that makes it basically impossible to recommend this EV when there are others that compete that are better at it. And it's a shame. I wish they'd cared more about the Lexus EV to make a really good one. Maybe that's Toyota for you. Anyway, now you know what to look for in case you're checking out an EV to know if they care or not. Thanks for watching. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
This angry IRL streamer holds the record for the most permanent bans in YouTube history. He just added something infinitely worse to his own resume. A 6-year prison sentence. But while the guy is a disgusting sick freak, what really drew my attention to this case is that 161 of his viewers who were watching and donating to his stream are now facing charges as well. So I think that is the first time ever that the viewers are potentially getting punished for watching a scumbag IRL streamer. So as soon as I heard that, I wanted to know everything about this case, and this is happening in South Korea as well. So meet Shin Tae-il, a South Korean internet streamer who's been online since 2012. And over that time, he's built a reputation of being one of the most chaotic Korean influencers. And his whole online persona is essentially built around being insufferable on purpose, insulting people's parents, his crew members, basically anyone in frame. And I guess, I don't know if it's a part of the bit or not, but he's extremely sensitive about his own height. And he really, really loves to tell everyone else on how not good looking they are. So I guess the dude has the classic combo of insult everyone else's appearance, but he cannot take anything himself. So, according to people who actually knew him off camera, the real Shin was basically the opposite. Quiet, kind of shy around strangers, and by most accounts, someone who would get emotional pretty easy when someone close to him was struggling. Which, sure, I mean, isn't exactly unheard of. Plenty of large internet personalities turn out to be pretty different once the cameras are off. But still, I mean, when you compare his character or his online persona to, I guess, who the people close to him are claiming he is, there's a very big difference here. But hey, unfortunately for him, none of the supposed softness from his off-camera life carried into his on-camera life, because maybe some of that sympathy and human decency could have saved him here. But regardless, he was the head of a streaming group called the No Ami Crew, and by multiple accounts, he ran it the same way he ran his streams. He reminded everyone under him that they were nothing without him. So I guess combined with the constant insults and drama, that's probably why he holds one of the weirder records in streaming history. 185 separate permanent bans from YouTube alone. That is just ban evasion on a whole new level. And then on top of that, he's also banned from both TikTok and Twitch and two more obscure platforms called Soup and Chiswick. But regardless, his content wasn't just insults either. He built a decade-long career of essentially Makjang Bang Song, which is roughly translated to trashy streaming. I guess over-the-top live streams where creators will do almost anything for donations. Essentially, nuisance streaming. And it's not unique to Korea, but the format tends to escalate over time because, you know, audience gets used to whatever the baseline is, so he has to keep amping the stakes up or else the donations will stop. So that's the background on the guy. And before I actually covered this video, I've seen this guy in memes so many times before. So clearly, he's built into Western content because up until what? Like 2 years ago, I knew little to nothing about the South Korean creator sphere. Regardless, that's the very quick background on his career. But now, why we're making this video, because on July 12, 2025, Shin Tae-il ran a live stream out of an office tower, which is essentially a small studio-style apartment office unit that you rent out. And this office tower was in Incheon, which is like an hour west of Seoul, but without getting into too much detail of what happened on that stream, because it's definitely not YouTube-friendly, The short story is Shin decided to bring a minor onto this broadcast and paid them an appearance fee, and I guess used a spin-to-wheel style program tied to viewers' donations to decide punishments and what punishments this minor would get. And again, without going into too much detail, it was just straight up humiliation that went way too far. I mean, it's disgusting. There were some serious boundaries crossed here. And what makes this so much more alarming is there was 7 other streamers present and participating in this broadcast alongside of him. And reportedly, they had over 20,000 concurrent viewers. And the 7 other streamers part, that's what really shocks me here, because at no point did any of them go, wait a minute, I don't think we should be doing this at all, especially not to a minor. But a chunk of those viewers were actively sending donations to trigger these punishments. But obviously, the stream did the rounds, and people were just horrified, but Shin didn't get arrested right away. Police reportedly tried to bring him in for questioning multiple times after the stream, and he didn't show up. So on September 1st, 2025, police got an arrest warrant and actually picked him up live in the middle of the stream at the same office tel. And historically, September 1st isn't really a good day for this guy, because on September 1st, 2017, his original YouTube channel, which had over 840,000 subscribers at the time, was permanently banned. But following his arrest, he was formally indicted on September 17th, and that same day, the No Ami crew officially disbanded. Now, here's the part of the story that's actually historic, and is the reason this case is actually getting so much more attention, other than the fact of, yeah, this guy is some sick internet freak and he's in trouble. Now, this is a little different, because it's not just Shinta Il and his 7 co-streamers facing charges. The investigators went back through the stream's donation logs and identified 161 viewers who had sent money specifically tying to triggering these punishments. And every single one of them was referred to prosecutors on charges of aiding and abetting the production of illegal content involving a minor. And this legal reasoning here is genuinely new territory. So prosecutors argued that because the donations directly funded and encouraged what was happening to this person on camera, no, they were financially participating in the crime itself. And it's getting compared pretty directly to the legal logic used in Korea's infamous NTH room case a few years back, where the people who paid to get access to the exploitation material were prosecuted right alongside the people who created it. And if you're not familiar with this case, essentially this set the tone for how seriously Korea treats anyone financially connected to this kind of content, not just the person filming it. So depending on how these viewer cases shake out, it could have some very interesting ripple effects here. Now, you can straight up be an accomplice if you just simply click donate and you are a part of, you know, whatever's going on through the stream. Logically, it makes sense, because in many cases, they are accomplices and they're funding the streamer. So these degenerate streamers essentially give the viewer a platform to donate a message or sound effect. For example, like if you're donating in the Johnny Smalley case, like a bomb threat being played over a loud Bluetooth speaker, that's still a bomb threat. So it makes sense that they could be charged as an accomplice for whatever happened on the stream, especially if they caused it. And don't get me wrong, that doesn't make the streamer any less guilty, it just means that whoever's donating is also an accomplice. But obviously all of this is new. The people who donated to Johnny Smalley stuff, they didn't get charged. But regardless, when it came to this case, it moved way slower than expected, partly because, you know, prosecutors ended up indicting all 7 of Shin's co-streamers as joint offenders too, which meant the cases got merged and the timeline kept getting pushed back. And Shin was denied bail in December of 2025, and his detention was extended yet again in March of 2026 after complications during the jailhouse visit, which added even more delay to an already slow case. Then after the final hearing on June 9, 2026, prosecutors asked for 12 years for Shinta Il, along with a lighter sentence ranging from 5 to 7 years for his co-defendants. And leading up to the sentencing, Shin reportedly submitted somewhere around 66 to 68 handwritten apology letters to the court. And there was also reportedly a moment during the evidence review where the presiding judge was visibly taken aback by what was being shown in court, to the point where the footage was cut short during the private viewing. So on July 9, 2026, the Incheon District Court handed down its ruling. Shinta Il was sentenced to 6 years in prison, ordered to complete a 40-hour behavioral rehab program. He He was also hit with financial forfeiture and banned from working at any institution involving children, teenagers, or people with disabilities for 7 years. And his defendants didn't walk away clean either. 5 of them received sentences ranging from roughly 2.5 to 3.5 years, and they were taken into custody immediately, while 2 others received suspended sentences. So to put that in perspective, Cho Ju-bin, the ringleader behind the NTH room case, he's still serving a sentence that's already kept him locked up for years at this point. And depending on how Shin's case plays out on appeal, his time behind bars could end up stacking in a similar direction. But even outside the courtroom, things were already falling apart for Shin Tae-il, because apparently his younger brother reportedly gambled away roughly 470 million Korean won, or 300 grand USD, that was supposed to go to this guy's legal defense. When it rains, it pours, I guess. Then you have his father dealing with his own health issues. He stayed in the picture, but Shin has reportedly expressed regret in letters from prison about not spending more time with him. Then after his arrest, Shin's mother reportedly took control of his phone and bank accounts entirely. Currently, the No Ami group is now completely gone, and several of the other streamers involved also had their channels banned. And the entire circle that used to be, I guess, around Shin Tae-il has completely scattered. And beyond the crew itself, Shin is now also barred from a long list of jobs going forward, not just the streaming and content platforms that he's currently been banned from. So this one stream changed the lives of at least 8 people, obviously the victim and the 7 disgusting morons who thought this was something that was good for streaming content, and now potentially 161 people who are viewers who also donated. So whatever happens with this appeal, the bigger story here again is probably going to be about these 161 viewers who are actually being prosecuted right now, because this would probably be a pretty efficient way to crack down on nuisance streaming, because, you know, a large appeal to it for many is to put the streamer in the worst possible position for entertainment, or use the streamer to harass people or people around the streamer. The streamer is essentially used as a vessel for harassment. So now it looks like people can actually get held responsible for their own actions, even if they're sitting at home donating. This will definitely be interesting to see how it all pans out. Feel free to subscribe if you're new here. Drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace.
tries outsmarting the cop.
So was it this car?
Correct.
Okay. Just make sure got the plate.
The plate?
Just gotta get the plate off your car.
No, you don't.
How can I help you? I'm just gonna get the plate off the car.
She's gonna.
Why do you need to do that?
What's
He's trying to stand in front of the plate. You're trying to stand in front of it. Are you fucking retarded?
the problem?
Why do you need to do that?
Are you about to drive away?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. This is not like a game. You're recording too.
You don't need my license plate.
Why?
Why do you need my license plate then?
Are you saying like you're not a valid driver?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
But why do you need to copy my license plate though? You're not answering that question.
Uh-huh.
Again, tell me why do you need to copy my VIN number and license
Putting
plate?
your hand over the VIN.
And what is your name, ma'am?
It's right here.
Okay, if you're not answering the person question, why do you need to copy someone's VIN number and license plate? Can you please tell me that?
Why are they always on the phone, bro?
You guys, I'm recording her. She doesn't want to tell me why she want to copy my license plate or anything like that. So can I please have your name and why you copy my information? I do have the right to know that.
I already have it. Thanks.
Have a good day. That's freedom of speech, honey.
If you want to talk like that on camera, that's fine. You're just showing yourself true colors.
But you didn't tell me why you copied my information. Please don't touch me.
Don't touch me.
This is my car.
Don't touch me.
I'm not touching you.
Don't touch me.
As you guys see, guys, I'm touching myself and not her.
Don't
Excuse me.
This is so fucking retarded. It's amazing. It's like Duck, Duck, Goose.
Don't touch me. You're touching me.
You're touching
you guys, as you see, is the video.
Oh
She's
my
touching me.
God.
Look, can I please
And they're both recording each other.
I'm trying to
Wow.
open my car trunk.
Get away from
Can
me.
I please open my car trunk without you by my car? Thank you.
I intend to. Get away from
I'm not touching you. Don't touch me. You guys see this? Stop touching me. You guys see this? Stop touching me.
Get away from me.
I'm by my car.
Get away from me.
I'm by my car. Stop touching me.
What is
I am
wrong
by my
with
car.
them?
Stop touching me, ma'am.
Get away from me.
I'm not by you.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
touching you.
I need
What
help.
are you doing?
I'm not touching you. I'm not
You're
touching
being
her.
detained.
What are you?
Let go.
What's wrong
You're being
with her?
detained.
I'm not. You not touching me.
You're being detained. You're not cooperating. You're being detained.
Can you
You're
stop
being
touching me?
detained.
I didn't touch you, honey.
Back
I didn't
up.
touch you, honey.
Turn around.
No,
right
I did
now.
not
You're
touch
not
you.
listening.
Here we go.
I did not touch you, so I did not have a. Can I?
You're not listening. You're being
Oh my!
detained.
You guys see? Thank you for recording this. Do you see this?
You're
Thank you
being
so
detained.
much for recording me. Stop
You're
touching
not
me.
listening.
She thinks she's about to be George Floyd.
You're not listening. Stop resisting.
Sad.
You're not listening.
Can you please help me?
Stop
Please?
resisting.
You guys tell my mom.
You're
I'm not
not
touching her.
Yeah.
I'm not here for you.
You're not
yeah.
listening.
Okay, I'm not touching her.
Stop resisting.
I'm not touching you. I'm not. Stop touching me, please.
29 times a
Stop
chance.
touching me. Can you not stop touching me? Why do you guys not touching me? Why are you
90
touching me?
IQ?
He's
This
a man.
is a-
A
this
man
is
won't
an
touch me.
85
Stop
IQ.
That's what touch me.
Resist that.
You
This is
wanna
85.
touch me. Resist. He's touching me. Stop. He's touching me.
This is an 85.
resisting.
He's touching me.
Stop
He's
resisting.
touching me.
Uh-huh.
Stop resisting. Put your hands behind your back.
What is she doing?
No.
Okay.
On your hands.
Okay.
Stop behind my back.
Stop resisting
I'm
now.
not resisting. I'm not resisting.
You don't touch a law enforcement officer.
She got recorded. You finna go to jail, bitch.
Let go of your hands.
She's gonna go to
You guys
jail.
are recorded. You finna be so screwed. Thank you so much.
Newsflash, you're being recorded this entire time.
Okay.
Thank you, Saint Floyd. Thank you, BLM. The gift that keeps on giving. Thank you so much for these gifts that you bestow upon us every day.
I'm not resisting. Can I please get up now? No, you cannot touch my car door.
Baby's in that car.
No, it's not. My mom has them.
Put them in the other vehicle.
Can I please get up, please?
No, you will stay right here until my partner comes.
I have asthma, so I have to get up. I have asthma.
Asthma.
Thank you. Can I get up? Because I have asthma. I can't breathe. Can I please get? I have to lift my arms up.
You could. Keep your hands behind your back.
My hands behind my back. Excuse me, you show her the video, please. Damn, can you look at that video?
Oh my God.
Nothing. No, please show her the video.
I'm gonna help you by pulling this down a little bit here, okay?
She allowed me to touch me.
Okay, because I told you multiple times.
Can you, I don't want her to touch me. Okay. Because she's doing something wrong. Let me go.
Stop resisting.
Can I take... Let me go. I want her to touch me. Let me stop touching me. I'll touch you. Ow. Tell her stop touching me. I want you to touch me.
I will.
Stop.
So just stand right here for me.
Listen.
Let me go. Stop.
Don't fucking squeeze me.
Stop.
What's wrong with her, bro?
Stop
Like,
squeezing me.
Stop.
Stop.
oh my God.
Stop.
Holy shit, what the fuck's wrong with her?
I'm not even...
Let's go of me.
Let go.
God damn.
Let's go.
Let go. Calm down. Take a breath.
Let me go. Look, she's doing my hand now. She's also let me go.
Can you hang on with me?
Yeah,
Oh
she let
my
me go.
God.
I'll take her.
Let me go now, dumb bitch.
I'll take her.
She said she'd let me go.
No, you're not going.
Can you let me go, please?
I'm gonna walk you over to her.
Okay, can you tell her let me go, please? I'm asking. Can you tell her let me go? Thank you, dumb.
Let me go.
Walk with me. We're gonna go inside.
Why are you studying following me?
I love how they always have this mindset that somehow they're gonna get out of it. Somehow I'm gonna get out of this. Meanwhile, I've been fucking wrestled down to the ground and handcuffed. Oh no, let me go. Let me go. I'm good.
Walk with me.
Let me go.
Get out my face.
Walk with go. Walk with me. Come with me.
Go ahead.
She's
We're gonna walk up to the car.
I'm sorry right here. I'm cool. Can I get these off now, please?
Not right now, because I don't know what's going on. I can't take
show
them
you the whole
off.
video. Excuse me, ma'am. Did she touch me first? She threw me on the ground first. I didn't even touch her.
So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna walk you to the squad car.
I am
Walk you to the squad car.
I'm suing you. Hey.
Listen to her, please.
I need you to walk with me. We're gonna walk up to the squad car up here.
No, why am I walking to the squad car?
Because you are currently detained.
For what?
For touching me.
I never. She said to take for touching. Did I touch her?
Walk.
Did I touch her?
Walk.
Thank you. 2 people said I didn't touch her.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Stop touching me.
Listen to the officer.
Stop touching me before I slap.
We don't need to make this worse, right?
Oh my God.
So let's just walk.
Can you detain me, please? Actually, I need my phone.
We'll get
I need my phone.
I need my
I'm
phone.
going back there. Just walk with me.
Stop touching
Phone's
me.
You
gone.
need to cooperate then.
I'm gonna make sure you got my phone. That's it.
All right, here we go.
2-5 out with him.
You need to walk.
Can you tell her stop
It's
touching
another
me?
police officer.
I'll have this other officer grab on your arm.
Adult
I want her to
daycare.
touch
Okay,
me.
here we go.
Okay.
Where are we going? We're gonna walk over here, okay?
Thank you so much.
What's your name?
Regina.
Regina, okay.
Uh-huh.
I need to be released from these handcuffs now.
I need to be released
right now,
from the
until I know what's
handcuffs.
going on, I'm not
Why
releasing
do you
her.
even say
Why
that?
can she please get her from please? I want her away from me.
Right now, we're gonna face
Okay,
this
that's
car.
fine, but can you tell her please let me stop coming?
Okay, she's walking away, okay?
Thank you. But she's not walking away. Can you tell her move, please?
Listen, you need to just relax.
I am, but she's touched me for no reason. How did you guys feel?
For no reason.
Just face
For
that
no
way, I'm gonna
reason,
search you, okay?
guys. It's always for no reason.
Me.
Okay. You got nothing on you?
I don't even have pockets.
Okay, all right. I'm just gonna pat you down, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Struggling with her for a little bit. They're still basically struggling with her.
I see you're upset.
Why are you patting me down if I didn't do nothing wrong?
Okay, Regina, here's the deal. You're in handcuffs. I gotta make sure you don't have any weapons on you.
They all just told you guys I didn't touch her.
I just got here,
And
okay? Here's the deal.
That's not fair.
Here's the deal.
That's all wrong.
Here's the deal.
She even allowed the other man to touch me.
Listen, I
Can you
can't.
imagine being this stupid, how confusing and upsetting the world must be to her? I mean, really, you take a step back, and it's kind of like, you know, like on 4th of July, whenever you have like a dog, and the dog's like, what the fuck is going? Shit, oh my God, I'm about to die. This is it, it's over. We had a good run, but it's over for me today. The world's about to blow up. This is the end of my life. And you just look at a dog and you think, you poor fucking bastard. You stupid fucking wow, you are so... This must be so upsetting for you. Well, here we go.
Look at the video until I have you calm down, okay? I want to look at the video.
I didn't get arrested. I didn't do anything wrong.
We're going to have you sit in the squad car, and then we're going to investigate what happened.
I'm not sitting in that squad car, ma'am. I classified. I'm already out of breath. I tried to need my inhaler. She tackled me without my inhaler.
Okay, we'll leave that.
I'm not.
The door's
I'll sit
right
here
on the curb.
I will sit down or stand up, but I'm not going to go anywhere.
Sit down. You're gonna sit down.
I can't have to breathe. Sorry.
You're gonna sit down.
I'm gonna stand right here. I promise I won't go anywhere. I promise I won't.
All I was trying to do is get the plate. She would not move out of the way. And I went over to try to get the VIN. She's like, this was, and I said, get away from me. Back away. And then she wouldn't, so I'd try to detain her, just get her away from me. It's turned into this whole thing. And when I'm trying to put her in cuffs, she's like, digging into me. She wouldn't stop.
Can I tell you guys what happened? They were trying to take my car down. Long story short, right?
Hold on. You get cuffs on you. I'm just going to read you your rights, okay? Because I don't want you to say anything that could possibly incriminate you. So I just want to make sure we're doing this the right way. Okay? Okay,
yeah,
that's
she's
cool.
not going to go to jail.
Just going to read you your rights.
I'm not going
you
to
have the right to
jail.
remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Yeah,
Do you
I'm not
understand
going to
these
go
rights?
to jail.
Yes, I do. She's going to get sued.
Okay.
They were trying to tow my truck. My compass gave me permission to park my car there. He said it was okay.
The guy in the blue shirt? And who is he?
He's the apartment people.
He's the apartment people.
Long story short,
right.
The lady came. She was trying to record my VIN number and license plate. All I asked her, like, ma'am, can you tell me why that you want this information?
And who's her? Who's the lady?
The other police officer. I don't know her name. She never even told me her name on the scene.
Okay.
She hopped on the scene, didn't tell me the name.
Okay.
Why she wanted my information? I said, ma'am, I do have the right to know. Why are you taking my VIN number?
Where was your car?
Right back there.
It's that white one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I said, I do have the right to know why you take my information now. She will not tell me. It's okay. You're not going to copy my information then. You're not going to tell me why I do have that right to know. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
She will not tell me.
They just never shut the fuck up, do they? They never just shut. They're like, damn, like, don't you know how to fucking listen? Holy fuck. Can you imagine this?
S9. So I'm like blocking in front of her so she couldn't take my license plate down. So she's pushing me.
Okay.
I'm lifting my hands. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. So then she decides to say, stop resisting. Then she allowed that man to put his hands on me. You're not a police officer. She allowed that man to slam me down, throw me on the ground, and some more stuff.
Okay.
What? So I like to press charges against him.
this was all on video?
All on video. They have it all on video. Okay. So I like to press charges on him and their company.
So
the company? You mean the police? Like, it's just surprising she didn't run off by now. No, I think that she thinks that she's in the right. So she's not going to run out. All right, I'm back. Give me a minute. Okay. We're good. Sorry about that.
So this tow company was here already?
Yeah, they were here already. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi. Can you start with telling me kind of what, like...
Yes, I woke up this
The other
morning.
guy's a tow truck driver?
The gentleman and her kind of arguing about her vehicle. She lives here. She was telling them essentially, I live here. You can't tow my stuff. Property manager comes out to let them know that she lives here, can't tow her stuff. I don't know. Then the cops showed up, and then they're trying to get her vehicle number at the top and her license plate. And she was letting them know, I don't want you to have my vehicle number and my license plate.
Why
and the
not?
cop and her kind of going around the car,
I
like
wonder
a
why.
merry-go-round, and then this is where it got intense. She just came straight through and was being pretty aggressive.
No way.
I get the situation was escalated and there was a lot going on. And then the guys came over and helped throw her on the ground.
Yeah.
9 officers, tow truck men.
Could you hear anything being said?
Oh yes, I could hear it. My speaker's pretty low. But she kept saying, don't touch me, don't touch me.
Now that I have so we're going to watch all the video, get everything figured out, okay? So who called the tow truck?
I don't know, ma'am. Bring my phone up here, please.
No, you're not going to be able to use a phone. You're not going to be able to use a phone.
FaceTime daddy. And you can put the phone in my face.
No, you can't.
God damn, like you got to be 25 years old and you're still trying to call your dad because you crashed out? You're trying to call your dad?
Yes,
You're detained right now.
When we're all done with this, then you can call whoever you want.
Hey, grab my
You're not
phone.
talking to anybody right now.
I can talk to you. I have the right to talk to anybody.
We're going to put her in the squad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, you're being detained right now, okay?
Okay.
So you can't talk to anybody.
Just going to sit right here. We'll get the AC going, okay?
We're just going to have you sit in the car right now.
Oh, we're going to put her in the AC.
You are detained. You're
Wow.
handcuffed.
They trying. You don't got to be smart, you asshole. But I'm just saying you don't got to be an asshole.
All right, have a seat, Regina, okay?
You're not able to talk to anybody.
Just put your feet in. We'll get the air going, okay?
I can't talk to my daughter.
Not right now.
No, he can talk to me. That's my dad. My dad has the right to talk
No, he
to
doesn't. I will talk to you in a minute, sir, okay? Thank you. Appreciate it.
I didn't do anything wrong. Again, I'm not detained. I'm not detained
You
for
are
no reason.
detained, okay? You're detained until we figure this investigation
How long
out,
is it gonna
okay? As soon as I'm done talking to you, I can go talk to them, okay?
That's damn.
All right, we're still trying to figure this out. It sounds like there was a dispute over, there was a tow or something. Her vehicle was getting towed. An officer responded out. Physical interaction happened between her and the officer. I'm still trying to sort it all out, okay? Okay. I want you guys to, I'll let you talk to her once I can figure out what's going on and what's happening. But right now, she's in handcuffs. She's detained. There was a physical fight.
I understand.
So what do you guys got?
Talked to blue shirt manager. He said
That must suck, bro. Like, this girl's dad is like, oh, fuck. Yeah, I get it. All right.
She was able to use that spot from a different employee months ago for loading and unloading kids. Okay. Not an actual parking spot. Apparently she's using it as an actual parking spot.
But so long story short, Brittany's investigating. Tries to get plate information. You go to the detainer because she won't let you do your investigation, and the fight's on.
Yep. She was physically blocking me. She was like this.
Which you're investigating a parking violation, and we're requested here by the tow company who was called by management.
After figuring out what happened, the sergeant now explains the situation to the suspect's father.
So the officer gets out here, that's getting figured out. The officer then goes to look at the vehicle information to investigate whatever parking thing that occurred. Your daughter was blocking the officer from getting the vehicle's VIN number or plate. So she was impeding the investigation.
Absolutely.
So during that, the officer asked your daughter to move away from the vehicle so she could do what she needed to do. At that point, your daughter does not go with that. The officer then tells her she's going to get detained and put in handcuffs if she keeps acting the way she is. That doesn't go over well, and then the officer goes to put her in handcuffs, and then your daughter and the officer then get into a physical altercation.
So what is she doing?
She's being charged with resisting arrest.
All right. So she's going where?
To the jail, Dane County Jail.
Okay.
She'll see a judge Monday.
Oh, so we can't bail her out today?
Not today, because the officer's got claw marks into her arm.
7654.
So I'm. Because the officer's got claw marks into her arm.
7654.
So I'm being real straight with you. I don't like this any more than you do because this is over something ridiculously stupid.
So stupid.
I can't have her putting hands on an officer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I get it. I don't like this any more than you do, and I'm a dad too, and I know the last thing I want to see. But I can't have that behavior.
Absolutely. I'll talk to her and let her know that your actions, no matter whether you were right or wrong, you can't do that.
It's not the time or place to have an argument.
It's not. It's not over something like that.
Right. If there's anything I can do,
you're a good officer, man.
I try.
Like you, brother.
Appreciate it.
Keep wearing the blue and protecting us.
Thank you.
To all the cops out there, you ever walk into a scene and realize the real problem?
There are so many people out there like that, and like, whenever you allow clowns and retards and dumbasses to cause problems, those are the people that are the sufferers. They're the ones that have to deal with it.
Isn't the call, it's the culture.
By the way, that's the way most people do things. That's the way most people are.
Standing there dealing with a simple parking issue, nothing dramatic, and somehow it turns into a full-blown dramatic scene. But you have to ask yourself, when did being civilized start feeling optional, and when did acting like an adult turn into something people treat like oppression? Because this wasn't about danger or injustice. This wasn't even about the officer. This was about someone who couldn't hear the word no. And in 2025, I believe that mindset shows up on calls more than domestic disputes and traffic crashes combined. We watch a grown adult cover her VIN number like she's trying to hide evidence in broad daylight.
Don't look here. No, you don't want to see this.
As if the truth stops existing the moment her hand touches the glass. And that's when I got a Philly flashback, not because this was a violent situation, but because she was petty, loud, and impossible to reason with. And this is the stuff that drains cops more than the dangerous calls ever will. Then we get the tow truck guy jumping in to help control her, but there's also risk involved, because every helpful hand could become a witness, a headline, or a possible defendant later. The tow truck guy wrapped his arms around someone he didn't know, trying to keep her from hurting the officer. And the sad part, he'll probably have to justify his actions longer than the woman who caused the whole scene. Then we hear the part that
That's a fucking fact.
tells the whole story, her father showing up. He was calm, respectful, and he listened to the sergeant, not performing for the camera. Two generations, same family, but worlds apart in how they deal with conflict, and it makes you wonder how the gap got so wide so fast.
This suspect, Regina, was charged with resisting obstructing a peace officer. She is innocent unless proven guilty in a court.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like a community service situation. It doesn't really seem like it's that big of a deal. But, like, holy shit, you gotta learn how to act. You gotta learn how to act, man. Like, that's just really, like...
Of law.
Then, yeah, they'll let her off. Yeah, that one's actually... I really don't think that one's a big deal. It's really not a big deal. And, probation, community service, yeah, no box for her. We got too many other people for a box. And, you know, the parents get why she fucked up. Like, the dad knew, bro. Yeah, he's like, right, okay. Yeah, there's the video, man. Officer might be infected. I mean, with what? Being fucking retarded? I mean, maybe, right? After getting bit by her, I wouldn't be surprised. COVID provoked a huge disconnect on social cues. I think that, honestly, this is just people, people don't understand if a cop is wrong about something, it's not the time to fight them. Court is. It's because they like, a lot of people don't have the capacity to think beyond what's immediately happening to them. And so the problem is that because they can't do that, well, now there's no way for them to plan for the future. They can't think about, well, what am I going to do after this? There is no after this. There's just what's happening to me right now in this very moment, at this very second, right now, like immediately, right? And so that's the issue that people have, is they exist very clearly in the moment, and that's it. And the lack of third places, the cops should have done a better job in de-escalating the situation. I really feel like she failed in that regard. I don't really think so. I think that I almost never place the onus on a police officer to de-escalate a situation, when the truth is that the person should have never escalated it in the first place. I don't think that the police officer should be looked at as the person that should be accountable for not being able to use the correct like word magic to get some feral animal to understand what to do. Right? Like, I think the officer, like, I mean, is there a way an officer maybe could have done it better? That's her job? Well, I think it's everybody's job to act normal, though, right? And so if you're not doing your job, like, the moment that you act weird, like, a police officer is a person. Like, it's not like this is a robot or some shit. So, really, whenever you have a bad situation like this, you could just expect to see that happen. Yeah, word magic? Well, I'm telling you, right? I mean, you gotta tell them that, yeah. I mean, that's, of course they should. We pay cops to learn de-escalation. I think that it's, like, I mean, and I think that she did de-escalate. I don't think that she escalated it. Like, I don't think so. And also, I think that the amount of violent, aggressive behavior, like, de-escalation can mean a lot of different things. I don't think that it means being compliant with, like, an aggressive, annoying person that's trying to prevent you from, figuring out whether this person's breaking the law, right? Like, I think that's it. Answer for anything that's not mature either. I mean, again, like, I'm sure a better cop could have done a different job, but I don't know if it really would have made a difference with a person like that. I don't think so. And I'm not going to go and criticize and look at an officer, because I also not pay cops to de-escalate. Yeah, also, like, by the way, we pay cops to enforce the fucking law. That's what we pay cops for. Why, we're not paying them to de-escalate. We're not paying them to do anything. Enforce the law and make sure that crazy shit doesn't happen. Right? So that's what I would say more than anything else.
I feel like I could black out.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? For First We Feast, I'm Sean Evans, and you're watching Hot Ones. It's the show with hot questions and even hotter wings. And today we welcome John Bernthal and Tom Holland back to the hot seat.
Let's go.
A decade ago, they starred in a gritty medieval thriller called Pilgrimage, and this summer they share a screen in not one but two of the most anticipated films of the summer. Catch them both in Spider-Man Brand New Day, premiering in theaters July 31st, and they also share a screen in Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, which you can catch in theaters now. John, Tom, welcome back to the show.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, brother.
Now, John, during your episode, I remember I nearly choked to death on the first wing. And then Tom,
that's right.
I remember that you grabbed the hottest wing first during your Hot Ones appearance. I don't know what's in store for us today, but all I know is we have to have each other's backs out here.
I think today is going to be very chaotic. We get together, the wheels come off.
Let's go.
This is dangerous.
You do.
That's really tasty.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Going back for more, huh?
Not wasting any food yet.
No, yeah, just no small bites, but we can't act all like big and bad like some grizzly bears on number one. You know what I'm saying? Like, this don't mean nothing. You know what I mean? We gotta do the same thing now on number 7. You know what I mean? We're setting a precedent, a dangerous one, Tom.
So, John, I've heard you say that you never want to let the fans down by taking a giant jump with a character like Frank Castle. I'm curious, where is the line for you between a fresh idea and a betrayal to the character?
It's a good question.
That's a great question.
I think you can't ever get into anything with Frank that betrays that notion that consciously he is never looking for the light. He is never looking to relieve the pain. He's looking to dive into it. He's looking to go head first into it, to dig into the wound that kind of, is his whole, life's view now. I've known a lot of people who put a lot of effort into building walls around their hearts. And I think anybody who does that, there's always cracks, and light always does shine through. I think it is what makes us kind of quintessentially human. So I love, as much as I look for opportunities to turn my back on the audience and to go to a place where I can't be forgiven, I also love the opportunity to be won back and to find those little rays of light. And what better ray of light than this guy right here, right? It's good, it's hotter. You can tell it's hotter. That's different,
spicy,
right?
too.
And that's 2, bro.
That's spicy.
To be honest with you, that's pretty humbling because that's way hotter.
That's a lot hotter.
It's like, where did you go? That's 1 to 2.
Yeah.
So exponentially,
2 to
I mean, I'm
3.
not a mathematician, but what the fuck, bro? That's way hotter. I don't remember that. I remember it being easy till 7.
So intense.
Why is that so much hotter? That's hotter. Your eyes are watering.
Yeah.
Listen,
Are you okay?
what are
It's
you
a
guys
shared
doing? This is
experience
not
for
what it
all
was
of us.
like.
It's a shared experience for all
You,
of us.
Bro, that's way hotter.
Way hotter.
So, Tom, I've heard you say that while filming the Odyssey in Morocco, that it felt more to you like a historical reenactment than a film set.
That's right.
What was the most surreal "Where am I" moment of the whole shoot for you?
I think that first day, when I visited in Morocco, you were working that day, and I went to the beach to just watch them work. I kind of wanted to get a bit of a jump on how Chris likes to work and just watch kind of from far. And I arrived at the beach, and I could not see a single crew member. You're just seeing miles and miles of ships and extras and warriors and horses, and you'll ask yourself, like, where is the crew? So then they asked me to walk down this beach, and every sort of 10 minutes you'd hear rolling, and I'd have to lie down and hide behind these dunes, and I kept asking myself, like, where are they rolling? I can't see the crew anywhere. And then eventually I got down to where Matt was and his men and all that sort of stuff. And it really felt at that moment like we were a part of something that had never been done before. Akin to the sort of Lawrence of Arabia, those movies where they are legend, not just in the quality of the film, but in the size and scale and the ambition of what Chris was trying to do. Number three.
Cakewalk, bro.
Again, that's really tasty.
It might take a second. It's really tasty.
Oh, this is your own sauce. This is really tasty. I like it a lot.
Maybe that's like a branding thing, huh? They make you like that. It's gonna be like
Yeah,
hot ones,
that's
hot
a good
sauce,
idea.
right?
That's
Yeah,
a
smart.
Thank you. For the uninitiated, can you explain what it means to achieve unconscious competence?
Oh, sure, man. Yeah, that's great, man. That's a good question, Sean. Holy shit, you did it again, you fucker. Yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, it's something that they talk about in Moscow and at the Moscow Art Theater in terms of learning a new behavior. So for character building, they often talk about that, to take on a walk or to take on a gesture, to take on a job or a vocation or a dialect. First you gotta know what you're doing, then you gotta start doing it all the time, and then if you just put enough time in that box, you'll get to a place where you don't even need to think about it, you just start doing it. And I really do think that can be applied to even psychological things and things you just want to change about your outlook on life.
Wow, that's really cool. Yeah, I was locked in then.
Fuck yeah, bro. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
And the spice fucking went away.
Yeah, it totally
It's not,
did go
dude,
away.
This is cake, bro. This is birthday cake,
That was
bro.
unconscious competence.
Yeah, dude.
It disappeared.
I'm not nervous at all anymore. Like, this is cake.
Yeah,
I know
feel
we're on
fine.
board.
I
Maybe
feel
I'm.
fine.
Let's go, dude.
I
Let's
feel
go.
fine.
Should we jump to the? No.
Steady on.
That's a nice catch, though.
Thank you, buddy. It's all part. If you don't have shit on your shirt, you ain't doing nothing.
So, Tom, I've heard you say that you're actually more comfortable playing a character with an American accent as opposed to a British one because it creates an immediate separation between you and the character. Are there any other tricks that help you step into the shoes of a character like Peter Parker?
I think physicality for me is like step one with any character. But the accent for me, having an American accent is almost like a disguise. You know, the moment that I start speaking with an English accent, I feel like I go into like press mode, and it feels like a kind of a representation of who I am as a person. But I would love to explore some more British accents because, you know, as an island, we have some of the most interesting, unique, and fun accents. And I would love to do some work to
Dive into
figure
the
out
regional dialect.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think there's more accents in Britain than any other country. I think so.
Why is it always got to come to
That's not a competition. I'm just this like a simple fact. I'm just putting it out
Okay,
there.
so maybe it's my problem, not your problem.
I think
but
it's a bit of a you problem.
Okay,
right?
fine. Then I'll admit it's a problem. But I would go out on a limb to say there are more accents in America than there are in Britain. Well, come on, there has to be. Somebody's got some sort of. How can you tell me that in that little country? That they,
Just
you know
keep
how many-
rolling on this, 'cause
brother.
he's gonna eat
listen,
his
listen.
words.
You really think there's more dialects in England than there are in America?
Well, I would drink a shot of that hottest hot sauce.
No, don't say that.
Uh-oh.
I would not.
That's right.
Really?
Yeah.
Who's right? Bullshit.
When we worked together the first time, John was playing a mute.
Right.
in the movie.
You were the only person he could lean on.
Yeah, and I was his best friend in the movie, and like 3 or 4 weeks before we started shooting, we'd become good friends, we were hanging out, and then all of a sudden he's like, listen, dog, like, listen, man, like, I'm gonna have to do this shit, like, I'm not gonna talk, I'm gonna go full fucking method, I'm not doing it, I'm gonna need your help, I'm gonna need to lean on your shoulder. I'm like, oh yeah, whatever, man, like, that's what you wanna do, that's what you wanna do. And then for like 2 weeks, not a peep out of him, right? And we all know John Bernthal, we all love John Bernthal. My man loves to talk, right? So we're sat at restaurants, and he's writing down his food. And these are regular restaurants in Ireland, and I'm having to be like, I'm sorry about my friend, he's just a pretentious actor. And I'm like reading out his order, right? And then one day we were in a restaurant, and he had salmon. And he said to me, he wrote down, can you ask for some lemon for my salmon?
I like lemon on my salmon,
Listen,
bro.
we all do.
And that's all they had, they were salmon. Yeah, anyway.
So the lady, I said, excuse me, can I have some lemon, please, for his salmon? And maybe she misheard me or something. So she came and brought this lemon and dropped it in his drink, in his water, and then immediately he was like, all right, fuck it. I'm talking again.
It's true.
You have to draw the line somewhere.
It's true. It's true.
On that note, are you guys ready to move
Yes.
on
Yes.
here to sauce number 5?
I love that
Man.
story.
Oh
right?
boy. Yeah. What's this one called?
This is a hot and saucy over here. All right, let's go. The halfway mark.
This is gonna be a lot hotter.
Oh yeah, here we go.
It's a lot hotter. You can see
Oh, yeah.
right from the jump.
Yeah. Oh shit.
John, is it true that your first acting performance that made your teacher believe in you was a monologue about your mom giving you a catcher's mitt on her deathbed?
That is very true. I went to school to play sports, and I had no interest in being an actor. You just had to take an arts requirement, so everybody suggested that I take this acting class that was like 200 people in a theater. But I wound up, because of the asshole that I wound up in the serious theater kid, you know, intro to acting class, and it was insane. And the very first thing that we had to do, the first assignment was to bring in something that meant a lot to each of us and share it with the rest of the class. And I couldn't believe the level of emotion, the emoting, and the talking about the Blues Traveler CD that their boyfriend had given them before school, or their grandfather's corncob pipe, and I didn't have anything. So I grabbed my catcher's glove and just launched into this story about how my mom had given it to me on her deathbed, and I was crying my eyes out, and I looked around, everybody else was crying their eyes out, and I said, whoa, wait, I'm just doing the acting here, and yeah, and then that teacher, Alma Becker, she said, look, she read my ass about violating the sanctity of her studio, but then she said, you know, your punishment is you got to audition for the play. And that's what got me in my first play, and almost the one that sent me to Russia. And I got her picture up in my dressing room now. She married my wife and I. She passed a few years back, but she saved my life, and it's a true testament to the power of a teacher. And that one woman, that one day, you know, changed everything, changed the entire course of my life. And I really feel like I owe everything to her.
amazing story.
The stories help. The stories
Yeah.
help. You know what he does too is he makes their time, like, you know what I mean? He takes time in between each one, so you forget what you're fucking doing here.
Yeah, you just let. Yeah.
There's a lot of.
It's an amazing interview.
It's the best. This is the best interview show.
You
It's
could
the
ask
best
me
interview.
anything right now. Let's do this, John.
Okay.
Oh,
were you
so
the next
this one is called Tropical Amarillo, sauce number 6.
Is it? Oh yeah. So look at the next one's got a dragon on it.
Oh, that looks spicy.
So Christopher Nolan has referred to the Odyssey as the Marvel of its day. Does that seem like an apt analogy to you guys?
They're really emotional. I think all of the best Marvel characters are ones that are really relatable and have real emotions, you know? And I think that when you read the poem, it's super, super emotional and really just about the characters with one of the most intricately told family dramas that I've seen, and neither one gets in the way of the other. You never feel like the scale is overshadowing the heart, and the heart is never dampening down the scale. And I think Chris is probably the only person that can do that, because it's a real skill set to be able to do that. You know, there's so many different communities that feel seen in the Marvel world, and I think, you know, the Odyssey is a globe-trotting adventure and experiences so many different cultural elements of that time, I guess. I'm sure Chris's answer is so much more eloquent than what I just said.
That was good, man. No, that's
but-
right on.
yeah.
That was great. No,
Cheers, pal. 8 dragons.
What? Who's back to haunt you?
A little bit, but
Okay, you're double dipping, bro.
Yeah, sure, that was impressive.
I'm just trying to keep up.
Have you ever had moments where you're like, I just can't do this?
No.
No?
It's the cross that I bear, you know?
You bear it so well.
Rain, sleet, or shine, I am here to take on the Hot Ones gauntlet.
Let's go.
So, you're both veterans of the theater, and I've been trying to go to the theater a lot more recently.
Nice.
I understand that Broadway and West End shows, they actually start 8 minutes after the advertised curtain time. What is it about those 8 minutes?
You don't want to have to demand their focus the moment you walk on stage. I think that's probably what it is.
And I think you don't want stragglers. You don't want
Yeah.
people kind of coming in, you know, once the thing started. But I'll tell you that time, that's my favorite time of the day, without a doubt. So those 8 minutes,
Pre-show
whatever those
buzz.
are, I've always thought that the theater itself, there's just a lot of ghosts there. There's so much spirit there. There's so much emotion and heart that's been left on that stage. And I feel like it's an unbelievable time to kind of communicate with folks that might not be here anymore. And it's my favorite part of the day, without a doubt.
On that topic, what's a ghost light? And why is it that some theaters never go dark?
Yeah, it's for that exact reason. You keep the lights on for the ghosts, you know? And I don't know why. I don't know. It is just universally and forever sort of understood, and every person who's spent a lot of time in the theater, it's just something you feel in your bones.
Is whistling on stage or saying Macbeth, do you guys consider that bad luck in a theater?
I mean, there would be people that would be very upset with you if you didn't say the Scottish play. I try not to let myself get hung up on superstition, because I'm the type of person that can really, really get sucked into it.
You know, without trying to sound too much like a douchebag and too grandiose, I love the feeling that you could die out there. I love the feeling that it could all fall apart. So for me, I don't like to tempt anything. I don't give voice to it. You won't hear me. I'm not gonna whistle, but I'm not gonna say either one. I'm not gonna say either one of those two names of that Shakespearean play. You know, and I just don't wanna mess with any of it.
I didn't listen to anything you just said. That is
It's not
really
that
spicy.
bad. No, Tom.
I
you're
just
so
finished that
fucked.
entire
But
thing.
I don't know why you're being so aggressive with
Because
the
that's what you said at
brother.
the
I
jump.
said you gotta
said
take
we're gonna
real
take
fucking
big
bites. Can't wait.
This is the one.
Hello, Bob. This is the one that put little Henry Bernthal over the edge. Let's go.
I actually don't want to do this.
Thanks, oh man.
And that thought didn't hit you till you put it right in your hand.
Hey, bro.
I remember.
Bro.
I remember the Lakers game afterwards.
You're serious, bro.
And I remember nearly shitting myself courtside.
You know what's crazy? You get it in your mouth. You can feel the heat. It doesn't start hurting immediately, but I'll tell you now, bro, I'm like 20 seconds in, it's hurting. It's definitely hurting. Know what I mean? You can tell it's gonna be fucked up, it's fucked up. And it gets more and more fucked up.
That's battery acid.
That's
crazy
even
to me that
giving it a
people
compliment, to be honest.
would want to eat that.
It's also crazy to me that like there's no
Water makes it
there's
worse.
no warning. I know. I mean, it does have like a nuclear sign on it.
the label is
It does,
kind of.
yeah. Hey man, whoa.
Wow. It's not every day that you find yourselves in not one but two of the biggest movies of the summer. So if you'll humor me, I want to play a friendly superlatives game where I give you a statement and you tell me which wins the category. The Odyssey or Spider-Man Brand New Day.
You want to pit the movies against each other?
In a friendly way.
Okay.
Which was the more...
Yeah.
Which production had the more intimidating first day on set?
Be honest. That one.
That's real bad.
That's really bad.
Which production had the longer hours?
Odyssey. Bro.
Oh, man. Which had the better accommodations, trailer or home base?
Spider-Man.
Yeah. Not even close. Oh, not even close. You want to try some milk?
Yeah, Lee, you want some milk?
Yeah, it's okay. There's no shame in it. Cheers.
I panicked then. I was like, isn't milk gluten? It's not. I'm losing my mind.
I'll drink all the fucking gluten in the world right now, bro.
Which one had the more intense prosthetics or costumes?
I'm in full lycra, dude. Full lycra in Spider-Man.
Yeah, I guess that's right. And
intense.
And I don't want to shortchange how good the production design was on Spider-Man. Like, astounding, fucking astounding. Like walking through and just attention to detail, so fucking good.
Jollywood
so
is up
fucking,
there.
Look, oh mother,
Yeah.
Benny's costume
is remarkable.
Incredible, man. I don't know.
Jollywood for Spider-Man.
It took
did
so many
incredible.
people to take those and take the costumes off you at the end of the like. You're all, that's the other, you know.
For that Ruth DeJong for Odyssey, what she did is remarkable. It's hard to choose a favorite.
Yeah, I'd say they're both. Yeah, just as good as it gets.
As good as it gets.
As good as it
the
fucking
best
gets.
in the business.
Yeah.
How we feeling?
I feel like I could black out. Yeah.
You know,
it's amazing how the milk helps, and then immediately it comes right back.
Would you guys like some ice cream?
No, I'm good.
Come on. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm good. I'm good.
Turn down the ice cream.
Wow. Okay.
It's all good. I think we just got. I think we're back. I think we're okay.
I'm getting there.
Yeah, we're okay. We're okay.
I'm getting there. I'm not quite there yet.
Yeah.
Sean.
Okay. Okay.
I need another
Slow
couple
it down.
minutes.
Yeah.
Slow it
Because
down.
Yeah.
Your experience. Do you know from last time the right pace for you?
Yeah. Fuck. I feel like I'm totally back.
Do you? That's
just-
where I
I
was
just took a deep
literally
breath.
5 seconds ago.
I just took a deep breath,
Centered.
and I feel like I'm
gonna
back
come
at
back,
number
homie.
one.
There we go. That's the place to be. That's where you want to be.
Yeah.
Especially going into the home stretch here.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, okay.
Because
we're
if
going
you're
right in
ready,
right now.
we only have 2 more wings.
Is
What's this one called?
Triple X salsa vibes.
okay. I like salsa. Has little red flakes on it.
Bro.
Okay.
Look at Sean, dude.
I'm not immune to it. You know, I'm
Look
no
at Sean.
superhero
You're a
myself.
true
I'm
champion,
looking
bud.
at superheroes
Do you
across
think
the
it's
set.
Do you think is it healthy to eat as much of this shit as you do?
I tell myself it is.
It probably is, right? How the spice is healthy? Is it?
Yeah, I mean, in moderation. I mean, this ain't moderation, bro. This is.
Fuck.
So, John, when you were on, we talked a little bit about your time as a catcher when you were in Russia, which made me wonder, what are the stadium vibes like in Moscow? Like, is there anything distinctive about a Russian baseball fan?
Being a catcher, that's gotta be the hardest. Is that the hardest gig on a baseball field?
I think so. I mean, you're involved in everything, you know.
Yeah,
you're
you don't
involved
take
in
any
everything.
breaks, right?
Don't take any breaks. It's very psychological. You're in the head of the batter. You know, you're talking to the batter the whole time. You're very responsible for the pitcher, for his psychology.
The
pitcher.
What's the communication like with the pitcher? How does that work?
Well, you're calling.
I see
you're
them
calling,
do this shit.
So you're calling which pitch?
How do you
right?
how do you do
So like
that?
a 1 is a fastball, 2
Don't
is
do
a
it down there,
curveball.
because that looks crazy.
Oh,
bro.
sorry, but so you're in there. You're calling your pitch, and then you're also saying which side it is. But then there's first and third place. So you're calling out all those plays. You're the field general. It's called the field general. So you're constantly talking. I feel like I learned more Russian there than I did in the theater. Wow. But you know, it's a great position.
So the catcher is telling the pitcher what pitch to throw.
Yeah.
Are you?
I'm looking at where the batter's standing. I've got to know the batter. I've got to know what
That's
his
what
strengths
I
are.
was gonna ask. Like, do you
I'm
do
calling
research on the batter before time?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I can't speak.
So there's all kinds of shit that's going on.
okay.
But I also got to really know my pitcher and know how he's throwing and know sort of where he's at. Is his fastball? Is there any movement to it? Is it really moving today? Is it slow? All that shit. So I'm a cerebral guy, Tom.
You are, bro.
You know what I mean?
You are.
Yeah, bro. You know that.
I love it, bro, when they rush the plate and they get all angry at each other.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. Like, if anybody, because I do,
You gotta chase. Yeah, you're in
like
pursuit.
I'm responsible for everybody's safety. Like, if you rush
I knew that the Punisher was behind me.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck that guy.
And he hit me
pitching with a
square in the
whole new
mouth.
level of
Like, that was my
confidence.
fault, bro.
Yeah. That's that.
I'll just walk to first base.
All right.
Oh, it's the last one.
Oh, it's the last one.
Come on, let's do it, Tom. Let's show Sean what's up.
Man, that was more than I was anticipating
That's
going
okay.
out there.
Do you feel like
Let's
this
go.
is
Focus up.
significantly worse than the bomb?
I think that the worst is over.
That's what I think. That's what I kind of remember.
And even if it is, that's what we're going to tell ourselves.
Fucking A.
Right?
Hey, Tom, we're gonna eat this whole wing. Okay?
Come on now.
Whatever, Sean. Ain't so fucking bad.
Going.
That ain't great, though, John.
I got it now. Look at
Oh.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word.
I'm gonna throw up.
Are you?
There's just so much of it in my mouth.
That is a lot.
That was bold, bro.
There's sweat coming out of my eyes. I'm proud of you.
I'm impressed.
Oh, that's really bad. That is really bad. This is worse than I remember from being here.
It is worse, yeah.
But the good news is, the wings of death are behind us. You guys have conquered Hot Ones now for a second time.
Motherfucker, dude.
Hey. And you know, 10 years ago, you guys made a strange movie called Pilgrimage, where one of you couldn't talk, the other was the only one you could lean on. To close things out, what's one thing about the other guy that you appreciate more than you did back then with the last decade of experience?
That's easy for me.
I'll take this one, because you always say such nice things about me. Bro.
Oh, fuck.
As a young man in this business, coming up, it's so important to find people that you can look up to, have people that you aspire to be like. And the way John is with his family and his kids, and the way he approaches his work, the way he is with people on set, the way he's been with me since I was a kid to now being 30 years old, is something I'm super grateful for. And I've learned a lot from him as a professional. Even today, listening to you talk about all that Russian bullshit was really interesting.
Oh, Tom, this is so bad, bro. This is so bad.
And the tears are my love for him.
I love you too, man. I really love you too, man.
The fact that we auditioned for these movies together.
Yeah, fuck.
And we took that leap of faith together. And we get to share this moment together now. It's pretty awesome. And I'm just very grateful. Very grateful that we got to do this. Even like our first day on the Odyssey was together.
Yeah.
And we got to sit down after work and we were like, dude, how fucking crazy was that? I'm gonna drink your milk, bro.
And now, here you guys are doing Hot Ones together, and look at you, taking on the gauntlet for a second time, living to tell the tale, and now there's nothing left to do but roll out the red carpet for you. This camera, this camera, this camera, this camera.
Oh, dude.
Let the people know what you have going on in your life.
Bro, it's really bad.
And then be careful around the eyes, Tom.
Oh,
my
shit.
God.
Be careful around the eyes.
Not
dude.
at the
I already
finish
did
line.
that. You want more milk?
I think I'm okay.
Yeah, just be.
I think I'm okay.
You can
that would have been a wrap on the day. Man, I gotta go and hang out with all these kids now for
No.
Spider-Man. And they're gonna be like, what the fuck happened to Spider-Man?
Splatter diarrhea on the stage.
Oh man, Sean, it's such a pleasure, dude. Thank you so much. You do great
Thank
work.
you. Yeah,
bro.
the best, man. Really.
Keep it up. You're
Yeah, it's been
such a
great.
cool guy.
It's crazy that he just fucking destroyed
What
our
are you
life.
doing right now after this?
Hey, what do you do?
What is your after-show routine?
You know what? I'm just gonna enjoy a bowl of ice cream. I'm gonna put my feet up for a little bit.
As you should.
And then I'm gonna dive into an edit, because you know what? The plight of a chicken wing talk show host never sleeps.
The work don't stop.
The Odyssey, July 17th. Spider-Man, brand new day, July 31st. John Bernthal, Tom
Sean.
Holland.
Thank you, everybody. Holy fuck. Oh my god, dude.
So
let's
our
go.
intro shot. So
Nate, how you doing, man? Welcome.
Yeah, what the fuck? Let's go! Take a picture of it! Let's go! You can use that! Come here, Tom. Hey, here.
You can use that!
Oh.
Doing beach
I
event.
got none of it on my back.
I need a picture of that. That's a pro right there. Oh, has anybody puked before?
That might be the first onset ever.
I love being the first. Can I see playback for that?
Hey, what's going on, Hot Ones fans? You know you can catch me every Thursday interviewing.
What is that video, Nate?
Death, but if you're looking for a little more Scoville-laced action,
What is it?
tune in Tuesdays for Hot Ones Versus. It's the show where celebrities go head to head. They either tell the truth or suffer the wrath of the last dab. So tune in Tuesdays for a front row seat to the fiery
It's
fights
about
and
Miyabi.
clashes. That's Hot
Damn.
Ones Versus Tuesdays on First We Feast. Don't miss it.
Can I listen to it on the background?
Today we're gonna.
It's actually so embarrassing, bro. People have no shame nowadays. Zero.
I don't think so. Yeah, it's a cute animation. It's how Yanagi takes care of everyone. Or Harumasa getting injured. What is Miyabi doing? Holy shit! That's a cute video.
Fucking shame.
How are you, Nate?
It's definitely one of the corniest things going on the internet right now. If you don't know why, scalpers are pretty much people who just mass buy items and just resell them. And they would just get their hands on majority
Good
of
old
the
days,
stock,
yeah,
so no
when
one
Miyabi
else
was
able to buy it at the regular
viable.
price. So I guess people, if they wanted the item, they'd be forced to go to them and they get a crazy margin off it. If you really think about it, it's pretty lame. But one of the main things that gets scalped that I've even talked about before is Pokemon cards. You got people fighting tooth and nail at machines, trying to like shove each other for packs. I'm good.
So embarrassing. Look, 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 look. Look at it. Look at it. Oh my god.
Yo, this is barbaric. Like, imagine going to Walmart and seeing this shit casually. And some people will deadass throw hands over boxes, over a goddamn Pokemon pin. Pokemon Scalper crashes out after cutting in line and being denied checkout.
There's been a line there.
You happy she's
Are
power
these 3
crept?
seconds already saying enough? I know it's not really a Are these three
Drink falls out. What a fucking idiot.
seconds already say enough? I know it's not really a crash out, quote unquote. He's not screaming at the top of his lungs.
It's a crash out, bro. That's a crash out.
Like, yo, you are a grown ass man acting like a spoiled kid.
Yeah.
Like, why do we have grown dudes in public acting like absolute babies? I guarantee you there were actual children in that line that acted more mature than this guy. I mean, let that sink in. In the middle of Target, on a tantrum, dude's in his like mid-30s, late 30s, shit sad. And then Buddy just started
We
like...
have such a huge millennial problem. I don't think people understand how bad it is. I might even make my own video about millennials. Because I am a millennial. I'm 36.
Well, that's what I will hope for M6 Miyabi, but...
We have a huge issue. And I could realize this, even when I was in high school, I could realize that I was surrounded by a bunch of retards. Except for, of course, all my friends, which were not retarded. We were a different kind of retard. Nowadays, you have these people, and there's something wrong with them. There's something seriously, foundationally wrong with these millennials.
Ultimate frisbee out of nowhere. I don't know. He could have hit
Yeah,
somebody in the head with that.
she needs
for all I
buffs,
know.
bro.
Pokemon scalpers set up shop right outside of Target.
This has to be some of the most insane scalping I've ever seen in my life. So I'm at Target in the card.
That doesn't sound like Bob's name.
There is no Pokemon. It's all taken
No
up.
Pokemon. There's no fucking Pokemon. Like, imagine being 9.
Yo, this
This is the same shit I said before, bro. You're 13 years old and you're competing with Pokemon cards. What? You're competing against grown men for Pokemon cards and also all the girls your same age.
So depressing to look at. Like, I know my days
It
collecting
sucks.
Reshiram EX tins and Kyogre EX tins, I would be sad, man. Like, the amount of funds I would have to save up is crazy because of these goddamn scalpers. Hypothetically. Now, I'm sure scalping existed when I was 7 years old, but it was not this big of a problem.
If we take 5 steps outside,
Scalpers set up outside.
and look at these prices.
They really have a whole ass
Wait,
store.
so they just go and set up a kiosk outside of the store so they can buy everything from the store. This is like whenever Mr. Krabs built the second Krusty Krab next to the first Krusty Krab. This is that level of shamelessness. Like, this is all, this can't be legal. I don't know how it is.
Outside of Target,
Spoilers?
they bought the store damn near. That's probably all the stock Target had right there. They really just opened up a brand new business for this shit. This is
What do we
genuinely
want?
sad. And the EV box is going for $160. I don't know if that's like insane. I don't really like keep an eye on that stuff. But if I had to have that much motion when I was 7 years old, bro, yeah,
Dude,
forget
there's
it.
no way.
I would have
Yeah.
never collected Pokemon cards in the first place. But Pokemon cards.
Pokemon cards are for middle-aged men now, and like, do kids even care about Pokemon anymore? Like, I don't even know. Like, I genuinely don't know the answer to this.
I don't know. Do kids care
Are the
about
only
Pokemon?
item being scalped in 2026.
Everything
Damn
is.
near everything is being
Yes.
scalped. Even AP swatches? I don't even know what this is, bro. Like, you know the rabbit holding the clock? That's what this shit reminds me of. Now, when I looked up AP swatch online, 786 on StockX for the green one. 786
For that?
Personally, for me, that's a $5 purchase.
That looks like something you get at the not even the Dollar General. That's at the Dollar Tree. Because the Dollar General things are like $7, right? Dollar Tree things are actually $1.
But it's AP. Everybody wants ice, so they want it. And just like every other item that has any demand, scalpers just lose their mind over it.
Yeah.
And same deal, they waited in line at the stores probably like 2, 3 a.m. They bought them, and they're now reselling them.
They're
$2
buying
grand
switches,
on
yeah.
eBay. $2 grand! $895 for each swatch. To each their own, I guess. But bro, who is genuinely buying this for $895?
Like one or two guys there with a whole bag of swatches. Like, I don't know how they got 20 pieces, but they have 20 pieces there and they're selling
Every store needs to implement a 2 per person policy. And if you're buying these, like, I know this might sound crazy, and maybe I'm going overboard here, but Palantir can help with this. We need to have an international database, national database, doesn't need to be international, national database of all of the people, and you need to scan a driver's license or an ID in, like, the same as like you're buying alcohol in order to buy Pokemon cards. Like, and like this is true with Pokemon cards, any Squishmallows, fucking glitter dumplings, Digimon cards. Like, you need to have this, and there needs to be a digital Pokemon. You know what they need to do? They can make it like a Pokedex system. And so as soon as you bring in these different packs into your Pokedex, you no longer can purchase packs from any other store. And only 2 people. Anything that's limited. Yeah, exactly. Like, because this is really... This is flock at the checkouts? Yeah, like a flock cam or something. Like, we need to put a stop to this.
2-3K.
I've had enough.
Actually trying to go on carousel, I'm trying to hire people to come and queue for them.
Scalpers are beneficial for corporations. They're not beneficial. So, like, bro, think about... You're thinking 2-dimensionally. I want you to think 3-dimensionally. What happens after the parent takes their kid there and they realize that the Pokemon cards are never there? Well, then the parent stops going to the fucking Target, huh? Because now there's no reason to go there because the kid's not begging you to go to Target because there's never any cards. So the instance in which the parent could go, like, so what you're thinking about is that selling all this is the best thing, right? But what is the best actual way of reinforcement? Is it a one-to-one? It's not. It's variable reinforcement. When sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not. But when it's never there, the behavior extinguishes. This is psychology, okay? So not only are you wrong logically, but you're also wrong scientifically. You're just wrong about everything.
Yeah, they really sold that shit out. And I guess some of them are going for 2-3K. You could just see the pure disappointment in these guys' faces, realizing that these bum-ass scalpers just ran off with like hundreds of these, just ready to sell them for 10x the price. Dudes will really just scalp anything. Like, honestly, the store's gotta put a lid.
I remember I used to do this in WoW. I did this out 16. I would buy out all the items or something, I would just resell it at a higher price. Somebody puts it at a lower price, I buy it, and I resell it. That's it. Fuck them. It's actually so easy. Like, you just buy everything at a high price, and then nobody else can buy it. That's normal flipping? No, it's garbage. Like, it's annoying. Like, there's a reason why there's laws against that shit.
On how many people can buy. If there was a limit, this probably wouldn't be happening. I wouldn't be seeing...
But I'm not trying to make it political, right? But, like, that's actually why I stopped becoming a libertarian. I used to be a libertarian until I played WoW and I started scamming people. And I was like, you know what? These regulations make sense. I shouldn't be able to do this. Yeah, this isn't fair to them. No, I'm doing it, but, like... no, really, because, like, I mean, because... It's like you have to have somebody that does this.
Listings for $9 grand, 11 grand for like a whole bundle of them. I don't know if that's like the genuine price or scalpers have just driven up the price that much. And of course, it's AP. The base price is already going to be insane. Now, this is something I never expected to be scalped. Concert tickets. If I can't see my goats in person because somebody bought out all the tickets with the bot and is now reselling them for 2K, I'm gonna be pissed. But basically, some scalpers use bots to buy tickets, and they'll somehow just claim a bunch of them. And there's even been sightings where there's a whole row or like group of seats with nobody in them because it was all claimed by a scalper, supposedly. I don't know.
Wow. That's crazy.
Empty seats behind us. People did move into some of those seats from other sections, but either way, there were definitely spaces across the stadium for more Swifties.
I don't know, but it's a little bit suspicious that this trend is on the rise and that there's just coincidentally nobody in those seats at all.
Everybody's a roach now. Everybody's a roach. Everybody's trying to make as much money as they can. Nobody can get a job. This is what they're doing. And the reason why people are scalping, here's the reason why, is that they have a degree in anthropology. And nobody gives a fuck. So what they have to do in order to pay off their $140,000 of student loan debt is camp out at a Target on a Monday morning so they can buy out all the Pokemon boxes and resell them for a net profit of like $700. That's what they do. It's because these people don't have jobs. They don't have jobs, they don't have anything else to do. That's what's going on. You legally hustle. Yeah, it's all connected.
That entire group is missing. Now, what do you think these new margins are looking? How green do you think the scalpers got with these? Well, now some of them, I'm just gonna play the clip. So the caption reads, "You mean to tell me I lost this ticket to a scalper?"
Yeah. Yeah, obviously you did.
$2 grand! What the fuck?
Oh my god.
$2,000. That is a fresh PC right there. High quality PC
No,
for some content. Because some.
It's not, I don't know who he's talking. What do you mean? Like, what's it gonna run? Minesweeper?
Wanted to scalp it. I mean, that seat isn't cheap to be fair to begin with, but it could have been 1K instead of 2K. That price difference is crazy. I'm not really sure what that seat would originally go for, but it's definitely not 2K. That's just the price of a World Cup ticket. Let that sink in. Trader Joe's tote bags. Yeah, like deadass, one of those reusable grocery bags. I don't even know how this has the hype in the first place to be scalped. This just proves what I said earlier. Dudes will really scalp anything. I can't imagine that being hyped up. It has to be the most overhyped product of 2026.
I mean,
just to give you an idea how hyped this thing
I didn't even know this shit existed.
I found this shit scrolling on my For You page last night.
Trader Joe's line for striped mini canvas tote bags?
This line went on forever. There's no way.
I don't see how you can look at a line like that and still think that people should be allowed to vote.
What?
I don't see how you can do these two things. Like, it's either one or the other in my mind. That is goy cattle.
I
Over
refuse
a
to believe
grocery
it.
bag.
It's all over this grocery
makes no
tote
sense.
bag. How is this even scalped in the first place? But yeah, we got dudes on here posting like this.
Yeah.
You become a TJ scalper because sneakers are dead.
TJ Maxx? Never be limited by other people's limited imaginations.
What?
And you're buying a bunch of
What
bags.
act am I in? It's Act
You're
10.
right. You know
Yeah,
what?
we're about
He's
to.
living up to his shirt.
Hello, Shade. We're about to
Nobody else could
finish
imagine
campaign.
being this much of a piece of fucking shit.
But
Nobody, another person,
my gear is
would
quite
never
bad.
even conceive of this. You know, back in the day when we
I
had
think I need a new
videos,
helmet.
like, this didn't happen.
Welcome, man.
Everybody just took their. This is what. So this is the.
It's not my first one. It's the second one.
Is that instead of
My first one died to
taking their children
to
to buy
Exarch.
Pokemon cards,
I got
now
meteored
it's
out of
35-year-old
here.
adults
Yeah.
that are buying Pokemon cards
Was
for
not great.
themselves so they can feel like children again. Like this
Yeah.
is like this is some
I was
fucking like
I was playing very slow,
poetic,
like
fucking,
trying to do very safe
you know,
stuff, but
like
still.
morbid reality that we're living in. It's crazy. Yeah, cough gas. I don't even know.
I think we can.
It's the millennial. Yeah, this is the millennial mindset. Is that instead of having kids,
Oh, buddy.
you just always are a kid.
How about you,
You
man?
don't have
What are you
kids.
playing?
You are the kid. You're 36.
It would be wrong to do that here.
I'm out of my fucking mind. Instead of trying, because these people had such a great childhood.
Molten Strike of the
I'm one
Senate.
of them.
Are you
These
also
people had
hardcore?
such a great childhood that instead of trying to think about how can I pay it forward
Strength
and
stack
create that
juggernaut.
same childhood for the next generation, they just want to keep reliving it for themselves.
Wait, I think I need an extra flash.
And they're
for
the
this.
same ones that kept the audacity to get mad at boomers.
To
for
be honest,
doing the same thing.
at times I try to
Boomers
like
are the
think.
worst
Sorry. At times I'm like, I start wondering if playing hardcore is is the right thing, but here we are. It's fun, you know, getting the mini hard attacks every now and then. I imagine crafting and then you die the next day, man. That happened to me. I crafted my clusters, I crafted my jewels, and then I died next day. It was sad. I mean, my character is there in solo self-found if I wanted to. Yeah, to be honest, that day that my character died, I closed POE and you know, I laid down. I went for my 100-minute run, and while I was running in the heat, I was thinking, damn, those were some good days with that character. I wish I didn't get so nervous trying to dodge the XR meteors. It's just like, you know, I practice it in standard, but when I fight XR, you know, in hardcore, I get so nervous, man. Like my hands start sweating, my heart starts beating fast. It's a very sad experience. When in reality, you know, Quest XR shouldn't be that hard, you know. But you know, it's just like having the weight on top of your shoulders that you might die. It's crushing. But here we are again, releveling a new character.
Let the day dawn, golden with possibility.
But this time I'm going chieftain, so I'm gonna have a lot of fire rust and life. So hopefully this time I don't get meteored out of the fight.
The weary traveler draws close to the end who empowers the scepter, not the other way round.
Oh, yo, he has this.
Commit to your course.
Also, this build that I'm playing feels super troll, bro. Like, I think I'm going to feel weird about it because I've never played Ignite slams, and I don't know much about Ignite stuff, so I will see how it feels. Maybe it feels like trash, I don't know. Yo. Let's see. You get attached to your characters. You can play hardcore on other ARPGs, but not this one. What other ARPGs do you play, man? Yeah, that's the thing, right? With POE, it's just that farming takes so much time Dying feels so punishing when getting one item can take so much time. Yeah, crafting and everything. Yeah, no, it's true. I agree, man.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitations that slumber to entertain doubt.
Oh, you play a lot of them. Grim Dawn, Last Epoch, Diablo 2, Torchlight. Those are a lot of ARPGs, man.
You are condemned.
Oh. Why do I have other weakness? Oh, because of this thing. Fond of elements.
You are inexhaustible.
Bro, let me kill your gargoyle. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. I'll be here playing, so maybe even other ARPGs because I don't know many of them. But yeah, I want to learn other ones once I clear PoE 1. So yeah, welcome, man, and thanks. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Nice meeting you too, man. Thanks, man. Thanks. Oh, you stream too, man. Okay, I'll drop a follow too. You know, I'll be honest. I don't watch often, but if you play PoE, I might watch this. It's very likely if you play PoE that I'll watch. So yeah, or maybe other ARPGs. I like watching Ben and Pac when it comes to PoE. But yeah, definitely I'll drop you a follow too, man. I'll see you around, man. Have a good one.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An empire awaits you on open shores. Be singular of purpose. You are free.
G amulet. Quality. Let's get some quality. Bro, what should I get? I kind of want to get that. Ancestral Call, Feast of War, level 20. What does Ancestral Call do, bro? Feast of War, level 20 is okay, bro. Explosions are also good. Non-unique Yules cause a small and notable positive skills in a large radius to also grant +4 to strength. That's cool. It means we could grab here, and this will get turned into fire damage, something like that. Even though I need damage, I'm just grabbing this, I think. To get maximum resistances. Explosions is good too, like, bro. might regret this.
Millennials are the second worst. Because the boomers had the millennials. That's what happened. I'm losing my fucking mind.
We do this for freedom.
Good job, fatty. Get the fuck out of the frame.
What?
Alright, there's proof that they actually exist, bro. People actually scout these things. And people actually want these things. A double whammy of shit. Yo, apparently this guy has like 100K in his hand because on eBay, some of them are 15 grand. A set of 4. How are they going for that much? Here's another listing for 4,500 for 4 of them. Never did I think a gross...
Here's the saddest part of this picture. I don't think people realize and see it the same way I see it. Klarna. That's people buying trader items and collector's items on a fucking payment plan. They're buying this on a you're buying collector's items on a payment plan.
Of them, never did I think a grocery bag would 1 have hype or 2 be scalped.
Yeah.
At that point, just consider me getting a rep. Even if it's like completely boof off Sheen and it says Ray Joe's, give it to me. Now, even if it's down to the wire, another sad thing scalpers will...
I actually have a story about that. There was a girl that I know, I'm not going to say the girl, but you can easily assume which one it is based off of the story. She had one of those like little fancy like fucking you know, those expensive, those like purses that are like $5,000 or something like that. And so she had this person.
What was missing,
at,
Nate?
like, a party with her.
You what? You got this, or what did you get?
The real version of the purse, and the other girl had the fake version of the purse. And they put the purses next to each other just by, you know, coincidence. And the girl realized that she was getting mauled by this other girl.
Yo, that's a
and
lot of
then
attack,
she
no?
started to hate the girl that I know over the girl that I know having the real bag.
439 AP. You're
bag.
crazy, man.
And the moral of the story
31
is
active
I don't know if
modifiers,
the
that's
19th
high.
Amendment was a good idea. I'm not sure.
Is it
I'm not
35K
saying
now?
It was a bad idea. I'd never say that. I'm just saying I'm not sure if it was a good idea.
Even if there is a literal child trying to get a product that just dropped alongside them, they're gonna try and beat them to the product. Scalpers will just get their hands on anything that's trending and they don't care who's in the way. They would rather scalp the entire stock at Target than give up one to the kid behind them. They don't care.
So you're pulling Sigrid, huh?
No, it's a kid. Let him do it. Yeah, let him do it. That's fine.
Sigrid is a defensive attacker, no? I think you told me.
Damn, son.
That kid's gonna be a millionaire one day.
I like the character, bro. I kind of want it, you know?
Probably one or the other, but he's probably gonna be a millionaire one day. Kid knows? Because that's the one thing kids have. Because like all these fat millennials can't run because every Pokemon section. So y'all might not know this about retail stores, but retail stores put all the fancy shit in the back. That way you have to walk to the back, and theoretically you get the advertisements from the things on the store on the way over, and you buy more bullshit in the store. That's why the milk's always in the back of the store.
We need
So
another
they also
Astra.
put all the electronics and
What do you
all
mean?
the you know, collector items at the back of the
Astra
store.
buffs?
So you've got to run all the way to the back of Target. So do you think one of these fat pig millennials is going to be able to run to the back of the store? No, but Kyle, who's hopped up on 5
Yes.
energy drinks,
What?
3 Mountain Dews.
What are you
he's already
talking
there.
about, man?
He can get as many as he wants. You know what's cheap though? You don't understand the way like this. Don't you ever start a store. You're gonna put some people out of business. Yeah, stop it. Smart kid.
That's crazy.
Smart kid. Insanely smart kid. Look at her. She grabs the whole box.
Wow, that is pathetic.
Wait, what happened? I want to see this again.
Yeah, no, Secret Suna is good for anyone. That's why Nekomata is pumping, no?
He didn't know where they, bro, like, you didn't know where they were. Yeah, bro, he didn't have the map now, like, exactly. Like, whereas, like, these adults knew they knew the layout of the map, because they've been there a lot. Every single one, bro.
You have 79 PD right now.
Wow, that is pathetic. How fucked up is...
See?
Next pull is 5-star.
Grow up and he's gonna vote.
So you have guaranteed secret, I see.
I think a very specific way.
You don't want to do M6 Remiel?
And I can't wait. I can't wait. I see these kids and it's like this is the villain arc. This is it. That's a future chud right there. That was the beginning of a chud.
Oh, you don't have guaranteed, okay. But it's still 5-star.
She really did all this
So very likely.
running full speed. She was grabbing him off the ground, hoarding it like an animal, trying to get the last remaining scraps of food. That's really how she was moving.
So M1
Was it
Remiel
not?
for the
This is really
future.
just barbaric type of behavior.
She's a whole box.
I don't also, you know what really pisses me the fuck off, bro? Is whenever you have these scalpers that get mad that somebody else scalped better than them, and they make
T0?
rage videos about scalpers. Meanwhile,
You think secret is T0, bro? I think we need to get this Avatar of Fire. But I don't know. Oh, you don't know the numbers. I thought you watched like some spoiler video or something. So and you already knew like she was already like fucking like super strong. Oh, you played her in story.
Yes.
I didn't do story yet, Nay. I've been lazy about it. I don't want to do story. Let's see, 14. It's kind of same. 14, 11. 14. This one does more damage. Damn. Yeah, it's basic attack character, and she has like she ramps up, no? The more she attacks, the stronger she gets, no? Like she's constantly like ramping.
Freedom comes.
Oh, let's see, bro.
I greet you once again.
Yo, we have a lot of high blood. Let's see. Dexterity, strength. Let's grab gloves. See if we can get big sense.
She will soon bear fruit.
You think Zombies will be, you know? You don't go for Wenjin? Fair, fair.
Yes, just like that.
Why is that thing good, bro? Well, Vixens are hard to get, bro. You have all this stuff. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Be at peace. She is pleased.
That is your plans for the future. Well, I have 200 pulls. Yo, Anathema. That's crazy, bro. I have 200 pulls, but I don't know what I'm going to do. Still hard to know. Wow, it is difficult, man.
She will soon bear fruit.
Yo, isn't this one like... No. Wasn't this one like OP, like... Maybe it's not. What is this? Dune. We have one here.
Greetings.
Yo, we got Anathema, bro. Anathema is such a cool ring.
The Genesis tree accepts.
We got another Astronaut. Not bad.
Yes, just like that.
We need big sands though. And not power. And it sucks. What is all this? What is on here?
Good to see you.
No, don't sell us.
Beware of the enemy.
Let's see, what do we... Level 84? Body armor. To have strength requirements. That's not bad. Reduced chance for life modifier is not bad. Should you go for fracture? Wow, it's really like so nerfed.
Yes, just like that.
This was not half bad. You need level 84. That's a lot of levels. No.
She will soon bear fruit.
Suppress. Damn, a lot of trash.
Greetings.
Well, let's see. What can we do? We had this. We need chaos, right? So. I really can't eat other stuff. Damn.
Yes, just like that. The Genesis tree accepts.
We didn't have drill neck, really.
She is pleased.
Yo, that's kind of cool, no? Curse enemies with punishment on heat. You had a blind effect thing. But we had two of them.
Welcome. Beware of the enemy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, just like that.
Wow, big sense, just don't drop.
The Genesis tree accepts your
I guess.
welcome. Beware of the enemy. She is pleased.
My chaos resistance is bad, bro.
That's the What are we shipping today? Could do well, baby.
Wait, this one's promising.
Doodles.
Hello.
Regen. Strength. Oh, it's not good. Do I want to gamble for stuff now? Poison, reflect, I don't know. Okay. Wait. I see we only need this. I need to check something though. Oh, that's true.
Hey.
Belts. That's a good belt. Hmm. Below the beast is not bad though. Where you get that? Something like that.
Gold Slayer.
Let me check something. Okay. Rallying cry, seismic cry, enduring cry. That's true.
Good day.
We need molten shell. Let's see if we can corrupt any. Okay. And then
Hello.
then need a cast one damage taken setup.
Greetings. Go with courage.
Hail, Godslayer.
Enduring cry, rallying cry, and seismic cry. Intimidating cry, battle mage cry.
Godslayer.
Cry.
Hail, Godslayer.
How does he cast? He still has like space for vulnerability. That's crazy. Then yeah. Need another 4-lane.
Hail, God.
Rage and then Cosmic Knowledge taken and then Blood Rage, Blood on Sand, Rosemary and Hell Purity. And
Hail, Godslayer.
that's true, you were playing Star right now. Why did you delete it, bro?
My money is gone.
Oh, so you needed like a lot of like time and investment, right? Animation's cool, characters are meh. Interesting. World design meh, characters meh, story meh. You need to go back to Uma Musume, bro. No, man.
Oh. Hello.
Doesn't have fast.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
If Kita-san Black is back, you will come back. Okay. Well, let's see. We could grab this rage stuff there. Oh my god. Chato story sales. So how good is that card? Oh my god, so scary, bro. New Hollow Zero mod? What is that, bro?
Hello.
Labyrinth, blah blah. There's new stuff. I didn't know that, man. Bro, my character feels a bit weak. I'm going to lie.
Greetings.
I mean, hopefully it's good, no? Maybe just do Fungal Hollow. Fungal Hollow. Where are T2 maps? Ramparts, Phantasma, Reef, Nest. None of them are really cool or anything. Where's Blood Rage? Hello there. Hardcore Seal Zone? I just Hollow Knight. I was a hardcore Hollow Knight hardcore. You told me there's hardcore, right? Hardcore mode. Oh, that's cool, man. Like POE. That's cool. Steel Soul mode. Scary. Oh. I think I will do one more. Chateau. You don't have, really, you don't have any of these? Door. Amazing.
Greetings.
These notes are not bad. Wait, I'll be right back, Nate. I'll come back.